Maharaj bowls his bowled in. It's all over. And South Africa have pulled off a massive victory here by 229 runs. They've bowled England out in 22 overs. That's an absolute roasting, a thrashing, and it puts England's World Cup hopes, well, it's in the hands of everybody else. And with that, hello everyone, good afternoon from us in India. We're in Bengaluru, formerly Bangalore, for England's 5th match in this World Cup. And yes, what a crucial game it is. Now, I might be saying that ahead of every match from now on, of course, and England actually will be hoping that I do, because that means they're back to winning games. But the fact is that even if they do that, they'll be relying on results elsewhere to get them into the semi-finals. And if they lose another game, including today, well, it must be very unlikely indeed that they could make those playoffs, even though mathematically they can't be written off entirely. So it's Sri Lanka today, a team that's also struggled so far. Like England, they've won only one of their 4 games. They're actually ahead of England in the table thanks to a superior run rate. Right, we're off to Ravi Shastri straight away and the all-important toss.
It is England versus Sri Lanka, 900 metres above sea level, and the ball will travel as these two teams look to travel upwards on sea level, and the ball will travel as these two teams look to travel upwards on the points table. At the moment, it is 7 versus 8, but they will seek inspiration from Australia, who stormed into the top 4 from the bottom of the table, but lose today, and it goes beyond your control. In the last 4 World Cups, it's 4-0 to Sri Lanka over England, but there's too much pedigree in this England side not to produce a magnificent performance today. There's a lot at stake, and that always adds to the contest, doesn't it? It starts here. Let's go and join Ravi Shastri at the toss.
Well, it's a nice, pleasant afternoon here in Bengaluru, as opposed to some of the other parts of the... And what we are coming up today is with a vital match between England and Sri Lanka. Josh Butler, Kushal Mendes, Javagal Srinath is the match referee, with the toss rep who'll hand over the coin to Javagal. Josh Butler will spin the coin.
Tail. Tail is the call.
We have a bat. Good luck.
Well, Josh, what have you decided?
We're going to have a bat first.
What do you make of the surface?
Yeah, it looks a good wicket. A little bit drier maybe than sometimes here, but yeah, we look to put a good score on the board.
Well, you're in that stage of the tournament. You're in the corner. Every game is a must-win game from here.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. You know, we've been short of our best. We've done enough talking. It's all about, you know, performing today. We've got a lot of quality players in the side, and just if we can play to our potential, we know we're a good team.
And when you're double world champions in the white ball format of the game, you can't beat a poor team just in 10 days. So then the boys know that they'll be up for this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we stay very level as a group. You know, some frustration around not playing as we would like to, but the quality is there within the team, and individually and collectively, and obviously that starts with me from the front. We've got to play more to our potential.
And top order needs some runs there, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think throughout the whole team, you know, we haven't been performing as well as we would have liked. Hopefully we can get off to a really good start today and have a good performance.
And your combination for today's game?
Yeah, we have 3 changes. Obviously, Reece Topley's left with a broken finger. So Wokes, Moeen and Livingston come in, Gus Atkinson, and who else is there? Sorry, missing out. Sorry, one more misses out, Harry Brook. We changed the balance again.
And you're batting first?
Batting first, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Good luck.
Well, Kushal, would you have batted first as well?
Yeah, I think pitch is good. I'm looking for the reason I bat first. Then I think pitch is good. That's why I'm looking for bat first.
You're in the hot seat as captain. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying. Then I'm coming up. I think very hard, but not very easy. Then I think I have more players are giving more everything given to my job. Then I think everyone support me.
Now, a very important game for you. Like England, you got to win almost every game, but that last win must have helped.
Yeah. I think last match also done really well in the bowling part and batting part, everything. Then I think a very important game today. Then when I bowling, I think very good start in earlier. Then I think we can manage the today match.
And you've got the senior statesman, Angelo Matthews, back. What do you make of that?
I think, then I think he come to the team. I have lucky for everyone. Then he most experienced guy in the team. I think he played a lot of IPLs and one-day cricket. I think he done well today. I hope he can do anything today.
And your combination for the surface?
I think two changes. Dushan and Charmika is not playing. Angelo and Lahir Kumar is playing today.
Have a good one, Kushal.
Thank you.
So that's the news from the centre. It's England who won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Right, there we go. A change of tack there, certainly. We've heard a lot about England preferring to chase. Well, they're not doing that. And I'll give you, first of all, a bit of a clue about the temperature. We've come down to Bengaluru, and we've come further south, but it's not as hot. It's not nearly as hot as Mumbai, and the air quality is better. It's only poor, as opposed, of course, to Mumbai and the really dreadful conditions there that all the players have struggled in over the last couple of weeks or so. So it is, I wouldn't call it fresh, but there is a little bit of a breeze. But even so, they've Jos Buttler has not been tempted to go along his preferred course of bowling first. They're going to bat, a lesson maybe learnt from Mumbai the other day against South Africa. So the team then, 3 more changes. That's twice now they've had 3 changes. Bairstow, Malan, Root, Stokes, Buttler, Livingston back, Moeen back, Wokes back, and then Willie, Rashid and Wood. We know, of course, that Topley is injured. He's got a fractured finger, which is a real shame. So they've left out Harry Brook. They've left out Gus Atkinson as well, who actually, to be honest, was probably the pick of the bowlers, at least the seam bowlers, in that mauling against South Africa the other day. For Sri Lanka, the veteran Angelo Matthews is back, and he's hardly played any one-day international cricket in recent years, in and out of the side. But anyway, he returns. And so is Nisanka Pereira, Kusal Mendis, who's captain at the moment, Samuel Karama as a Lanka, Dhananjaya de Silva, Matthews going to bat at 7, and Thikshana, Rajita, Kumara and Mudashankar. And both teams in the same boat, really. I mean, this really is down to both of them to try and struggle their way back up that table. At the moment, Sri Lanka are in 7th place, England in 8th. They've actually gone up 2 places through having not played, which may be a bit of an omen. But anyway, both of them played 4 and won only 1 match. And Sri Lanka are ahead of England because they do have a higher net run rate, which is something, again, that could well come into proceedings a little bit later on down the line, if, of course, it comes down to England having won these matches and getting there. So, anyway, we've got Stephen Finn sitting alongside me, of course. And here we are. Interesting view of proceedings. We're actually down at sort of the 3rd man, very high up in the rafters here, so we might not be able to give too graphic a detail as to what the ball's doing over the next few hours or so. But anyway, here we are, big stadium. Usually a good batting pitch, this, and England are going to make first use of it.
Yeah, it looks as though they've changed tact, haven't they? They've changed team again, and I think this looks a far better balanced team, especially when batting first on a surface that Jos Buttler mentioned at the toss may offer just a little bit of turn because it is quite dry at the ends, but you'd anticipate, especially for these first 10 or 20 overs, for it to be a very, very good batting surface. And yeah, it's an opportunity. They are last chance saloon now, really, aren't they? And they probably couldn't ask for a more perfect opposition to be batting first against a Sri Lanka team that have bowled poorly throughout this tournament and really struggled to contain runs. So yeah, they've got a great opportunity to set their stall out and to play in the aggressive manner that they've said they're going to for the last few games. This is a great chance for them to do that.
Let's say good afternoon to Paul Farbrace as well, who's joining us, not here in Bangalore, but back in our studio in London. Lovely to have you with us, Paul. Of course, you used to coach Sri Lanka, and you've been heavily involved in coaching England, but this is quite a game, isn't it?
Well, it's a remarkable game, and I agree with Stephen there. It's almost the perfect game for England to play, isn't it? Bat first, and I'm so pleased that he's decided to bat first. I mean, listening to that toss, I was desperate for him to say we'll bat rather than bowl. That's a great decision. He's made the first big decision right, and I agree again with the team. I think this is absolutely England's best team for 50 over cricket with the squad they've got out there. So lots of batting, pack the team with batting, bat first, and take the pressure off the bowlers and put a good score on the board.
Yeah, but there is pressure on the bowlers, isn't there? I've just, I mean, it's a little bit unkind from a former bowler's perspective to go ploughing through some of the figures, but you look at Woakes and Wood in particular. I mean, Woakes was obviously dropped last week. He's got to play, really, because they're so short of new ball bowlers, and Topley having gone home. 2 wickets at an average of 67. He's gone for 7.5 and over, and he's the man who, of course, with the new ball, has to set the tone. Mark Wood in the middle of the innings, 3 wickets at 70. He's gone for nearly 7 and over. And Sam Curran, of course, another new ball bowler, but unselectable, really. 2 at an average of 70. He's gone for 8 runs and over. So, I mean, there is a lot of pressure on these bowlers.
Yeah, there is, but I think we've seen throughout this World Cup so far, it's a tough place for bowlers to bowl. I think the one thing that England have been really have put themselves under pressure by not really knowing what their best 11 is, and I think that's the one thing that's why I'm pleased with the team that they've picked. I think the experience will count for a lot there, and Stephen will tell you that it's a tough place to bowl there in India. I think the key thing with Woakes is he's got to just get back to getting the ball at the top of off stump. I think that's the key for all of these bowlers. I saw Moeen Ali talking about getting back to basics. For bowlers, you're looking to hit the top of the off stump, whichever the conditions, whatever colour ball you're bowling with, red or white, look to hit the top of off stump. I think England just got a bit funky, a bit too clever in some of their planning and some of their thinking. So let's just get back to bashing a good line and length, hit the top of the off stump, and make sure that we keep the top of the off stump in the game as long as we possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, Stephen. I mean, but I suspect that'll probably be in the plan the way through it. The fact is that Woakes in particular hasn't been able to do that. The ball simply hasn't been coming out of his hand properly.
Yeah, and when he gets the ball in his hand, he's going to be put under pressure. Pereira and Mendes, especially at numbers 2 and 3, have been quite savage when people have missed inside those first 10 overs. And you're aware of that as a bowler. And sometimes it's very easy to say, I'm just going to relax and let the ball come out of my hand, because you've got the added pressure of those statistics, the fact that this is a crunch game for England in this World Cup, and you can subconsciously put yourself under a lot of pressure, and the second you tense up, we know as bowlers, it becomes infinitely more difficult to actually go out there and deliver your skill. And I think that that's where the strength in this team lies, is the camaraderie and the team spirit, and how comfortable they make people feel when they go out there and perform, and that truly is going to be tested again today.
Yeah. I know you're not here, Paul, so you're sort of watching from a distance, but there has been a lot of discussion about England, obviously, and this tournament, and the fact that the message from them has really been a fresh start. We can come out here and play rather than come and get this crown off us. We're defending champions. You've got to work, like mad for us to relinquish that title. It has rather reflected the way that they've played. They haven't been on that front foot very much. Do you think that's a fair observation?
Yeah, I do. I think it's very fair. And I think that's the one, if I had any criticism at all of this team, it just looks as though they've not played the way that they've been playing for the last 6 or 7 years. It looks as though they've been very cautious. They've almost been thinking about what the opposition bring to the game. I think when England play their best one-day cricket, it doesn't matter the conditions, doesn't matter who they're playing against, they play very much on the front foot, and they look to take the game on. And that's where I think by putting the opposition in, they've almost shown that they're a bit hesitant, they're not quite sure how to play, and I just think they just look as though they've got a bit confused. My hope is they have no option but to play positive attacking cricket, take the game on, get on the front foot, and they have no choice but to win the games, and hopefully that inspires them to play a far more aggressive and positive way.
Yeah, we shall see. They're underway in about 15 minutes. We've got, I don't know if it's a family of these enormous kites who are wheeling round over the ground looking for something to pick up, but there's 4 of them at the moment performing a sort of a kite swooping dance below us. These enormous brown birds. I hope they get tangled up in Spider Cam, who's over there at the moment, but it's wonderful to see them from above swooping round over the ground. England winning the toss, batting first. Bairstow, Milan, Root, Stokes, Butler, Livingston, Moeen Ali, Chris Woakes, Willie, Rashid and Wood, and Sri Lanka, Nissanka, Pereira, Mendes, Samwi Karama, Azalanka, Danja Silva, Angelo Matthews back again, Mahesh Thikshana, Kasan Rajita, Lahira Kamara and Dilshant Madashankar. Let's catch up with Moeen, shall we? He was put up for interview yesterday, and Matt Henry asked him how the mood is in the squad ahead of this important game.
Obviously a bit anxious because we want to win, and I think it's really important that we start well and build on the confidence hopefully going in, and put a performance that we know will give us more confidence going into the rest of the games. But yeah, we need to obviously win, and we know that, and that sometimes does help.
Why do you think it hasn't gone quite right there? You mentioned the starts, which have been a bit of a theme going through this. What do you put it down to?
Just that we haven't really got going. I mean, we've tried a few things and probably tried too much in the end, and it's not really worked. So just going back to basics, go back to what we know best, and take the game on and not be afraid. And I think that's how you really build your confidence as a side.
So are there any major things that you'll look to change this week going in to try and get that win that'll really get some momentum going?
Yeah, bat better, ball better, and feel better. I mean, that's the only real thing that you can do. We've been preparing really well, and we know. I think as individuals we need to step up and try and win games when we get the opportunity.
And you've played here quite a bit in the IPL, haven't you? What can we expect firstly from this sort of ground? It's small boundaries for starters, isn't it?
Yes, small boundaries, great wicket. So hopefully some runs, some sixes and things like that. Just guys getting in and really taking on, getting batting deep and scoring big hundreds to win the games.
Are you still confident the team can find that run of form that it's going to need to turn this around and get through to the semi-finals, and ideally for you guys go all the way again?
Yeah, I mean, you do it by going one game at a time, but yeah, we've done it before. We've done it in the previous World Cup, so we needed to win, I think, 3 on the bounce to qualify, and then we've won 5 on the bounce to win the whole thing. So this is obviously a bigger degree of that, and yeah, we can do it. We know we can do it.
Do you still sense that the fight is still there in this team? People are talking about it's quite an old team and you've won a lot before, but now you're here and you've got a World Cup to try and get through to the semi-finals, and do you think that fight is still there to try and get this thing turned around?
Definitely, and I think if there's one side that will fight from this position and could possibly go on and win it, is I would say it's our team. So yeah, we're pretty grounded and we're pretty relaxed, but yeah, the fight is there.
There's Moeen speaking to Matt Henry yesterday. Can't bat, can't bowl, can't field. That was a famous quote from way back in the 80s, wasn't it, of Mike Gatting's Ashes winning team, actually, from Martin Johnson, of course. But I mean, he's right. They've just got to do the basics better and also to get mentally in the right place.
Yeah, and I think Fabi hit the nail on the head there when talking about it. They have to come out and play with a swagger and confidence that they have to come out and try and be on the front foot right from the beginning of this game, and batting first I think gives them a great opportunity to do that and put the opposition under pressure. I don't think we've seen England too many times in this tournament with bat or ball put the opposition under loads and loads of pressure, and I think that, again, repeating myself, this first 10 overs with a weaker Sri Lanka bowling lineup, missing a couple of bowlers and a slightly longer, deeper batting lineup for England, it's the perfect opportunity.
Yeah, so much of this game, Paul, is played between the ears, isn't it? You know, if you're on a losing trot as a bowler. We talked about Wokes and Wood. You know, they've really suffered in the tournament so far. Wokes was dropped. He's coming back in again, almost by default, because I don't think he would have played if Topley had still been here. And it's all about, I mean, you know, from a coach's perspective, just making sure that the players are in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was interesting, wasn't it? Moeen, very simple with his observation about batting, bowling and fielding better, but also he admitted to the fact that, you know, they are a bit on edge, they are a bit nervous. And I think, you sense, building up to games like this, you sense when players just need that quiet, calm conversation where you'll be saying to a Wokes, you'll be saying, you've got nothing to lose. Look, it hasn't gone brilliantly for you. You know you haven't bowled as well as you can do, but you've got absolutely nothing to lose. And you'd probably use that phrase. Look, injury has given you a second opportunity. This is a chance for you just to go and play, just go and enjoy your skill. And I think that's the one thing that watching them, you just look at some of the England players, they just look as though they're very tense, they're very much on edge, and they're not quite sure how they're wanting to play at times. And I think they've got to get that, and Finn is right, that swagger, they've got to get that confidence back and say, we are the world champions, we're not going to give this up easily, but also we're just going to go and play one game at a time, as Moeen talked about there. Keep it really simple, but I think this is where the coaching staff will have been reminding players of what their qualities are, what they're good at, and what they've done in the past, because you're not looking for them to do something they haven't done before. You're looking for them to do what they've done many, many times in big games before.
Yeah, this is those soothing tones from the coach, isn't it? I mean, you can kick players' backsides when they need kicking, and there have been times this tournament I think they have needed a bit of a kick, frankly, but then at the same time, before they're going to go out, Stephen, it is just getting that mind right, and the soothing tones, as Paul said, you know what you can do, clear everything else out of there and go out and do it. But if that first ball flashes off for four, it's somehow you've got to be really, you've got to be so strong in this game, haven't you, mentally strong?
Yeah, you have to be strong, but also the job of a coach in this scenario is to just try and calm players' minds, to help them believe in the potential that they have. And I think that's one thing this England ODI team and the Test team in the last 18 months has been brilliant at, is helping people play to their strengths. I don't think we've seen England play to their strengths so far this tournament, and that's a job for Matthew Mott, Joss Buttler and all of their coaching staff in the build-up, in the warm-up to this game and the practice days as well, is to just remind people that they are good enough to go out there and take the best in the world on toe-to-toe. And again, this is a perfect opportunity to do that.
Just about set up here for the formalities, of course, the national anthems. If you're just joining us, great to have you with us here in Bengaluru, the Chinnaswamy Stadium. It's a big round bowl, basically 2 tiers, upper seating, lower seating, and the players are down to our left as we look at it from a fairly square third man. It brings back some old fielding memories, to be honest, languishing down here in the long grass. There's a couple of big electric screens up, small crowd at the moment, and that's been very much the way that this tournament has been. Whether or not this big ground will actually fill up in the course of the day, we shall wait and see. It's sort of the Silicon Valley, really, of India here, Bangalore, of course, and a lot of industry too. So people hard at work, but we'll see, hopefully, when the sun goes down a bit, we'll see more people coming in. There are some England supporters. I saw one on a bus, actually. Their bus overtook ours this morning in the thick traffic. So there are a few. I mean, not very many, just a handful. And they were desperate that England could get back into winning ways here today. They won the toss, they're going to bat first. And actually looking out now, and when we arrived yesterday, we actually saw blue sky. So not the haze and the smog, as I was talking about, of Mumbai. There is a fresher feel. And the sun at the moment, just behind a little bit of that, it does feel just that little bit cooler. It's about 30 degrees, but still challenging if you're out there in the field. Out go the umpires. And now the England players as well. Joss Buttler there, leading a mascot out with his left hand, and the players behind him, Moeen, as an unofficial vice-captain in a way. I think he does a lot of talking to the bowlers and so on, does Mo, when he's playing. Of course, he wasn't playing the other day, but he's lining up there alongside the captain. The Sri Lankans closest to us, and they split as they come up to, I suspect, a replica of the World Cup. That's positioned there just alongside these enormous flags that are fully unfurled and waiting for the national anthems. We're just about ready to go. There's 2 flight attendants walking off now. I never know if they're real flight attendants or just actresses in fancy dress, as it were. But anyway, they're heading off. Everyone's lined up and ready for the anthems. I'm trying to guess which one goes first. It seems to be a bit of a random process.
Please rise for the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
There you go.
Followed by England.
Sri Lanka ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೆಂಡಿನ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗೀತೆಗೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ವಿನಂತಿ.
Sundara Siri Varini
Silverwood there, the former England coach, now Sri Lanka's, of course. Not sure I've got every word of Sri Lanka's national anthem off pat just yet. England gain inspiration from that, I wonder. They're applauding, and the majority, of course, will head back to the dressing room because they're batting first. Johnny Bairstow, I see with his pads on, he's waving to somebody in the sparse crowd here, somebody maybe he knows, and all the other players too wandering off behind him. Sri Lanka will stay out in the middle. Very briskly indeed, these flags are being rolled up, bundled away. I bet they've rehearsed that a few times, and I don't know, 30, 40 youngsters have done that in a flash, and they're heading off there towards the far end, like folding up enormous sails back in the day. The sun shining as they head off to the far end, ready to go. The umpires taking up their positions as well, heading out into the middle. Who do we have? Adrian Holstock from South Africa. Chris Brown, now he's an interesting individual, of course represents New Zealand as it were, but from Rarotonga and the Cook Islands is where he hails from. A place, whenever we go on tour to New Zealand, it feels it was a drop in on the way, but it's a fabulous place there in the Pacific. But anyway, an old right arm fast medium bowler. He played a few first class matches, and he is on duty. Rod Tucker, my old friend's fourth umpire today, popped into him in the car park. Always nice to see Rod. I used to play grade cricket with him back in the day, and he's doing a good job as always very cheerful, isn't he, Rodney? Yeah, he's one of my favourite umpires. Rod, he'd always be very honest with you, and if you made a mistake he'd own up to it, but very affable and likeable guy. Good, right, here we go then. And I think I said this to you the other day against South Africa, but of course the first ball went for 4, and then Quinton de Kock was dismissed, and it felt like a moment of saying, well, here we go. But we sat there again in those same seats the other day and watched South Africa was mauling Bangladesh again. I mean, they do seem to be very, very strong indeed. Certainly when they bat first, and that's the question about them. But they do look very good indeed. And how will England bounce back from that? It was a record defeat. It was pretty ugly, frankly, whether you were watching it on the telly or listening to us on the radio. Maybe even some of you were there that night in Mumbai and have made it back home again. Well, let's see how they bounce back from that, because it's not going to be easy, except that Sri Lanka's confidence is also not exactly the highest. So there's an opportunity here for England to get a score on the board and to get things moving, get this tournament on the way if they can. But Phil, you've no doubt been doing lots of mathematical equations and workings out while you've been sitting on your train for 25 hours.
That's right, yeah. We've said throughout that it would be sort of win 6, lose 3 would get you through, but that 4th position is looking very tight at the moment. 5-4 might well get you through. What England need to concentrate on is obviously winning, but then that run rate needs improving, because run rate will be vital possibly in that 4th position. Let me give you some good news, Aggers. It's match 25 today, which means we're beginning the second half of this tournament.
That's it. Well, there you go.
Yet to see a close game.
Well, that's the trouble. There's yet to be a close game. And that's a real worry, I think. They're halfway through, and there hasn't been anything that's really felt like it was a bit for a nip and tuck.
Well, I was at Pakistan-Afghanistan the other night, and that felt like a close game, because Afghanistan are notorious for maybe crumbling under pressure, but in the end they won by 8 wickets with an over to spare. So
that was a totally professional, really good performance, wasn't it, by Afghanistan? And haven't they done well? They're 6th in the table at the moment with 4 points, and there they are, sitting higher than England are doing. Madashanka's going to bowl the first over, left arm over, bustling seamer. He starts his run from outside of the fielding circle. He's going to bowl to Johnny Bairstow. Fine leg is up. There's our first jet of steam and hot air for the day from these various machines dotted around the boundary edge, and we're underway. The first ball, Madashanka on his way, bowls to Bairstow, who plays slightly across that but gets the ball down the ground for England's first runs. There's a couple there that runs down towards the boundaries, rather kept running as well actually, and it's thrown back in again. That's our old friend Matthews, isn't it?
Welcome to the game. Yeah.
Back in the side. Looked a bit laboured chasing for that. They took 3 there. He's had a funny old time. We'll get Paul Farbrace on that. I mean, he's in and out of the side. He seems to be unselectable or unselected or having a strop. He's only played a couple of games in the last 3 years. Now, what's going on out there? There's some sort of conference going on. I don't think it's a sort of a protest conference, but certainly there are a number of Sri Lankans mid-pitch having a word about something. What do you think that was all about?
I think they were just questioning. It was very full and swinging in towards Bairstow, and they were questioning whether it flicked his front pad before he got bat on it. We're just watching a slow motion replay, and it looks as though he's hit his front pad. Johnny Bairstow can be susceptible to the ball that moves back into him early on. He slightly crosses himself over with his front foot, and he just managed to get the bat on that in time, but it was a dangerous delivery and certainly swung a bit.
I don't know what Angelo's been up to, but he's puffing a bit, and he's not been around. Now, did it hit the pad first? Let's have a look. It'll be interesting to see on the technology there, but certainly on the replay, it's suggesting it just hit the pad first, and maybe Bairstow has got away with that. Let's have a look. 3 for no wicket. Madashanka's on his way. Bowls and Balan's beaten as he plays outside the off stump. A ball that lands in front of the keeper. Well, this could be interesting. Is this a change of fortune for England? Just there's something that they need here, because we'll certainly see the technology. We've seen that bit already, where it hit the top of the boot. But is that boot outside the line of the leg stump, or is it the ball going down to miss that leg stump? 2 reds so far. Oh, it's hitting leg stump. Hitting leg stump. Bairstow should have been out first ball, and it's shown on the screen.
That's not going to help the bowler.
No, 1 or 2 wry smiles out there on the Sri Lankan in the field there, as this next one's clipped firmly back. Bowler manages to stop that in the follow through. So Bairstow, had they reviewed that, would have been out first ball, and England would have been 0 for 1.
I think he was seething about his last LBW decision that was given against him, but there'd have been no arguing about that one, I don't think. That was clattering into middle and leg.
Well, he'd have seen that as well, because he's at the non-striker's end, so he's got a perfect view of the screen, which is down at third man as Malan takes strike. So he'll have watched that, seen the 3 reds come up, and hopefully thinking, oh, what a lucky boy I am. Off I go. 3 for no wicket. Malan's looking round the field, and there's a slip. The 2 fielders in the deeper, long leg and third man. Got a jumble of fielders there in the offside, inside the circle, as Madashanka runs in bowls and Malan's forward to a full ball. She plays up to Matthews at mid-off. So there's basically a deep gully, so saving a single in other words, a square point, and then a fielder at sort of almost cover point really. He's too square to be called cover. So he's, well, within just a few yards really of the fielder who's right on square there. So obviously some sort of theory they have for David Malan. 3 for no wicket in the first over. England choosing to bat first. Madashanka, left arm over the wicket, runs in bowls. A bit of a swipe there from Malan. Wasn't that bad a ball from this perspective. It certainly didn't seem really short enough to try and flog away through mid-wicket, which is where he was trying to hit that, out into the shadows on the far side of the ground. But anyway, certainly showing some intent there, which is what people have been calling on England to do. 3 for no wicket with a ball to go in this first over. Still the slip standing there. More people coming into our right, I see there. Lady in a colourful green sari takes her place as Malan lets the last ball go outside the off stump, and that's collected by the wicketkeeper Mendes. So 3 for no wicket. A little bit of swing there. You can see Malan gesturing with his left arm there towards Bairstow, saying, yep, just doing a little bit. 3 for no wicket. Well, there's 3 to Bairstow, It's the funniest game, isn't it? I mean, really, just these little moments of luck.
Yeah, that's what makes it such an amazing game to watch. And actually 50 over cricket, for all of its negatives that we've seen over the course of this World Cup so far, it can ebb and flow and fluctuate far more than a T20 game, and gives teams opportunities to come back into it, etc. And that would have been a great way for Sri Lanka to start this. Madhushankar looking to shape the ball back into Bairstow and getting decent shape. He has got quite a few wickets in the power play, hitting people on the pad and bowling them through the gate, so he will be dangerous inside the first 10 overs. But Bairstow, hopefully with a lease of life because of that reprieve from the umpire and from the Sri Lankan wicketkeeper captain, will make the most of that and feel emboldened and free as a result of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my day. He's taking guard again. His chest sticking out. There's 2 slips now. He's going to face Rajita from at the far end here. Tall man. Gets his knees quite high. Comes in, bowls. Bairstow on the back foot. Plays that crisply away to mid-off. And there is no run. Cubbon Road end down there. Really quite green, Bangalore, trees, parks, and we're very near the racecourse. See this morning the horses having some early morning exercise. Racing taking place on Saturday and Sunday. 3 for no wicket. Rajita on his way, bowls. Oh, an ugly shot from Bairstow, who spent his brief innings against South Africa was trying to flog the ball through mid-wicket, which brought about his downfall in the end. But that was similar, really. An ugly shot to a ball that was short of a length but quite wide of the off stump. It went under his bat. It wasn't necessarily it wasn't full of intent, that shot either. It was a little bit half-hearted. 3 for no wicket. We're in the second over. Bairstow waits for Rajita, bowls to him, and he drives fluently straight to mid-off. It does well there to field. The ball was bouncing in front of him there for the second time. Nicely timed. But no runs there for England. 3 for no wicket. It's a beautifully maintained racecourse, but quite interesting. And there'll be some members of the racing fraternity there, but lots of circles within the track that they lead the horses round in. I mean, like about a dozen of them, I guess, like little exercise areas. 3 for no wicket. Rajita bowls. Bairstow gets 4. A little bit of width, and Bairstow likes that cut shot. He's playing it off the front foot, just behind square in the offside, and it flies between point and that deep gully for the first boundary of the innings. Just that little bit of width, but he's pretty ruthless in that area.
Yeah, it's nicely timed from Bairstow, and where playing across the line into the leg side, he looks as though he's just thrashing at it slightly. There he waits for it to be under his eyes and just times it, and looked far more fluent as he played that through the offside.
7 for no wicket. Bairstow on strike, and he's in on the pad this time. The ball runs away into the offside. It's picked up there at backward point.
Yeah, they're like mini parade rings, weren't they, inside the racetrack? Horses being led around.
It's nice to see, but it's interesting how they have all those perfectly mown rings. That's sort of the parade ring that you get at racecourses, but smaller. 7 for no wicket. Rajita bowls. Bairstow drives on the rise. Scrambling save there at cover. So there's no run, and that ends the second over with 7 on the board. England choosing to bat first, learning a lesson from that experience in Mumbai the other day, although it is, so I don't like to use the word fresher, because that gives the impression of it, I don't know, being like a sort of a nice English summer's day or something with a nice breeze. Well, it's still hot and out there in the sun. It is, in fact, I think, pushing our trolleys out of the airport yesterday in the sunshine. You remarked that perhaps you were quite pleased you weren't bowling in that.
Yeah, it was certainly
burns, isn't it?
happy not to be stood at the end of my mark, I think. Bowling at someone trying to carve me everywhere.
7 for no wicket. And we've got Madhushankar. Left arm over, bowls. There's a lovely shot from Milan. He's driven in through cover for 4. The crowd like that. Very easy, perfectly timed stroke. And it was a half volley. It was up there in the slot, but without trying to hit it too hard. That's the key, really. And where I thought particularly Bairstow went wrong, and Mumbai is trying to thrash everything. You know, if you play it like that and you start to lose your shape and your head leans back and your weight's in the wrong place, it's not going to come off. But that was just a perfect measured drive.
It's prompted a field change as well. It was curious. There were 3 men just hovering around the point region looking for a catch, but Milan's strength is his extra cover drive and the balance that he has. I personally would be wanting him to play with half a bat through that point region.
Madhushankar, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Milan squared up this time. A little bit of movement there. Again, he gestures as batsmen do with that left hand, showing that the ball just moved a little bit. 11 for no wicket.
You mentioned
what have you spotted there, Phil? And greetings to you, by the way. We'll catch up with your travel over the next hour or so, I guess.
Yeah, you were mentioned it's warm, but it's cooler. Yeah, we've come up to an altitude of 920 metres, so we've come up off the plane, so that sort of makes it just that nice, slightly cooler, certainly a bit cooler in the evenings.
11 for no wicket in the 3rd over. Madhushankar runs in, bowls and beats Milan. He might just have been to run it towards 3rd man, but I'm not sure that he was. I think again it's just that movement away has defeated him there. So the last time we were here, well, we were here twice in the 10-11 World Cup, 2 incredible matches. So in chronological order, the tied game against India that England were cruising, really. A big 100 from Andrew Strauss, which was England's highest score at the time. 100, it's 11 for no wicket now, as Madhushankar moves in, bowls, another good one, which fizzes past the outside edge. He's been beaten by Stokes, of course, more recently, but yeah, and they just seem to be cruising the game. Strauss 158, they were chasing 339 to win. They got to 281 for 3 in the 43rd, so they wanted 58 off 7 with 7 wickets left. They lost 4 for 26 in good old English style. Swan hit a vital 6. Shahzad hit the 3rd ball, the last over 6. They wanted 14 off the last over to win. And they got 13 off it. They scrambled a single off the last ball. It was a great finish. 11 for no wicket. And that's clipped away down to mid-on. Think about the single. In fact, Bairstow has to get into his ground very quickly there. And nice piece of work. Sent him rushing back into his crease again. 11 for no wicket with a ball to go in the 3rd. Milan 4, Bairstow 7. And then what about the Ireland game? Whoa. That was incredible. And if any of the O'Brien family are listening, they might well be, but I remember walking out of here after that bruising innings from Kevin, with all their family celebrating outside in the car park there. What an innings, 113, a thrash in a losing cause. Madhushankar bowls, has turned away out towards deep square leg as a man there. So Milan takes 1. They wanted 328 to win. They were 111 for 5 in the 25th over. It was all over. Kevin O'Brien with that coloured hair just set about the bowling. It was a fantastic inning. 6 sixes he struck. And they won with 5 balls to spare. Thanks very much. Brilliant win for Ireland. Under the lights here. So well, it's been a while since we've been back here. I don't think it's changed very much. The old Chinnaswamy. We're up here in the rafters. Metal girders everywhere. Not the best placed position to tell you about any movement off the seam, any subtlety from that point of view, because we're nowhere near behind the bowler's arm. But it's a different perspective. Perfectly nice. You pick up different things, speed of the ball, and that sort of thing. And it's 12 for no wicket. England choosing to bat first, having won the toss. They made 3 changes. And they're looking to set a really good score on what looks to be a good pitch. The outfield's fast. No reason why they shouldn't do that today. 12 for no wicket. Milan's on strike on 5. And Rajita bowls to him and he flicks that away. Past fine legs on the edge of the circle. The man running round from deep backward square leg will pick that up, running round to his left and tossing it back again. It's as Lanka is below us here. A little white towel poking out of the back of his trousers. 14 for no wicket. 2 taken. Milan on 7, Bairstow on 7. And Livingston back in the side, and Wokes and Moeen. As Rajita bowls, and Milan just pushes at one down the line there, which beats him. It's taken by the keeper.
You mentioned England's history here at the Chinnaswamy against Sri Lanka in World Cups. They currently lead 6-5. They've lost the last 4.
Well, I remember that defeat in Headingley in 2019. It was one of those that felt like it might be curtains, really, for England's campaign in the World Cup. I remember Moeen having a slog and getting out caught in a vital moment. 14 for no wicket. Rajita bowls, a scythe for 4. Just past the diving fielder there. They've got that little cluster of fielders that we mentioned early, and it just flew at a catchable height. I mean, it went very, very quickly there. Clattered into the boundary behind the middle of the 3 fielders. It's a scything, rasping drive. It was out of his reach, but quite went. That was hit very hard. 18 for no wicket, halfway through the 4th.
Yeah, that Headingley defeat came on the back of 2 bruising World Cup defeats against Sri Lanka, which we might ask Steve Finn about one of those.
Oh, okay.
Brilliant.
Rajita bowling. I hit it over those fielders this time. Much more controlled and deliberately hit in the air and away over point for another boundary. Successive boundaries. 22 for no wicket. And Milan's got a decent rhythm here.
Yeah, the 3 lovely shots he's hit through the covers. The last 2 aerial, but fully in control of both of them. There's no element of the outside half of the bat, and it looks as though Sri Lanka are challenging Milan to hit through his favoured area. There has been a field change. Third man has come up inside the circle, and a deep backward point goes out onto the boundary.
22 for no wicket. In the 4th over, Rajita comes in, bowls, and that's just played very easily by Milan down to that fielder, sort of square third man now. Square third man, deep backward point. You can take your pick. He throws the ball back again, and now Johnny Bairstow, who hasn't seen much of the bowling so far. In fact, he's faced 7 balls to Milan's 16. Is now down on strike, and he doesn't like that. Johnny, he likes to be bossing it a bit. But, anyway, he's on strike now. He's taking guard. 23 for no wicket. And choosing to bat first. Bairstow's over his bat. Third man, fine leg up inside the circle. Rajita strides out, bowls, and Bairstow drives. He's beaten the extra cover fielder. That'll go for 4. Look at that runoff. Oh, it's just like rolling a marble off a plate. This keeps going. An upturned plate, which is rather like how this outfield appears. Perfect circle. And that really sped away. Just a little bit of width. He's cruel, isn't he, Bairstow? And that's a good length ball just outside the off stump, and he's got 4 off it.
Yep, and he's got the fielders there to give him the protection as well. But again, Johnny Bairstow differing to his leg side play when it's been outside off stump. He's waited for the ball and just let the bat flow through the line of it. That wasn't a half volley or even full by any stretch of the imagination. He's batting outside his crease to try and mitigate the movement, and pierces the gap perfectly between the square cover and the extra cover who were inside the ring. And England already 27 for none from 4, having a good start.
Very good start. Madashankar starts in again, is driven for 4. Through the covers. Milan now has hit 4 fours through the offside and goes to 20. Steve, some thoughts from you, because I must let Prakash in here. He's looking resplendent in a pink waistcoat, which I don't think I've ever seen him in before, but he'll tell you all about that, I'm sure.
Pink pinstripe waistcoat with a backwards turned cap. Looking far more stylish than I am right now, Prakash.
Dapper,
yeah. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. And England off to just the kind of start they would have wanted, in spite of the fact that, you know, that first delivery could have caused some problems, but it would have been very difficult. Sitting out there closer, it did look like that, but that's all in the past. 31 without loss in the 5th. And Malan just pushes it to backward point. There'll be no run. This is an absolutely electric outfield, isn't it? It's beautiful, looks great. In fact, amongst the venues so far, probably the one we haven't seen any dust get kicked up when the ball's around the outfield.
And added to that, at fine leg and third man, you've got practice wickets. So as the bowler's running in now behind David Malan at fine leg, or more of a long leg and a wide third man, you've got practice surfaces, so if it skips onto those, it races away as well.
Absolutely it does. Here's the next one. Shot pulled, and pulled handsomely and with force wide of the man at fine leg. 4 runs comfortably from the moment it left the bat, and David Malan is now racing along. England 35 without loss. Malan's 24 of 19 with 5 hits to the fence.
Yeah, and any nervousness that England would have had, that Moeen Ali alluded to in his pre-match interview with Matt Henry, that England may have had coming into this game, have certainly been banished now. 35 for none off 4.3. Survived that early LBW, and England now putting Sri Lanka under serious pressure.
Indeed. And it's going to be a test of Madhushanka as to how he can find a way back here. Comes in bowls and he flash and a miss outside the off stump. Started off quite well, Madhushanka. Beat the bat a fair few times. But now is being put to the sword. And just out of interest, looking at our fruit machine, 10 and over, gets England to 488.
That would be more like the England that we've become accustomed to watching, isn't it?
Well, that's what they would be taking inspiration from, surely, Finney. That's what they... I mean, they may not get to 488, very unlikely. But the fact is, 350, 380, 390, that's got to be the realm in which they're thinking, particularly against a Sri Lankan attack, which, let's be honest, is seriously depleted through injury.
Yep, and I also think, looking at the teams that have batted well in this World Cup.
Here's Madhushanka in bowls, defended, good ball that.
Australia, South Africa, Australia are playing very well actually, after being a bit all over the place in the first couple of games. They look as though they've settled upon a method that's certainly working, with Glenn Maxwell providing that impetus down the order. And it's the teams that have laid themselves foundations, and that doesn't mean just plod it around for 30 overs and then pray that you can go berserk in the last 20. It's batting with intent, but it's a sensible intent that lays a platform for the powerful middle order to go out there and explode. South Africa have done it perfectly so far this tournament, and I think England have the team today to be able to exploit that batting first.
Well, that's what all the England supporters would want, as here's Madhushanka in again to Malan, and Malan this time gets a thick outside edge, but he's hit it so powerfully that it clears the infield. I must confess, from our position here, a little bit difficult sometimes to get the what's the word I'm looking for here, the angle at which the ball's leaving. We were fairly high up and away at extra cover almost to the batter when Malan was on strike, but England power along, have raced to 39 without loss, and David Malan has got 28 of those with 6 hits to the fence. Absolutely brilliant batting.
Yeah, and if David Malan could have asked for 6 deliveries, 2 hit to the fence, they'd have all been wide outside the off stump, allowing him to free his arms and clatter it through or over cover. That's exactly what he's got. He's pounced on every single one of them. He looks calm and collected out there. He's just changed his gloves, which is customary after 5 overs of batting, naturally. But he's certainly got a fantastic start, and already, I mean, this is very early in the piece, but the innings timer has come up on the big screen. It says Sri Lanka are 1 over behind already, and we've only had 5 overs.
Yeah, but they'll make that up with their spinners.
Yeah,
I think they know that, because both these guys have had a very long run up, Madhushanka as well as Rajitha. Now there's a change in bowling. Tikshana is coming on. Tikshana, who I think made some fairly good impact when he was playing in the IPL, bowls within the power play. I think playing in Chennai, if my memory serves right, delivered some very decent performances. He'll be wanting to do something like that. And Let's take a look at the field then. For Johnny Bairstow, who's on strike, so there's a backward point in the ring. Orthodox deep point. Angelo Matthews, I think that is the distinctive figure. Extra cover mid-off, and already those 4 men are right at the edge of the 30-yard circle. It gives you an indication. There's a wideish slip, fly slip almost. This one's came back in, I suspect. Johnny Bairstow, he defends. Can be deceptively quick sometimes, Tikshana as well. 96 kilometers that delivery, the first one. Bairstow defended it. 2 men behind square on the onside as well. So there's a short fine and a man just to the right of the square leg umpire, also inside the ring. So it's almost like a U-shaped field at the moment. So here's Tikshana in, bowls, and Bairstow drives. Bump straight back to Tikshana.
That's quick as well, 100 kilometers an hour, so over 60 miles an hour. He certainly rushes through the crease. He's got a big long run up and gathers momentum as he gets there.
Looks to cut it, he's beaten. It's a little bit of a dangerous shot. You know, just the way the ball comes off and out of Tikshana's hands. I never had the pleasure of seeing Bhagwat Chandrasekhar live, but whatever footage one has seen just seems to be a little bit like that. I'm not comparing them, very different bowlers obviously, but just seems to rush through. Here he is again, up past the umpire, bowls, and this time Johnny's got bat on it and he's beaten the 2 men on the offside. He'll get 4 runs just below us, I should say way below us from our position. 43 now without loss, and Bairstow is up to 15 of 12 deliveries.
Yeah, Tikshana trying to catch Bairstow on the crease here. The ball before skipped through. It was tighter of line though towards the off stump, and trying to get Johnny Bairstow going back to deliveries that may just skid on through, but that one wide outside the off stump again. Bairstow waited for it. There's a big gap between point and short third, and he managed to find it.
Here's Tikshana again in bowls, and this time Bairstow works it away on the onside, straightish mid-wicket area. They'll pick up 1 just across the practice pitches that Finney was referring to, and 1 more to the total and to Bairstow. 44 now England without loss, with 1 ball of the 6th to come.
Talk me through your pink pinstripe waistcoat, Prak. That looks very smart. I'd like one. I might give my tailor in Mumbai a little message and send a picture
I can help
of
you with that. I can help you with that. Those are they've become sort of very popular now, and there's a bit of a story about that. I'll tell you that in just a moment as Tikshana gets his field set. In fact, I can David left-handed Malan now on strikes, the field just moving around. Slip, short third, and a man just backward of point on the offside, and a man at 45. Those are the men behind the bat in the ring. Here's Tikshana into Malan, bowls, and Malan is beaten. Holding his head in his hands is Tikshana. Bottom line is England still absolutely off to the kind of start they'd want. 44 without loss at the end of 6. So these kind of jackets were through between bat and pad.
Just a carom ball, flicked out the front of the hand, so a lot of his deliveries bowled with an off-spin type trajectory, but that one there was flicked by the middle finger, and it's just come back and cut David Malan in half, looking to hit the ball through extra cover with that spin that might be turning away from him. He didn't pick it. It grips off the seam and just goes between bat and pad. So it's a nice start from Tikshana, that one.
Yeah. Bit of a gap as well because he played a little early. And this is interesting. The old warhorse Angelo Matthews being brought into the attack, I would have thought might wait a little, but within the power play. And what can Angelo Matthews do? He loves this opposition. He's always performed well, but he's come out of he was brought in as a travelling reserve, and then after the latest injury he's back in the playing 11. Be interesting to see how he goes. And it's going to be Bairstow on strike on 16. Here's Matthews, first ball in the World Cup for him. He's up, he bowls, and it's flayed on the offside, but there is a man sweeping at the cover boundary. There'll be just a single. 45 without loss. So these type of what you call waistcoats or jackets, first popularized by the late Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister. And he used to wear a lot of these, both the long sleeve, longer version as well as the short sleeveless ones. And he would always have a rose in the buttonhole. Over the years, they sort of maybe lost a little bit of relevance. And then the current Indian Prime Minister has taken that to a different level, just in terms of variety and colors and whatever. And they now call the Modi jacket. So if you tell your tailor you want a Modi jacket, you will probably impress him a little bit if he's supporting the ruling party, or you might get something that looks very different from what I'm wearing if he's someone who doesn't. So be careful about that.
Come back looking like Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Here's Matthews in bowls, and once again, there's good carry here, isn't it, Finney? Looking to punch with the back foot there, Malan. See the ball go through nicely.
Yeah, that one just looks as though it's kicked out the surface. Both batters converge around the spot that it kicked up from and just have a little quizzical look at the surface. But certainly that one, Angelo Matthews presenting the seam, just getting a little bit of extra kick out of the surface and beating the outside edge of David Malan.
I think these two batters have decided that they're not going to be worried about missing or playing and missing here or there. They're just going to go after the runs. Again, lovely delivery. There's an appeal, and the Sri Lankans seem confident. The umpire isn't. Kusal Mendes immediately asking for the review. That's interesting, because all of them went up, including Matthew. Very, very confident. The Sri Lankans celebrating. Malan's walking up to Bairstow and talk us through this now. Finney, what do you think, just looking at the body language?
Well, the body language suggests that this is definitely out. David Malan looks guilty. He's grimacing now. Just like a couple of curse words as he spoke to his partner, Johnny Bairstow. It's a cross-seam delivery, and we've seen those work very well this World Cup, and it just bounces a little bit more. David Malan looking to just angle the ball down to the backward point region, but Ultra Edge will give us our ultimate verdict here that the third umpire has called for, and there is a scratch.
Yeah, there is a spike when ball is next to the bat. Go back and freeze here.
There we go. So Angelo Matthews, second ball in the World Cup, and he strikes. David Malan is making his way back to the pavilion. A 45-run opening partnership. Malan gone for 28, caught by Kusal Pereira off the bowling of Angelo Matthews. That's a dream start for Matthews.
Yeah, welcome back, Angelo Matthews. He's been England's tormentor many times over the years, and yeah, when Sri Lanka saw playing England next, I'm sure it took them no time whatsoever to decide to bring Angelo Matthews in to evoke a few ghosts of cricket past. But yeah, into the attack, bowling cross seam actually, and that's not wobble seam where the seam is pointed towards the batter. Cross seam is where the ball is held completely across the seam, and it gives the ball either the opportunity to skid on off the shiny side or to bounce and kick off of the seam if it hits it. And that one just, I think, it went past the splice of the bat, so it would have bounced just a little bit more than David Malan anticipated. It gets a little tiny bit of away movement because it has hit the seam, and Angelo Matthews and Sri Lanka have the early breakthrough. They could have had both openers, Johnny Bairstow reprieve from the first delivery of the game, but Angelo Matthews, his experience into the attack, gets the wicket.
Absolutely, but if you needed a batter you could choose to come in at number 3 after having lost your first wicket within the power play, don't think anyone or any team really would ever think of a better person than Joe Root. Fantastic.
Not even Indians?
Well,
not even Indians would
Virat
think
Kohli,
of
I know. But you know, in terms of just the presence, the ability to sort of shepherd an innings all the way through, to take it to where you want to, just the way.
So Virat Kohli then?
No, Joe Root. Honest to God, Joe Root. And the reason I say that is because I think Virat early on is just so fidgety and so, you know, he goes at the ball hard. Of course, he's I want to live in India, so he's a great batter, no doubt about it. Matthews bowls, and Root advances down the pitch and pushes the first one away to get off the mark. Now that was uncharacteristic in my book, at least, from what I see in Joe Root. But he picks up a run, gets off the mark. It's 46 for 1. Just watching that ball, but is there a little disturbance on the top of the surface of the pitch as well, Finney, as the ball pitched?
Josh Butler mentioned in the toss actually that it looked drier than they're used to seeing here. It's such lush green grass that we see in front of us, but the surface looks a little drier than you would anticipate. And when you're bowling cross seam, and it grabs off those dry bits of the surface, it can just behave a little bit differently, and it looked as though that one caught David Milan by surprise.
Root now for the first Bairstow now for the first time faces Milan, and he comes forward and eases it on the offside, and he'll pick up at least 2 as the man in the shadow of the giant stand feels at where deep extra cover might have been. 2 more to the total, 48 for 1. Isn't it remarkable? Johnny Bairstow forcing shots on the onside and playing them on the off. Just 2 different batters.
Yeah, he looks it at the moment, and when it's been outside off, he's just waiting and holding his shape that little bit longer, and it means that he can hit the ball right under his eyes. When he's been trying to hit it into the onside, the bottom hand takes over, and it looks as though he's just thrashing at it slightly.
As Matthews' last ball of the over is in bowls, and Bairstow eases it away. He'll take 1 comfortably as the man runs around from the edge of the circle, and that will be the end of the 7th over. 49 for 1. Even my math can tell me that 7 runs and over. And as Finney takes a break, it's a very good afternoon from here, but a very good morning back in the UK for Paul Fabres, who's joining us. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Prakash. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Good,
How are you feeling up there?
I'm good. It's a bit damp and cold here. It doesn't look quite as nice out the window here in central London as it does where you are, and obviously we don't have the colourful clothing either here to match what you're wearing today.
Well, you're in a unique position, isn't it? You've coached both these teams, and it's probably an obvious question. It's not about loyalty, but it's about the wards that you looked after, the strategies that you developed, and we'll try and see if we can get some of your thoughts in the course of this little period that we spent together. It's 49 for 1. The 8th over of the innings is about to start, and it's going to be Tikshana bowling to Johnny Bairstow. And Bairstow is getting a thickish outside edge, out to cover, no run. It certainly looks like a wonderful afternoon here. It is a little bit hot, but nowhere near as what we've experienced in Ahmedabad or, for that matter, in Delhi. It's a much cooler city by itself. Loads of trees. In fact, we're not far from the famous Cubbon Park, 100 acres of original botanical garden park, whatever you call it. Somewhere around the built actually and designed by Major General Sankey when he was the chief engineer of the Bangalore cantonment during the time that the British were here. Absolutely marvelous park. Tikshana bowls, thickish inside part of the bat. Johnny Bairstow looking to drive on the onside, won't get a run. And this city, because the stadium's in the middle of the city, like Mumbai, for example, I think just helps for people to come in and watch. And we're seeing some school kids in the stand opposite us, but even otherwise, without them, there's a fair few in the crowd. This time worked away off the back foot, straight to the man at 45. Root is racing in. I think he would have made his ground shy at the keeper's end, but no damage done. And that brings up the 50 for England in the 8th over, 7.3 to be precise. England going along just a shade over 6.5. It was an electric start to the innings. You happy, Paul, with the way England have approached these early days?
Yeah, a bit nervy to start with, but they settled nicely. This is a good start. It will settle the dressing room down nicely.
Yes, it should give them a good feel. It looks like a good batting strip. The Chinnaswamy, always a stadium that you can count on getting runs on. Shortish boundaries. Here's Tikshana now into Root, who settles over his bat and waits. Tikshana bowls, and Root comes forward wristily. Down towards long on he plays, and will pick up a single. 51 now for 1, and Root is up to 2. In case you're joining us late, England won the toss, and Butler had no hesitation this time in saying we'll have a bat. Malan and Bairstow, I beg your pardon, opened. Malan got to a very quick fire 28. The two put on 45 before Malan nicked one through to Kusal Pereira off Matthews. Here's Tikshana bowls, and once again down towards long on, straight bat, and one more to the total. 52 now for 1, with one delivery of the 8th over to come. The Chinnaswamy Stadium, one of the more popular ones for a variety of different reasons. Of course, mine goes back to that tied game in the 2011 World Cup here between India and England. That was some game of cricket. Here's Tikshana bowls, and this time edged but thick outside edge all along the ground. 2 point. There will be no run. 8 overs have now been bowled. 52 for 1. So Paul, in terms of tactics, the Sri Lankans obviously depleted in terms of their bowling resources through injury. What would you have been saying to them if you were sitting in that dressing room as their coach before they came out?
Well, I think that's where Angelo coming into the side, his vast experience, he loves playing against England, he always does well against England. So you'd be saying get him on early, and I'm pleased he's on early from Sri Lanka's point of view. He's a very canny operator, he'll use his dry surface well, use the cross seam as well, and then a lot of spin. Get the spin on early, and I like the idea of Theekshana. I think he looks an outstanding bowler. I like the pace that he bowls at. He's not an easy bowler to take advantage of. So get the spin on early would definitely be a big ploy that the Sri Lankans would have talked about this morning.
Well, I'm glad that you're seeing positivity in the change in the way they've approached it. Angelo Matthews starts a fresh over. The first ball defended on the offside. They'll pick up a comfortable run, and that'll take the total to 53 now. 53 for 1 in the 9th over. Bairstow is 23, Root is 2. He's now marking out his guard again and is going to be facing the bowling of Angelo Matthews. A man dropping back to third man and a deep square leg, the two men that are allowed within the power play in the deep. There's a slip in place. There's a man at back foot point, a cover, extra cover and mid-off. The offside, a wideish mid-on and a man at 45. That's the field for Angelo Matthews. 69, the number on his jersey as he goes away from us and bowls to Root, who rocks back a little, waits for the ball and just dabs it out on the offside. No runs. 53 then for 1, having won the toss and batting first here, England. Must win games. Lots of different ways of have been talked about in the Indian press today to describe this match. One of them, of course, being two wounded lions going face to face. And we've had so far the early start. I think England clearly have the advantage, not just having won the toss but got off to a really good start. Here's Matthews up bowled and advances down the wicket again, does Joe Root. Now that's interesting.
I was in the railway station this morning sorting out a ticket for tonight, hopefully. The gentleman there told me it was a do or die game.
For both?
Indeed.
Indeed, for both teams. But as defending champions, I think just that much more, isn't it, for England in terms of they have to do well. Australia seem to have found their footing after that drubbing they handed out to the Netherlands. There's no surprise that suddenly the RCB chants are going around the ground. Yes, Matthews bowls and beautifully driven and equally brilliantly fielded, diving away to his left, right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. That was certain 4 runs if it had beaten that man. Great stop that. Not sure who the fielder is, but brilliant fielding. And that's the kind of commitment the Sri Lankan bowlers will expect from their teammates if they are to try and contain what is an absolutely explosive England batting lineup. Yes, I know it hasn't delivered, but what's the standard line? Class is permanent, form can be temporary. 53 for 1 in the 9th over. Joe Root waits for Matthews, who wants the third man moved a little bit finer and got the slip out to a mid-wicket onto the practice pitches. Here's Matthews in again to Root, and Root is defending. They want a quick single, they'll take it too. Here's a diving attempt, jaunty road style, but not quite the same result, and the batters comfortably through for 154 for 1 in the 9th. That might have been a little bit closer than I thought just watching the replay here. I think he would have made his ground, but you might want to think whether that is necessary at this early stage. But Root is obviously very keen on getting Bairstow as much of the strike in the power play. He's now got 7 more legal deliveries to go within the power play to see what he can do. He's on 23 is Johnny Bairstow. 21 balls, he's faced 3 boundaries in that knock so far. Slip back in place, or that short third catching in place, whichever way you want to look at it. Here's Matthews bowls. It's worked to the right of the man at short mid-wicket inside the ring. They'll take 1 and that's all they'll get. So 9 overs bowled, 55 for 1. And the same question the other way around. England obviously with a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations, defending champions, not the kind of start they would have wanted, Paul. What do you think they will be looking for? Would they have set a target very early on, or will they play it watchfully?
No, I don't think England will be talking about a target necessarily. I think they'll just be talking about the approach, the mindset they take it on with. And I thought Bairstow and Malan both played big agricultural heaves. I mean, I heard Finney talking about them both perhaps, bottom hand with Johnny on the leg side, looking to force it a little bit too much. Once they started to time the ball and get a couple of boundaries away, you could see them both visibly relax, and they relax into it. I think England will be quite happy with this. I think they'll be very happy, 10 overs, 60 for one. I think they would take that every day and then be looking to make sure they don't just let the Sri Lankan spinners bowl at them.
Right, so Tikshana first ball down the leg side. Root maybe just for a second there might have had to run the risk of overbalancing, but in the end just put his hand down, was comfortable, and even though the bails were taken off, the umpire signalling wide, and one more to the total, 56 for one. It's Bairstow, I beg your pardon, on strike. Here's Tikshana bowls, and this time into the gap in the onside down towards mid-wicket. They'll take one, and the total inching along now, 57 for one. So Paul Fabris alongside us suggesting that 60-62 at the end of the power play with only one wicket down would be something that England would be comfortable with. Gives them the kind of launching pad they'd want. Change in the field now. The man at slip, that was Dhananjaya De Silva, moving into a short mid-wicket just to stop that little dab down in that area. Here's Tikshana in, bowls to Root, who goes back and across and defends with the full face of the bat. Tikshana, somebody who has a variety of different deliveries. His run-up is almost like someone stealthily creeping up, and he's a tall man, he is, and then gets the ball to go both ways. A lot of guile, and he's quick through the air as well. Here he is, bowls again, and this time equally smartly worked by Joe Root, but won't beat the man at 45. To his left he goes quickly and fields, so there'll be no run. 57 for one. Bangalore, the garden city, the city of lakes, lots of different names for this wonderful city in the state of Karnataka. Now the capital is Tikshana bowls, and this time Root is hitting this away to the offside, thinking of a run. There could be trouble here. This looks like it may well be. In fact, Joe Root has decided, it looks like, that he is walking back. This is disaster for England. Wanted the single, didn't get the response from Bairstow, and Joe Root put in the dive, but the throw was good, and Kusal Perera took the stump out of the ground, and England have another wicket lost, and one that they dearly would not have wanted to. Root run out for three as we wait for the confirmation. He's out by a long distance there, and which is why he didn't even wait for the big screen to announce it. Terrible. Paul.
Yeah, that's a poor run, isn't it? But it in many ways it sums up when you're a bit nervy and you're a bit jittery. Running between the wickets becomes a difficult proposition. It didn't look as though there was a single there at any stage. Johnny Bairstow, no interest in coming for that single. Sharp fielding and an excellent throw over the top of the stumps.
And guess who the man was who threw it? Angelo Matthews.
Well, he plays a big part, as he loves playing against England. And as I said earlier, his experience, it's no surprise that Chris Silverwood has brought him into the team for this game. He loves playing against England. He's a very canny bowler. He's probably hardly bowled a ball in anger in the last few months. He's hardly played an ODI in the last, 18 months, 2 years. But his experience, having him in the team, will settle the team down. He knows how to win big games, and fantastic fielding from Angelo there.
Indeed, and the crowd giving a really big cheer to the man walking in, Ben Stokes. We haven't seen enough of him in the World Cup. Missed out the first 2 or 3 games through injury, and then in that game against South Africa didn't really do much. I think got about 5 before he chipped one back to the bowler, and as a result now a lot of expectation, not just from folks back home, but here in Bangalore. I think it's a decent crowd. I'm going to hazard a guess. The stadium seats about 32,000, probably in the vicinity of 15,000. Reasonably well filled. Yes, some of these are school kids, and that's lovely to see. When you have seats available, why would you not get young people to come and watch? And Ben Stokes is ready to face Tikshana. This partnership now between Bairstow and Stokes will be a crucial one. Tikshana bowls and is beaten as he looks to play on the onside, struck on the pad, but I suspect well outside. No damage done. 57 for 2 with 1 ball of the power play to come. Just watching the replay here of Joe Root's dismissal, really was no run, as Paul said, and he came back, threw himself somehow to try and get in, but he was gone by a fair distance. Tikshana, last ball of his over and of the power play to Stokes, and Stokes has got something on it or not. The ball's running down very fine. Fielder giving chase. He'll bring it back, but they will come back for two. Wait for the umpire's signal here as to whether it might have brushed pad. Yes, that's what happened. 2 more runs to the total. It's 59 for 2, and with a word from Paul Fabrice on how England are going, it's time for Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, that's a pretty disappointing run out from England's point of view. Having started really nicely, disappointing dismissal of Milan to the experienced Matthews caught behind, but then that's a shocking run out from England's point of view. Root looking for the single, the ball bounced up nicely into Matthews' hands, and Johnny Bairstow at the non-striker's end, no interest whatsoever.
No, it was a nice bounce for Matthews, wasn't it? But I don't know, is it just anxiety, nerves, lack of confidence, these things creep in? But it wasn't a run. I'm not going to blame Bairstow for that. I think he was a bit surprised that Root set off for it. 59 for 2, Bairstow and Stokes together, and 10 overs have gone. It was a very bright start, but Milan and Root both dismissed now as Matthews continues, and he bowls and Bairstow tucks it away into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. I mean, I suppose at least one thing is that it shouldn't prey on Bairstow's mind too much, because it wasn't his fault. Sometimes you do see the batsman who remains a little bit unsettled and loses a bit of confidence, doesn't he, Paul? But I think Bairstow has put that away.
Yeah, he's got to move on very quickly and forget that as soon as he can.
Yeah. So Stokes taking guard, and Sri Lanka confident enough to have a slip there at the moment. Third man, long leg, deep square leg and deep point. That's the field, so fairly orthodox, but they do at least have that slip standing quite wide. 60 for 2. Stokes on strike. Matthews runs in, bowls to him, and very late he dabs that away towards third man, but it's intercepted there by the sprawling fielder at backward point.
I mentioned Angelo Matthews hadn't played much recently for Sri Lanka. In fact, it's the first time he's bowled in an ODI for Sri Lanka since March 2020.
Well, it's extraordinary that he's back again, isn't it? But so he is. He's had one of those careers, in and out. Here he comes again, over the wicket and bowls, and that rolls out to cover. I remember that brilliant 100 he scored in the Test match against England at Headingley to win that game for Sri Lanka, that Test match. He's a very talented cricketer indeed, but it always seems to be having arguments with authorities or whatever it may be, and in and out of the team. 60 for 2 in the 11th over. Stokes looking for his first run. He's faced 4 balls and he got a handful of runs of the day against South Africa. Just puts a hand up there as Matthews was going to come in and bowl. Something's distracted him. Shadow to our left starting to creep on that far side of the ground. Coming towards 3 o'clock in the afternoon here as Matthews runs in, bowls and hits Stokes on the pad. Now he likes that. It's a pinning leg before wicket. The umpire's saying no. They'd had to have pitched on the stumps and then straightened. They had a chance, of course, to dismiss Bairstow first ball of the match, LBW, but they decided not to review it. Kushal Mendis involved in a discussion. Matthews hands on knees. Oh, they're going to review it. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I'm afraid we're in the rafters down at deep extra cover, so I really can't offer you any opinion on where this pitched.
To director.
We'll just have to look at the replay.
We have a play review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Mr. Raz is the third umpire. Did it pitch outside leg? That's the first question. That's one that I'll be asking first of all, even from down here. Well, it would have hit the stumps.
Close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please.
Looking to see if it nicked the bat. I don't think it did. Looking at the replay, we can see from here.
Keep rolling.
No, that's clear.
Flat line.
Where did it pitch?
No bat involved. Go for ball tracking one. Ready, please.
Pitched outside leg, I reckon. Miles outside leg stump.
Pitching outside leg.
Yeah.
Please stay with your original not out decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
All right, good decision for our friend from the Cook Islands. But to bowl Right arm over to get a left-hander at LBW. Really got a pitch on the stumps and then Victor straighten. And that never looked like it from the shot that Stokes was playing from here. 60 for 2. Matthews comes in, bowls him, and he drives out towards cover. Didn't time that. And there's a fielder running around below us who'll pick that up. And so they take one run. So as a Lanka, and you can always watch the highlights, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app. There's the podcast to come later, as always, every day. Let's hope it's cheering news from an England perspective that we bring you later on this evening. 61 for 2. Bairstow on 26. Could have been out first ball. Matthews runs in, bowls to him. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls short, wide of the off stump. Fielder there, point, got a hand to it. And it's fielded in the shadows on the far side of the ground. They take a single. 62 for 2. 11 overs gone. Crowd is building. Still nothing like even a quarter full, I don't suppose, but at least more are coming in, and that'll continue to be the case. 11 overs gone, 62 for 2. Bairstow 27. And Stokes has one. Wickets always peg the batting team back, don't they? Obviously, Paul.
Yeah, that's what's happened, isn't it? Matthews and Theekshana have bowled exceptionally well. Nothing really to hit, and have obviously forced 2 errors from the England batters, really.
Yeah. Really important that Bairstow just plays here. He's had 25 balls, he's got 27. He'll have a bit of luck at the start. So he mustn't get frustrated. He's got to play and get a partnership here built with Stokes. There's so much time to go. It's only 11 overs gone. Rajita's on his way, bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side. He runs that first one very quickly. The fielder's got a bit of ground to make up coming in, but he picks up one-handed. Throws into Kusal Mendes. And they take one. So 63 for 2. In the 12th over. Malan, he looked very fluent, actually. He feathered an edge for 28 from 25 balls and then root that run out. 3 from 10 balls. But, Matthews back in the side. Picked the ball up. It just bounced up nicely for him to pick it up about knee high. Only needed an accurate return to the keeper, which he gave. Rajita bowls, tucked away by Stokes, but a tumbling mid-wicket. Able to field that there.
We had 8 falls from the first 34 balls of this match. The next 34 we haven't had any at all.
Yep, that's the wickets for you, isn't it? Just puts that pressure back on the batting side again. Can't take too many risks, and of course bowlers bowling confidently, the fielders are on their toes. 63 for 2. Rajita bowling his medium pace, bowls to Stokes. Little dab there down to third man. And I'll take a single. It's fielded by Chandrasa Kumara down there. A burly figure, bearded. Down there in the deep. 64 for 2. Halfway through the 12th over. Very high up here, we're spider cam height. Looking down over the ground. 64 for 2, sun behind cloud at the moment. As Bairstow gets a thick inside edge, he'll want 2 here. Should get it as well. It was a little bit fortunate. Looking to drive the ball straight down the ground. Again fielded by Kamara. To run about 30 yards, I think, to his left there. 66 for 2. 2 balls to go in the 12th over. Big games coming up. This one is of immediate interest for England is Saturday's game between New Zealand and Australia, of course. It's guided away down a backward point. And there's no run, I think. All right, saying England could really do with New Zealand winning that, couldn't they?
Well, it's also a day game up in Dharamshala, so who knows what that will add to the chances of either side.
Well, no fog, hopefully, which is what they had up there the other day. Some extraordinary pictures, weren't there? Of someone hit the ball in the air. Well, this is when they were playing. There was no way the fielder would see the ball once it into the fog. 66 for 2. Rajita over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, it's that pull shot again into the leg side that Bairstow seems to be playing a lot at the moment, and to no real effect either. It's a bottom edge into his pads, and there's no run. 66 for 2 after 12. And then, of course, Sunday in Lucknow, we'll be there for India against England. Let's see where England stand after those 2 games, I think, and of course this one as well. Rajita, 3 overs for 23. It's been quite expensive. Kamara is coming on from this end. Well, his bustling seamers as well. Russell Arnold. Lovely to see you. Well done. You've made it down here. We're in an unusual position. Welcome to the rafters and a field position. I don't know. Were you a bit of a third man type? Were you a close
cover,
fielder? Yeah, it is
but I
at the
got 2
moment.
decisions right from here. Joe Root's run out.
Yes.
And the angles on the Sri Lankan review just now just did not look right from here.
No, it didn't. No, I agree. 66 for 2. Kamara's on his way. Bowls outside the off stump. Lively delivery, which Stokes ignores. And through it goes. So we're not going to come to blows today, Russell, you and I. It's a big game for both teams.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Because the team that does not get the result they want, you can effectively say that that's it. I think there's more riding for England on this game because defending champions, and they're one of the favourites for the tournament. And you've dropped 3. Nothing's gone to plan.
Nope, it certainly hasn't. 66 for 2. Kamara bowls, and Stokes, it's almost caught. A cover, oh dear. Mistimed completely, a cover drive. Just landed in front there of the fielder coming in at a cover as Stokes is coming up and doing a bit of gardening there. I don't think that was a slower ball. It didn't seem to be one from here. It was just on a length, and Stokes went to drive it and it landed a foot in front, that was all.
The game's changed quite a bit because in the first few overs when Madhushanka and Rajitha were bowling with the new ball, the ball was flying to all parts. Your batsmen looked like they could hit on the up.
Stokes and forward and just runs that towards backward point. Oh dear. Well, Bairstow sends him back again. It was almost a Root run out there, except Stokes didn't quite commit himself as far as Joe Root did. He's able to get back.
Yeah, the call from Bairstow was early too.
Yeah.
And the way Malan and Bairstow played shots at that stage, you just thought it's going to fly to all parts. Then the Sri Lankans went to Matthews, bowls those dibbly-dobblies, just dangling the carrot type of balls, taking the pace off, and Theekshana. The runs totally dried up, and now Stokes is not able.
Here he is, and he's played that pretty well. That's probably the best timed shot that he's played, and it's well stopped there by the fielder, scrambling, desperate stop by Azalanka. Down to our right, directly below us out here in the covers.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Really good work. And all of a sudden the batters are now circumcised in their timing as such. Just wonder whether the ball's gotten softer and it's holding up a little bit. But a lot more energy from the Sri Lankans. So from the Sri Lankan point of view, that is very good to see. They've been lackluster. You got to say in the games prior to this, they actually let your big fours off the hook.
Kamara bowls, and a drive and a miss from Stokes. Flashing drive.
It's now 43 balls since a boundary.
There we go, thank you.
The Aussies still looking dangerous once again.
Well, they are.
They look down and out against Sri Lanka.
Yep.
And then there you go, they open the door.
Yep. It just shows that, doesn't it? You know, sometimes you can start a tournament, well, either badly or well, and it's all about whether you can claw yourself back into it or whether you can keep momentum going from the start, like India and South Africa, although they did have that one defeat. Chamara over the wicket, bowls. That's a good delivery. Even from here on the cover boundary, that looked to be a fine ball. Russell, that just beat the outside edge. A genuine prod there from Stokes. Nice ball, 68 for 2. He's a muscular bowler, isn't he? He's got a bit about him, Kamara. He hits the pitch.
Very well built for Sri Lanka.
He is. There's a big
charges in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can get the ball to go through, but we've seen him over a few years now. He needs to develop a few more variations and be different, because the moment they get used to that pace, the straightness, the sameness, runs are on offer.
You can talk about Angelo Matthews in a minute, because I get very confused about about Angelo. Is Rajita bowling, and Bairstow drives out to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, he's in, out. He's been falling out with people and selectors, and he's had a checkered career, hasn't he?
Injuries have been a big issue, so he's not had that continuity or not achieved or reached those heights he could have as a player. He's not bowled in ODI cricket since 2020.
Yes.
Picked up 4 wickets against the West Indies in Pallekele, and in and out of the ODI team, as you said.
68 for 2. Rajita comes in, bowls, and it's going to be called at mid-on. Oh, Jess and we were saying, keep your head down, take your time. Bairstow's just flogged that to mid-on. Easy catch, and he's out for 30. 68 for 3.
Dhananjay De Silva hangs on. One of the safer pair of hands in the Sri Lankan team. Caught right on the circle. It wasn't all that short. Bairstow on the front foot, trying to slap it over mid-on. And a well-judged catch. That's the break they wanted.
Poor shot, I'm sorry, and he's been playing that, trying to heave the ball into the leg side for the last couple of games now, and that just wasn't. It wasn't the shot, and it wasn't the occasion to try and play that shot either. They desperately need a partnership. It's walking off with a face like thunder, heading for the dressing rooms, and England are 68 for 3 in the 14th.
Well, from a batting point of view, as I mentioned, when the game started, you were hitting through the line, it was going all over. Now the game's changed. Now, are you gonna address that, assess the pitch, thinking it's changed a little bit and change your game? Or are you trying to get back up there? As Phil said, so many deliveries. What is it now? 47, 48 balls since a boundary.
Yeah.
Singles are not coming in. There's a bit of a choke on. Hence, trying to break those shackles, Bairstow. So I guess maybe rethink, maybe re-evaluate how many runs you need on this pitch.
That's the point, isn't it? You know, and play it at the right pace at a 50 over tempo. So England have gone they've gone wrong, but now we've got the captain coming out.
Well, for a couple of things from a Sri Lankan point of view, Aggers, they fielded a lot better.
Yep.
They haven't bowled badly though, even though England got off to a flyer. A couple of poor decisions in terms of reviews. They should have had Bairstow first ball.
First ball's a match.
It was quite predictable. Madhushanka throughout the series gets that ball to dip in early.
Yep.
It's the right-handers that it's a threat. Had him, the discussion between the players was it was pad first, but then they got timed out. It came back that it was plum.
It was.
But during that spell of Madhushanka from there on, Bairstow never got the strike again. It was just that first ball, which was a good thing.
Yeah, he never really got going today. I mean, 31 31. It was Milan who was the more fluent. And then, of course, the run out of Root.
What do you say there? Who are you gonna
blame for the run out?
Yes,
Root. What was he doing?
So we're on the same page there. It bounced up nicely.
Very nicely
for Angelo
for
Matthews, which.
But even so, I don't think the run was on. I'm not blaming Bairstow for that at all. So I think it was one of those he could actually put away and say, "Well, I'm not going to be responsible for that." But that was just a poor shot, you know. To get caught mid-on in that situation. 68 for 3. We've got those huge kites again wheeling down. The effort it must take to get off the ground. It spotted something there, round about mid-on, that it liked the look of. It's an enormous brown bird flapping its wings. Now soaring just over Cover's head. I mean, a good look, very beady eyes. Anything that could swoop down and pick up.
Two new batters. Ben Stokes having a feel for it. He's not been in the team. He sat out the first 3 games. Scratchy in the first, fair to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Mumbai, so
yeah.
He might need some time in the middle to get back to his own. Probably that's what's required on this pitch, to what we are seeing over the last 7-8 overs.
68 for 3, and I reckon if another wicket goes down, it won't be kites. You'll see a bit of the vultures coming in and pecking over England. Here's Rajita coming in over the wicket and bowls to Butler, who hits that firmly back, and Stokes he's lying on his back there. He had to dive back into his ground, and he's managed to do that successfully, but it was hit very hard. What are you showing me now?
Josh Butler in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup. When it's pitched up and not bouncing too much, he's been at home.
Yep.
But the moment it started bouncing over his waist height, he's really struggled. That's what we have here.
That's tucked away, he's off the mark. Sending it away down a deep backward square leg. He wants the second as a fumble. We were just bigging up Sri Lanka's fielding there, and that was a mistake out in the deep. So Butler could come back for that second.
So there's a clear indication of what bowlers have been doing to him. They've been trying to get it up at him, and he's been looking to get onto that front foot and losing his bearings, you could say. When it's bouncing over his waist, average is down to 24, but he hits it all over. It's right up to him.
Rajita bowls a slower ball, tucked away to deep backward square leg for a single. Amazing what you see on your phone these days, isn't it, Russ?
Well,
pull up all these graphics
on TV.
Yeah, we can put up all these graphics.
All the whatever we want.
Yeah.
We just request, and then it just comes up on. So they send it to our phone, so I just thought I'll show you.
No, thank you.
What Butler's been experiencing.
It's very interesting. 71 for 3.
But he's the type of player who can hit anything, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
So that says that he's struggling somewhat too.
Rajita bowls, Stokes tucks him away to mid-wicket. And it's the end of that over. So 71 for 3 is the score here, with England choosing to bat first, and so or do something, just try something different. But it's not going to plan at the moment. 71 for 3, 14 overs gone. They had the drinks break while Bairstow was wandering off and Butler was coming on, so they'll carry on here. 71 for 3. And let's see if Kamara does bowl that shorter length at Butler, then
22 from the last 7 overs, England.
But in 50 overs, you can rebuild. You can overcome that. It's the players' mentality who aren't used to playing 50 overs cricket. That's been part of the problem here.
They're in a hurry.
Yeah, they are. And it's not just England. We've seen others do the same thing. 71 for 3. Kamara comes in, bowls. Oh, well, he's chipped that back at him. And, this time, it's dived over there at mid-on. A couple of little blemishes here by Sri Lanka in the field. It's might just have been out of his reach at mid-on. It might have been a bit harsh. We are out on the boundary edge, but as usual, it comes out of Butler's bat at a real rate around about leg stump. But it was, even though it wasn't where he was aiming, actually, he was aiming more there for mid-wicket.
He's actually scooped it.
Yeah.
The bat turning in his hand. Dilshan Madhushankar got the dive out. He was too early.
Yep. And
then was struggling with his hands to stop the ball, which ends up bouncing over him.
Now the next one is wide outside the off stump, chopped away for a single. So the boundary happens anyway.
So there we go. Yes, Phil's got to find a new game.
Start counting again.
Yeah.
76 for 3. Well, England needed that, but you can recover and you can score quickly. And batsmen like Stokes and Butler together, you can afford just to take a few overs to get in. The way South Africa play, it's fairly. They get that platform down.
They're all in great form, aren't they?
Are they ever?
Get them to chase.
Here's Stokes, a flash outside the off stump and a miss. Yeah, like the Netherlands did.
Not only did they lose the game that they had to chase, but also coming into the tournament, they seem like a bat-first team.
Yeah.
Quinton de Kock and you name them. Everyone's
I'm going to ask you a question, because I was saying this the other day. I've watched South Africa play 3 times now, and so Fidos, who works for Cricket, she was working with us, and I just slipped this her way. 76 for 3. The next one has Stokes running the ball to third man for a single. 3 games. Quinton de Kock hasn't kept wicket in 2 of them.
He's not been on the field.
He's not been on the field. And Klaassen didn't field against England because he was tired. Now, you're a bowler, you're an all-rounder, but a bowler, a bit tired. I think I'll go off and you can have a substitute.
But don't the rules stop you doing that? You can do it once, but not the second time.
I'd have thought so, but they've done it now. There's been 3 occasions in those games where the South Africans, a bit tired after batting, haven't come out to field, they've had substitutes.
Actually, the opponents should be tired and hurt. The way they've been going.
Oh, Bairstow! Butler's caught behind, flashing outside the off stump. Wide ball, he's thrown the bat at it, and it's going horribly wrong here for England. Credit to Sri Lanka, pitched the ball up, and I can see an England supporter there with very long hair, with his face buried in his hands. He's got a bad feel about this. 77 for 4, pitched up, wide. Butler's gone at it. Nice catch from the keeper. It went pretty quickly to his right. He's not going to drop that.
Just a step and dives, Kusal Mendes. But it wasn't there for the drive. It was more there for a square cut. Probably a square cut even off the front foot. Butler's feet not moving as he would have liked. There's a miss hit which went for 4 in the over as well. And he trudges off looking very, very disappointed. The pressure's on.
Well, not even 15 overs completed, and England have lost 4 wickets. Key wickets: Bairstow, Malan, Root, and now Butler. So Livingston will come out and join Ben Stokes. Moeen still to come, but then you're down to Wokes, Willie, Rashid, and Mark Wood, who I'm sure will probably argue he's in the best form of the lot, the way he played against South Africa. So shaking of heads amongst England supporters in the crowd. Yeah, doesn't feel good if you're an England supporter. Doesn't feel good at all. 45 put on for the first wicket in 6 overs, and now what they put on, what, 32 for 4 in 8.
A lot of cricket left though, but England have made the decision of bringing in those extra batters, players who can bat, and I think they need to shift gears here. Think of trying to get to 250, 260. You get a partnership in, get Livingston, get Stokes to spend some time out there. You can go again. But you just don't want to keep losing wickets, because coming into this game, it's a pressure game for you, I guess. That's how I see it. Sri Lanka don't have the firepower or the team to beat England on paper or the cricket they're playing. Sri Lanka can only count on the nerves, create the pressure.
Absolutely. Kamara comes in and bowls. The first ball to Livingston is driven out to cover. And there is no run. I mean, you set a score for a team that has to win, and that creates a pressure of its own. I mean, for me, it was the Bairstow-Stokes partnership. That was one really where they had to take some time and play and get that platform back again for Butler, for Livingston, for Mo to come in and play some shots. You know?
That's where I was getting to. England have come in with a high-risk strategy that you're going at it all the time.
Yeah.
In pitches prior to this, Afghanistan, the ball turned a little bit. They had no answer at all. And here, knowing they cannot slip up, should they have changed gears a little earlier? Was this the high-risk approach you want to take into the game?
Well, Moeen thinks he's in short. He's got his gloves on. He's holding his bat there. He's ready to go, look.
Well, the way things are going, why not? 32 runs. They've lost 4 wickets.
Yeah. He's sitting in the dressing room there. I saw a picture of him with his gloves on, and he's just ready to walk out at any moment. And he might be needed. Tiksana's going to come back into the attack. But the far end is bowling to Stokes, and a lot for him to do here now. He's had very little cricket, of course. And Sri Lanka can bring in a slip.
Well, this is where Sri Lanka also need to tighten up and make sure they play for longer periods. In games against Pakistan, against Australia, they threw away advantageous positions once they were on top.
Tiksana bowls his wristy spin, and that's turned out to mid-wicket.
And hence, if they can continue to do what they've been doing things which they've not done in the tournament so far. The energy, the fielding, they've done the basics well today. That's why they have England just thinking about what's going to happen here.
Tiksana around the wicket then, and Stokes defends this next one. And the bowler himself bends down. He's got his sunglasses on there, and walks back to his mark once again. Sri Lanka 2 overs behind the rate, according to the innings timer, which has appeared on the big screen down there, but it's very early days. Quick bowlers have been bowling for much of this. Tiksana's into his 4th over.
Short spell for him, I'd say.
Think.
Keep him going, yeah. There's 2 new batters. Stokes feeling around a little bit as yet.
Stokes on the back foot picks up a single, playing their way down the ground to long on. That'll bring Livingston back in. Livingston again is a power hitter in the situation here where there's so many overs left. He's just got to build an innings, and he's taking guard now. 78 for 4.
So if you can use Tikshana now, get another wicket. Geez. Moeen in, he's already ready, you said.
Ready to go, he's in the blocks.
How did you see him? Where is? Great extra cover. He's at long on.
I saw I've got a little screen over them. Russ, 78 for 4. Tiksana bowls, tucked away by Livingstone, going for a single. The fielder there, interested for a moment, sprawling on his knees, coming in. But a good call from Livingstone there for the single. Stokes responded.
We haven't seen the ball spin though.
No.
We've seen it slow up, just hold up somewhat. So we're seeing Butler's dismissals, what I was referring to you or telling you about a while ago. But today's dismissal in his scoring zone.
Yeah,
though.
full of ball. It's a bit wide, isn't it? Tiksana bowls to Stokes. Thumps into his pad. Mendes whips round from behind the stumps. Field 79 for 4. The sun out again. Crowd coming in dribs and drabs. It's not a big turnout as yet, but they may mind you, look at the score and think, I'm not sure I'm going to bother paying 1,000 rupees today. It might be a quick game. I think England can get some runs on the board. Stokes turns that away to the edge of the circle. There's a bit of misfield there, but he recovers quickly enough for there just to be 79 for 4, 16 gone. In fact, it's 80 for 4, 16 overs gone. Good to see you, Russ. Thanks for coming to see us down here or up here in the roof. And you're going to be joined by joined by Prakash.
Madhushankar again getting the dive out, but diving too early and then struggling to hold the ball back in. Drinks are on the park or not yet? But the drinks are done. Sri Lanka chipping away.
They are indeed. Good to see you, Russell.
Good to see you too. I'm a lot happier if you can pick up my tone.
Well, and rightly so, justifiably so. I mean, look,
but I was like this in that game against Pakistan and Australia also.
At one point in time, and Sri Lanka were in good positions. I suspect some of the injuries, of course, really have laid the bowling attack. It's been
those
depleted.
2 games, there were no issues. Coming into
Kumara.
the tournament was the problem.
With a fresh over, gets a thick outside edge. It runs away so fine that there's no chance for the man at third man. But this was a genuine edge. He was looking to just run it down. Jeez. 84 for 4.
Even if there was a slip, that was not carrying. It went straight down from the bat. And I get the impression Stokes meant this. It was quick. No, he's had a poke at it, but it goes straight down. That's the type of pitch it is and runs away. It's been good so far. 16 overs, even though at certain stages the England batters were finding the boundaries. Couldn't be critical of the bowlers. The pitch is such a pitch.
Kumara's up bowls and Stokes is playing square of the wicket. He'll pick up 1 and that's all it'll get. 85 now for 4 in the 17th over. And really it's a question of sometimes you get a person, a senior statesman, experienced man like Angelo Matthews. What does that do to the side, Russell?
Well, there'll be a bit more thoughts coming in. That resilience that Sri Lankan teams are known for just creeps into that team. Help for Kusal Mendis, who's got somewhat an inexperienced team with him, and him being a new captain.
Kumara's up bowls and up on his toes. Livingstone pushes to cover. There will be no run.
But what Sri Lanka have here is a stronger middle order. Not in terms of firepower, but a middle order that probably wouldn't crumble as easily. In the last 14 to 15 games, they've had tremendous collapses. Over about 12 to 13 of those games. 5 for 40, 7 for 50, 10 for 84 against Australia. So that's what it does. It just will help them hold that together. But
Kumara.
with this
up bowls driven to mid-off, no run.
batting order that Sri Lanka have today, and looking at how the pitch is playing, a chase around 260 will suit them. It'll be somewhat a grind. Trying to get them to go harder or more than that is what will really test the Sri Lankans.
And England will know that as well. I mean, they'll have an idea, and therefore it's so important that they don't go for a 350 kind of thing right up front. They might get there in the end. Yes, Kumara bowls wide outside the off stump, swish and a miss. The umpire is fine.
Slower ball bowled into the pitch from Lairu Kumara. I think didn't come out right from Lairu Kumara there. Well, strangely, defending champions, won the World Cup in 2019 England, but they did lose to Sri Lanka.
They did.
Last four
games.
4 games, and I was with Nasser Hussain when the game started on comms on TV.
Kumara's up bowls and he struck him on the pad. There's a big appeal. He's been given. The umpire raises the finger. Livingston reviews straight away. And generally, when a batter reviews straight away, he knows something that sitting here we don't.
He reckons it's high, but full and straight.
We have a play review for LBW.
So,
decision is out.
Appeal for LBW upheld by the on-field umpire, and the review now will tell us, Russell, if Sri Lanka have picked off another. Talk us through it.
Well, wide of the crease, angled in. It's pitching just outside off stump. It's missed everything. It's hit him on the back leg.
Close to the back to confirm ultra edge, please.
Slightly above the pad, but here's the catch. It's been given out. So if it's clipping,
keep rolling.
And Chris
Keep
Brown
rolling.
owes Sri Lanka one.
Stat line satisfied, no bag involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please.
He didn't give Bairstow out first ball. Sri Lankans didn't review, of course.
Original decision out. Pitching outside off.
Umpire's call. Umpire's call. So the review is retained, but what is crucial for England is that England have lost another. 5 down now for 85 in 17 overs. Not what you'd expected at the end of the 6th over when they were 40-odd for no loss. And Sri Lanka have come roaring back at the moment with 5 wickets. Wickets falling at 45, 57, 68, 77 and 85. So nothing after that opening partnership, Russell. As a former Sri Lankan international and just wanting one of the sides that has not delivered to do something, you must be pretty pleased.
Very happy with what they are doing so far, but as I said before, even against Australia, 20 overs, 125 for none, nosedive. It's then they're in these situations that they nosedive. It's not going down at a 45-degree angle, they go down 90 degrees. So here's the challenge. It's now how and what you're going to do from here on is the key. They've got England where they want. Now, you got to step on it. And as I mentioned, even 250, 260 will suit, even if the pitch slows down, will suit Sri Lanka's batting lineup.
Well, 2 left-handers now at the crease. Ben Stokes and Moeen Ali have come. Moeen Ali has come in to join him.
Yeah, comes to join him. Liam Livingstone's poor World Cup continues. He's made scores of 20, a first ball duck against Bangladesh, 10 and 1 today.
Phil, thank you. Yes, indeed. So, you know, in some ways, at least up until now, and fortunes can change very quickly in this wonderful game, as we all know, right at this moment, England's cup of woes isn't looking like it's changing anytime soon. What is required now is a rock-solid partnership between the 2 left-handers, Ben Stokes on strike now, who is on 12 of 24, and Moeen Ali, who's yet to face a ball. Here's Tikshana into Stokes. Stokes pushes on the offsides, fielded short extra.
And England have now lost 5 for 40.
There you go, 5 for 40, having been 45 for no loss actually at one time. And that's the story that Phil Long, who's alongside me here, a scorer, confirming. Here's Tikshana in bowls to Stokes, and Stokes looks to whip it away on the onside. There is an appeal, but I think that was more in enthusiasm, less in confidence. Too high, looking to whip it through the onside. Is there a little bit of discomfort that one feels when Stokes gets something around the waist region? Is that still the remnant of that hip injury which did not allow him to participate in the first 2 or 3 games that England played? Huge responsibility on his shoulders. He looks to flick on the onside again. Cry of anguish more than anything else from the bowler. I think he got some bat on it as well. 85 for 5. If you're just joining us, it's a remarkable story of about 6-7 overs and then the next 10. England had gone on well in the first 6-7 overs. It got to 45 without loss and then have gone ahead and lost 5 wickets for 40. This one's played to mid-wicket, no run by Stokes, and the Sri Lankans are cock-a-hoop at the moment. If you look at the bowling, Madhushanka is the one who's not yet got a wicket. Rajita's picked up 1. Tikshana's bowled well. He's in his 5th over now. Matthews started things off. He's got 1 for 11, and Kumara has 2 for 13. Tikshana bowls, pushed away quietly by Ben Stokes, and that's what you think is needed now. Russell Arnold has made the long walk back down to the ground level, and then he'll go back up to his television duties. Paul Fabregas will join us at the end of this over again, and we'll get his thoughts on what might be ailing England right now. When we last spoke, England were going along pretty well, and that's when they lost the first wicket. Here's Tikshana in, and is driven but not for runs, short extra fields. That's 18 overs bowled, and consistently in that 98 to 100 maiden over by Tikshana as well. And Paul, how quickly things have changed since the last time we were together on air.
It's amazing, isn't it? We were going into that, the end of the 10th over, Root on strike, saying if there was 60 for 1 at the end of 10, they would take that. And here we find ourselves now, 85 for 5. And some very poor dismissals, but they're dismissals of a team that are lacking confidence. They're dismissals of a team that are just not on top of their game. Livingston's is a poor shot. Bairstow's is a poor shot, and Butler's just had a waft outside the off stump at a decent length delivery that he should have been hitting a bit squarer. And it's just a very frustrating period of play for England, but it sums up their World Cup so far, doesn't it?
It does, unfortunately, but like I said a moment ago, the two men with the bats in their hands and with the hopes of England very much on their two shoulders have a task to perform as Kumara starts his fourth over from the pavilion end. He's in, bowls to Moeen Ali, who pushes nicely into the covers. He'll get off the mark. Comfortable and confident looking shot, and it takes the total to 86. These two will just have to now rebuild, and we've seen that happen. We saw that when India were 3 down for nothing against Australia in their first game. We saw that the other day when South Africa lost a couple of early wickets, and then the same Klaasen, who went on to hit a magnificent 100 against England, built an innings, absorbed some pressure. We saw that in the New Zealand-India game, led by Daryl Mitchell. So it's very much doable, and these two have all the qualities to do it. Do they have it in them to do it this afternoon? Short bouncer, looks to pull it around, does Stokes, doesn't make any contact, goes through to the keeper, and umpire signals 1 for the over. Sri Lanka's just look a little bit more charged today. Of course, it is a do-or-die game for both sides. You feel that for any one of them to have any ambitions of progressing, they have to win this one. And England, clearly, in every respect other than maybe just current form, very much the favourites. They'll have to do something special to resurrect this innings from here. Here's Kumara in to bowl to Stokes. He's up, he bowls, and Stokes is beaten. That ball took off suddenly. Just get the feeling, Paul, as you watching back in the UK, the odd one is taking off, isn't it? Is it just cross seam maybe? Is it just a little bit in the wicket? What do you think?
I think the cross seam, definitely. It's a dry surface, and the odd ball is just bitten into that surface when the bowlers have hit the pitch hard.
Yes, this one, almost slicing Stokes in two, but good carry and bounce, even though it's dry. We saw that ball that got Matthews his first wicket, just a little bit of disturbance on the top surface as well. This time Stokes comes down the wicket. Oh, this would have been something remarkable if he'd held on to it. I think Pereira there at backward point. Stokes came down the wicket, looked to play a shot, got an outside edge. We'll watch the replay to confirm if my eyes are playing tricks on me or whether he really did hold on to it for just a split second before it popped out. Here's the replay. Stokes was down, looked to flick it on the onside leading edge. Oh yes, he got a hand to it, almost grabbed it, and if he had, I dare say it would have been the catch of the tournament. Pereira there just bouncing out of his hand, the momentum from the delivery carrying it out of his grasp. He had another go at it but couldn't hold on. Worked away off the hip, this time down towards the backward square leg area. They'll pick up 1. Now, is this just the kind of lucky break England needed? They need that. They rubber the green, as they say, and that dropped, very tough chance, mind you, but that dropped opportunity. We'll get Paul's thoughts on that at the end of this over. But maybe, just maybe, this is what England needed. One opportunity, and then someone like Stokes, you don't give that man an opportunity to cash in, because we all know what he's capable of when he's on song. Last ball of the 19th over from Kumara to Moeen Ali. Bat raised, waits and defends on the onside, and the comfortable single pushed away into the short mid-wicket area. Nobody there. 19 overs gone, 88 for 5. Paul.
Yeah, a partnership is needed. That's a real reprieve for Stokes there. Sadira, fantastic diving effort, and it looked as though he had it in his hand. It was a magnificent effort and would have been a big wicket for Sri Lanka. But you're absolutely right. Stokes and Ali, not only have they got the skill, they've got the experience, they've got the knowledge, and they're going to have to talk one another through a big partnership here. They need to get themselves well in excess of 250, up to 280 to have any chance of winning the game, and a partnership is absolutely crucial now.
Well, as you said, I hope through telepathy or other means they're listening. I'm sure they know exactly what they need to do, and they'll have to, as you say, almost work on each other as they go through this partnership. That's what England will be hoping for. Theekshana will have other ideas. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. He's kept things very quiet. He comes in and bowls to Moeen Ali, and Moeen comes forward. He's struck on the front pad. There's an appeal. The umpire is unmoved. Kusal Pereira is walking across to Theekshana, who's at mid-pitch, hands on hips. Not sure. I don't think they're going to review that. The time was running down, and Theekshana just pointing that maybe it was missing off stump.
And they also only have one review remaining after they burned that one that bounced outside leg stump.
Good observation that from Phil, who's keeping a eagle's eye on things. So just being cautious with that review and deciding not to take it. Here's Theekshana into Moeen Ali. Up he bowls, and Moeen comes forward this time on the full, pushes it away onto the offside. 1 to the total, 89 now for 5 in the 20th over. Sun is out, a decent crowd is in. I say decent, working day, the first real working day after the festival of the Shera, which would have meant that most people would have gone back to work, even if they had slightly longer weekends coming into that period. But quite good to see this crowd in. This one's pushed back to the bowler by Stokes. And I've said this before, but I think when stadiums are located in the city, it just makes it so much easier. We've seen that in Chennai, we've seen that in Mumbai, we're seeing it here in Bangalore as well. Not so in places like Pune, Dharamsala. Lucknow I haven't been, but I'm told it's reasonable to get to. Pushed away on the offside, not for runs. Theekshana also getting through his overs very quickly. Sri Lanka will be mindful that the big screen here has pointed out that at one point they were 2 overs behind, and a short while ago they were 1 over behind. That's not something that they will want to get into trouble with. Here's Theekshana in now to Stokes, and Stokes looks to reverse sweep, struck on the pad, big appeal, and he's given! And Stokes reviews almost before the umpire brought his hand down. So Stokes knows something. He's probably hit it, he thinks, or it was well outside the off stump. One of the two from our angle here. A bit difficult to say, but this is the review that one feels has to go England's way, has to go Stokes' way, because the bowler and the captain behind the wickets were very confident. The umpire took an awful long time. Here it is. And Paul is watching it as well, as is everybody else in the scum box. It's looking for the reverse sweep. He's down on one knee, hitting him just below the roll. On-field decision is out, remember. Livingston was done in by umpire's call. I'm looking back at Aggers, who's sitting quietly. And I'm sure every England supporter wants this ball somehow to will that ball away from the leg stump and for anything but red or yellow to come up. The original decision from the field umpire is out. English supporters watching just as intently at the giant screen. Stokes leaning on his bat alongside Moeen Ali as we wait for the loading up of the technology. The Sri Lankan players all huddled together. This is a huge moment in the game, one just gets the feeling.
Stand by.
89 for 5, 2 balls of the 20th to come. Remember here, England winning the toss, batting first. 45 without loss, and at the moment are 89 for 5 with a review. Still waiting for the technology to load. Inordinate delay here. Not sure how that works. Not the easiest things. Paul, how are you feeling?
Nervous. It looked out to me. It looked as though it just gripped and straightened a fraction. So it does look out to me from the first viewing. I'm desperately hoping it's not, of course.
Yes, we're all hoping that, isn't it, if you're an England supporter?
Still stand by, waiting for
Still waiting, says the third umpire's voice. Paul Fabre calling that he thinks it is.
Coming up.
Here it is now.
Keep rolling.
Oh, there is something on it as it passes the glove, so that should settle everything. And played the ball there, so he knew it. That's why he went up absolutely immediately, Ben Stokes. And all of England supporters and all of the English team in the dugout will breathe a sigh of relief with that thin edge coming in. The ball would probably have gone on to hit the stumps. Paul, breathing easier now.
Oh, much easier. I wish Stokesy had told me he gloved it 5 minutes ago. Would have saved me a bit of anxiety sat here watching.
Maybe that's what the technology blokes decided. Let's just build some suspense for a bit. Last ball of the 20th over from Tikshana, and this time Stokes plays it with the full face of the bat to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 20 overs gone, 89 for 5, more from Paul Fabre, and Jonathan Agnew is coming in for commentary.
It's really interesting. I mean, it's a great reprieve from England's point of view, but it's really interesting. Tikshana looks to me to be far more dangerous bowling over the wicket to the two left-handers, because he keeps LBW and the stumps in the game. He keeps the keeper in the game. Interesting that he's gone around the wicket to Stokes, but an interesting shot from Stokes. If he hits that for 4, we're saying great shot. He misses it, hits him on the pad, we're saying come on, we need a partnership. But if ever we've needed a partnership from two very experienced players, it's certainly now, Jonathan.
It is. He knew he'd nick that. I was watching him. He was gesturing to one or two of the Sri Lankans who clearly he knows, who's just waving his bat a bit. I mean, I think he knew he was all right, but it was a little faint one, and I certainly can't blame the umpire for giving that out. He wouldn't have detected that. But it's a good thing for England at least. 89 for 5, and they're in a mess here. 20 overs gone. Stokes has 13 from 38 balls. Moeen Ali on 3, and Mudashankar, who opened the bowling and could have had Bairstow. LBW to the first ball of the match is on his way and bowls to Moeen, who comes forward, strokes that away down the ground. Oh, there's a misfield there, got a bad one, and he's hurt his ankle. Well, that was a strange one, because it was just clipped out to mid-on. The fielder came in and didn't seem to have too much problem in getting there. But not only did he miss it and they got a single, but I think he's just twisted his ankle there as well. He's going to have make sure he's okay. I don't know if he's taking some sort of divot out of that or not, but anyway, I think he's okay. He's going to carry on. And Mudashankar is on his way again, and he bowls, and it's played by Moeen, looking for the leg side. The ball runs away to the off. And there is no run. It's Kumara, the big fast bowler, is down, sitting on the ground at the moment, just trying to loosen his legs up. Getting up slowly now. He just seemed to go over on that left ankle. 91 for 5 in the 21st over. England choosing to bat first on what looks to be a good pitch. It's not playing any tricks. Got a fast outfield. Mudashankar bowls, Moeen drives, opens the face of the bat, gets a single. Fielder cruises in from point. Oh, there's an overthrow. Well, that's all rather strange. The throw came in from Lanka. The batsman stopped running. I don't know what happened there, but dear old Kumara was still trying to loosen his ankle up and wasn't backing up, and now he's had to go chasing that in a hobbling sort of a way. It was a very well, maybe the bowler, to be fair, got a bit of a bad bounce there. But anyway, there's an extra run, and England could do with more of those. 93 for 5 in the 21st over. Mudashankar runs in again, bowls, and Moeen turns us away off his pads. Finds the fielder out in the deep square leg. Another single taken. 94 for 5. Moeen to 8. So far, after a good start, 45 for no wicket in the 7th over. England lost Milan for 28, Root run out for 3. Johnny Bairstow caught at mid-on for 30. Joss Buttler caught behind for 8. And then Leo Livingston most recently at LBW for 1. 94 for 5. Not much of a score at the moment, for sure. Here's Mudashankar bowls, and Stokes comes very deliberately forward there. Plays the ball out to cover. On a warm day in Bangalore, it's not one of those sweltering days with very poor air quality, the sort we've had in Mumbai, but a little bit fresher. There's at least a suggestion of blue about the sky. But from our position here in the rafters, can't really see much beyond the ground, except that actually there's a reasonable crowd in now to the right out here. They're nicely packed into a shady area. 94 for 5. Madhushanka bowls and a big hit into the leg side. And Stokes picks up 4 runs there. He took that one on, having very deliberately blocked the previous ball. And he's thought to have a go at this one. And he smashed it away into the leg side boundary for 4. So 17 from 40. That's only his second boundary. And those kites are back, or are they vultures, Phil?
Well, there's a lot more now. They've arrived with the crowd, haven't they? There's 5 or 6 floating around.
Yeah, well, you don't often see vultures around here these days, but another wicket or two, and there'll be some carrion out there in the middle, I think. 98 for 5, 21 overs gone. And De Silva is going to bowl on the covered end. Stokes is loosening his shoulders there as if he's going to play some massive hit down the ground, but it's Moeen who's on strike. .21 gone. Moeen Ali over his bat. This next one's pushed out just beyond the diving cover fields, but he's placed that really nicely. And it's gone for 4. And although it's an interesting position from which to commentate from up here, you did actually just see Moeen there open the face of the bat. It's rather like a snooker player, actually. Just thread that ball past the right hand of the fielder at cover. It was right on our line. It was beautifully played. Moeen goes to 12. 100 up for the loss of 5, though. Moeen's forward, and Stokes wants a single, scampering through. No sign of that hip or knee issue there. And so Moeen goes to 13, 103 for 5. Well, Stokes, he does this sometimes. He runs like that, like a gazelle, and then rather hobbles back into position again. I think he toys with us sometimes. Or a dramatic dive there from one of these birds. As the next one's hit down the ground, not well timed. Out into the leg side. It should go for 4, though, and it has done. Not quite where Stokes is aiming. I think he was really actually trying to hit that for 6. Didn't time it as well as he'd have liked to have done. He's dragged the ball to a straight mid-wicket. Coming down the pitch. He's really looking to hit that away over long on, I would say, but the bat face closed at the vital moment. 107 for 5. He's on 21, starting to play some shots now. This one, though, he plays carefully into the mid-wicket area. The fielder inside the circle. 107 for 5. 21 from 42 balls to England's Test captain. As the next one is, again, well, not hit where he was aiming at all there. He was aiming for long off. And it's ended up at mid-wicket. So his timing's all awry at the moment. 21 from 43. Now a quicker one. That's better. Didn't try and hit that too hard. Comes down the pitch. Checks the stroke. Plays it off the mid of the bat. Down to wide long off for a single. End of the over. 108 for 5. 22 overs gone. Interesting watching Stokes, isn't it, Paul? He's hardly had any cricket, but that timing's just not there at the moment.
It's not, and you saw Moeen Ali gesture to him that De Silva doesn't spin the ball massively, he almost undercuts it, and Stokes almost playing for the spin, and as you say, not really timing the ball. It just looks like he's desperate to get the ball out in the middle of the bat and play some shots and gain some confidence in the way that he's playing at the moment.
108 for 5. DJ's revving up the crowd, seem to be enjoying themselves. The drummers are going. A lot of Sri Lankan support down at the far end, waving some flags around. I've picked up some England support too amongst the crowd here today. I think a number of them going on to Lucknow for the weekend match, Sunday's match against India.
I think a lot of the England supporters will come in to look now to start their World Cup trip to see for the glory run.
Oh dear. 108 for 5, 22 overs gone. Madashanka's on his way, bowls, and Stokes head over this as taps the ball away into the offside. Yeah, more of a sort of an inquest, really.
Those vultures.
Well, you never know, but the man who could make something extraordinary happen is still at the crease, but at the moment he's not happy at all. He's not timing the ball. He got out to a mistimed shot against South Africa the other night as well. Tossed his bat in the air as he walked off in disappointment. Kites are swirling round again. Madashanka bowls to his clip that away into the leg side. Out towards deep mid wicket it goes. Another boundary to Ben Stokes, but not again quite where he was aiming. He just he hits the ball with enough force. It's coming off at the moment. But any one of these really, he could have holed out somewhere, but he's just managed to drag that away out to deep mid wicket. 112 for 5. He's on 26 now from 46 balls. Well, he's trying to launch a counter-attack, and I guess that's, in this situation, I guess he might as well with the batting that there is to come. Madashanka moves in again, bowls to Stokes, who tries to swing him into the leg side. Now he'll want a wide for that, and he'll be surprised that it hasn't been given, I think. Again, from deep cover, not terribly easy to see where that went, but it appeared to go down the leg side. Perhaps it was just over the leg stump. He was trying to hit that high into a group of school children who are massed down there, all in their white again. Not that there's kids at Dharamshala that we saw, they're all coming in white shirts and white trousers. There's a large group of them down there at fine leg. 112 for 5. It wasn't signalled a wide. Madashanka on his way, bowls to Stokes, short, and a completely mistimed pull shot. It's fielded at short fine leg. Well, there's one or two things going to happen here. He's going to play a shot that's just suddenly going to make everything click, and he's suddenly going to find his timing and the world's going to see him a different place, or he's going to get out horribly. 26 from 48 balls. He's not timed anything yet.
He's trying.
He's certainly trying. 112 for 5. Madashanka, 2 balls left in the over, runs in, bowls to Stokes, and he's got that away out towards deep mid wicket. A cheer from the crowd. That's 4 runs. That looked a bit better. That was more or less where he was aiming anyway, and it was struck along the ground, so it was a safe shot. Again, it wasn't one of those really powerful rasping pull shots that you see Ben Stokes play, but it was a slower ball. And he rather pirouetted there after he played that shot. He was off balance. 116 for 5.
He's hit 4 fours in 10 balls.
Yeah. I don't think one's gone off the middle of the bat. Right, he's ready again now. Fine leg up, third man back, deep square leg. It's Madashanka. He's gone for 7.5 and over. He's on his way again, bowls to Stokes, who just dabs that into the offside, wants a single. Mohan says, no, I'm not coming. And Stokes there raises a bat to say, I think you're right, Mo. And that's the end of the over. 116 for 5. 23 overs gone. Just tuning our way. England chose to bat first. And the openers put on 45. And the 7th over, Milan, who'd been the more fluent, feathered an edge through to the keeper off Angelo Matthews, who's back at the side. He's out for 28, hit 6 fours. Joe Root almost immediately run out for 3. His fault, can't blame Bairstow for that. He was at the non-striker's end. But you can blame Bairstow for the shot, I think. That was the point really where England needed to knuckle down and get a partnership, but he just dragged a catch to mid-on. He was out for 30. Butler, wide drive, edged the keeper for 8. And then Livingston rather missed a straight ball, to be honest. It was LBW for 1. So 116 for 5, 23 overs are gone, approaching halfway. And Rajita, who opened the bowling from that far end, is going to come back into the attack again now. A couple of high jumps, rather like Stuart Broad does at the start of a spell. And he's on his way, and he bowls outside Moeen's off stump. It's one of the fastest called wides that we've seen so far. I think the umpire's arms were outstretched. before the ball went into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Probably fair enough. 117 for 5. I think Bowen was quite confident that was a wide. He just stood there and watched it. 117 for 5. Rajita bowls to Moeen, who looks to run the ball to third man. There's a bit of pace taken off there. Kusal Mendes has to dive forward behind the stumps. Gathered it. Moeen on 13 from 10 balls. Stokes 30 from 50.
You mentioned an England counter-attack, 27 from the last 3 overs.
Well, Stokes has made his mind up, hasn't he? I've just got to do something here, or we're just going to fall on a nothing score. Rajita bowls, Moeen blocks it. It's picked up by the bowler. So yeah, 6 and over gets them to 270. That's going a bit quicker than they are now. I think it's a question of the reserves, isn't it, to come now, what they've got left. It's Wokes in next. Wokes, Willie, Rashid and Wood. 117 for 5. Rajita bowls, Moeen drives. So there's an elegant shot, and the fielder there dives on it. And they take a single. So Stokes on strike, 3 balls to go.
Mark Wood down at number 11 on the back of 43 not out from 17 balls.
Absolutely. I think he might be disappointed to be down at number 11. That's a good old hack the other day. That kite wheeling round here. 1, 2, 3 of them. These are immense brown birds.
Because in the afternoon sun we can just see are they butterflies or moths, can't we, flying about?
I think we're after those. 118 for 5. Rajita bowls. Stokes tries to work into the leg side for a single, but again just doesn't time it, and the ball rolls back up the pitch for the bowler to pick up. I thought they're after stuff on the ground. They seem to come down. They've probably got rather nasty talons, I'd imagine. But they don't like each other very much too. They bicker in mid-air. If one of them's got something, you can expect to be attacked by anyone else in the neighbourhood. I spent ages watching them in Pakistan. 118 for 5. Rajita over the wicket, comes in, Stokes charges and plays a horrible shot. He just can't get this, and his shoulders are slumped. He comes down the pitch, he's trying to hit that over the top, and think Ben Stokes at Headingley, think Ben Stokes at Lords, think Ben Stokes at the end of the summer there with that record-breaking innings, and that ball would have sailed into the sight screen, but it just dragged out into the leg side, and there's no run. He's leaning on his bat, hand on his hip. Last ball of the over, he's on strike. He looks to run the ball to third man and keep the strike, which is what he manages to do. 119 for 5. 24 gone. I'm not sure I've seen Ben struggle as much as this, Paul.
No, it's remarkable to watch, isn't it? I mean, he's getting more and more angry with the pitch with every ball that he faces. But it's amazing, isn't it, that his brute force and his strength is getting him boundaries, but it's not easy. I mean, Moeen looks as though he's playing very nicely, 14 from 13. Ben is just getting more and more angrier with the pitch with every ball that he is bowled at him at the moment.
Yeah, it just shows that we haven't played for a while. I mean, he's trying to hit the ball very hard, isn't he? Whether that's something perhaps just relax a bit and just get a few in the middle.
You can see the bottom hand getting tighter and tighter on the grip, can't you? Every ball.
Yeah. Well, we've got Angelo Matthews coming back. He's bowling to Stokes with fine leg and third man up on the edge of the circle. Thanks to Paul Farbrace. Have a breather. We'll catch you again shortly. Paul joining us from UK. But hard to rustle up people at this end because of the distance that it takes, and the route also as well, to come and visit us. Matthews on his way, bowls a slower ball. Stokes turns him into the leg side and picks up a single there. It runs away through those worn pitches, and they take 1. So 120 for 5.
Yeah, you're right about the route. It's like this scene from Spinal Tap, isn't it? Behind the stage where I
don't know that
they end up getting lost. If you take a wrong turn, you're going to miss 10 overs.
Well, I'm afraid Finney had to show me to the gents just now, which was hopefully a rare and unusual experience for him. But no, it's like a rabbit warren down there. All sorts of locked gates and semi-locked gates and padlocks and security people. 120 for 5. Matthews moves in, bowls. Moeen also tucks the ball away there for a single. And Stokes trots through, and they take 121 for 5. 4 balls to go in the 25th. So it's a long way. Natalie's made it. Well done, Natalie. She's come from the broadcast area there. Which, it's an interesting view here now. It'll challenge your radio ball by ball. The only tip I would give is make it up if I were you. It's your best chance up here. I've been doing that for years. 121 for 5 in the 25th. Matthews lumbers in over the wicket, bowls a slower ball, played away down the ground, a long on into the shadows which are creeping on. Take another one. Stokes goes to 33. 122 for 5. He's been really struggling, hasn't he, for his timing. He's been thrashing around.
Yeah, he certainly tried to have intent, hasn't he? But 33 from 55 suggests that he's struggled for fluency. He's dropped a couple of partners at the other end as well, which wouldn't have helped his case.
122 for 5 then. Moeen waits. Matthews bowls to him, hit in the air, caught. Oh, what a soft dismissal that is, Moeen. Oh dear. Just looking to guide that for a single, really, out to deep cover. He's just given an absolute catching practice to the fielder at backward point. It was just the gentlest catch. And just when England looks at putting something together, Moeen there has just sliced a catch just above waist high to the fielder at backward point. 122 for 6. I think at that point, I think Natalie will come in here and bring a little bit of South African something, pizzazz. So big hitting. Get that long handle out, Natalie. We need it in here. After thoughts from you, Stephen.
Yes, that was a dismissal that epitomises, I think, the way that England have played so far in this World Cup. Moeen trying to guide that down to either deep third or deep cover. It wasn't quite. I wasn't entirely sure which one of those two he was trying to hit it to, and instead he goes in between and just plops an absolute dolly of a catch to backward point. And just as England looked as though they might be trying to build something of a partnership, Sri Lanka again, they've plugged away. You have to give them a lot of credit for the way that they've plugged away and the spirit with which they've thrown themselves around in the field. But that really was a gift from Moeen Ali. And good afternoon, Nat.
Good afternoon. Yeah, gift indeed. Incredible record Sri Lanka has against England in 50 over World Cups. Last 4 games prior to this, it's Sri Lanka that's won. And if you take into account the last 6, they've won 5 of them. It's an incredible record. Before that, it was all England. And England still lead that race 6-5. But of late, it's been Sri Lanka that's actually got over England.
They're a spirited bunch, that's for sure. And I think they'll be disappointed with the account that they've given of themselves so far this World Cup. And they'd have sensed blood, I think, with England coming into this. They've got Chris Silverwood, who's obviously been inside that England camp, the coach, with maybe a bit of a point to prove to the hierarchy at the ECB as well. Would have given his players a bit of extra motivation, and it looks as though they're playing for him. And the bowling attack that we said was injury depleted, which it is, they've had to ship in some reinforcements from Sri Lanka in order to put a bowling attack out in this game, and they're bowling gamely and very well to have England at 122 for 6, which seems unfathomable.
And Angelo Matthews has 2 for 14. It's the first time he's bowled in an ODI for 3.5 years.
Yeah, he was dropped from the side before the qualifiers because he wasn't really playing necessarily, and he wasn't doing much with the bat. On 22 for 6 is the score at the moment as Works defends away to the offside. We're in the 25th over. We've just seen the wicket of Moeen Ali, who was brought back into the side. It certainly lengthened the batting lineup for England. It on paper looked a little bit more like the England you kind of expect in terms of a long batting lineup with some bowling options. With Stokes not bowling, obviously that does make a little bit of a difference, but it just looked a better side on paper. Last ball of the 25th over, and Works gets behind it, tapping it away to the offside. So it's 122 for 6. Matthews completes his 4th over. He has 2 for 14. I thought Lahira Kumar also bowled really well.
Yep, and he hit the track really hard. And I think here it looks as though you're rewarded not by floating the ball up there and trying to get pretty wickets and finding the outside edge. It looks as though bowling cross seam or wobble seam into the surface is where there's just a touch of variable bounce, which I think the Sri Lankans have talked about, they've discussed it, communicated, and they've implemented it beautifully and led by him.
And he'd only played one game in the tournament prior to this as well, where it'd actually been quite expensive. He's had a good year, Kamara, though. Picked up 12 wickets in the year and actually was going at a decent rate, economy rate of around 6. He is a bowler that generally goes for runs because of how he bowls, but he bowled with pace today in the 140s. Definitely got the ball to move just a touch, and that's all he needed. And as you said, just the length, just the right length on the surface. And for England batters that at the moment in particular, like a Butler, has just struggled with ball back of a length.
Well, and I think England would have wanted some gifts, and actually it looked as though Sri Lanka had given them some inside those first 6 overs. Getting it up there looking for the outside edge meant that England were able to put their hands through the ball and get it through the covers and get a bit of a flyer. Really, they were going for 7 and over for the first 6 or 7 overs, but then Angelo Matthews came into the attack. He dragged his length back, and then from there the Sri Lankans have all settled in and around that area, and it's proved very fruitful for them.
The value of Angelo Matthews in this side, not just with the ball that we've seen so far, and actually in the field too, by the way, just his leadership and experience. As we watch now, as Rajita's back, he's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 29, 122 for 6 in the 26th over. Not to forget that Sri Lanka lost their captain in Dasun Sharnika with a quad strain, and then had to have Kusal Mendes taking over, and obviously there's a lot on his shoulders because he's one of their informed batters, keeper, now captain. You've got Matthews in the side. Does it take a little bit of pressure off Mendes?
Yeah, I think definitely, and when you're a wicket-keeper captain, as we've seen with Jos Buttler.
Rajita passes the umpire now and he's into Stokes and moves back in his crease and tries to tuck it behind square on the leg side, but finds a fielder.
It's hard to stay in tune with your bowlers, I think, and it's important that you have senior players out there to help that. And there was one game earlier in the tournament where Buttler had neither Wokes, Ali or Stokes out there, I think, to help him navigate those situations. So he was running all the time from wicketkeeper to bowler to try and convey messages.
Fielders walk in with the bowler now as Stokes guides us out to the leg side. He's running the first one really hard, but there will only be one despite a slight misfield. 122 for 6.
But having that experience at mid-off means that Mendes can just stay at wicket-keeper and trust that there are sensible conversations going on about the conditions, about the game situation by Angelo Matthews there at mid-off or mid-on. So I think that it just provides that element of calm out there on the field, and it doesn't give the impression that the captain's sort of dashing around everywhere trying to juggle about 7 things at once.
Halfway through the over now as the right-handed Wokes drives straight. It's well fielded at mid-off though, and ensures another dot ball. This time Mahesh Tikshana. Their fielding has been really good today. I feel like they've been on it from ball 1, except for not reviewing the first ball.
Yeah, well, imagine the strife England could have been in if that had been given out. Yeah, it was hard to tell from the naked eye actually, and up here sort of Johnny Bairstow just stood there, puffed his chest out as if it hadn't hit his pad first. He's playing a few games there, I feel.
Wokes drives, and has it fallen just short, or has he actually taken this at backward point? I don't know if it's just bounce. He's not sure either at the moment to Sadira, so I'm not too sure if this is actually carried. He's a fantastic fielder, nearly took an absolute blinder of when Stokes was batting earlier on, diving to his right-hand side. This time it's gone dipping on him, and just
TV
in front.
Director, we have an umpire review for fair catch. I have checked front foot is a fair delivery. Your best angle for fair catch, please.
Nothing wrong with the front foot, that's fine. Just hearing from the third umpire now. The cross-seam delivery. Just spitting away to the offside. Hassan Raza is the third umpire.
Nice and slow. Can you roll back? Now roll forward. Have you got anything else to show?
Very tough to tell from that.
Keep rolling.
Yeah, the first picture was like it was off a TV set from the 1940s. So blurry. This angle from behind, you lose the ball as it goes into his hands.
Please, the previous one.
I mean, to me, it looks like he's got fingers under the ball, but I think it's going to be very hard for the third umpire to give that out definitively. The fielder claimed it. He just threw the ball in the air. He looked a bit sheepish, I think, because it stung his fingers. But I think there's probably going to be enough doubt here.
Going back 2 frames.
Remember, no soft signal anymore. And if the third umpire feels he can't make it, and I wonder what the on-field umpires actually thought about it.
Well, these pictures are telling us nothing.
It's very blurry.
Yes, please.
My gut feel is there's fingers under the ball there.
Yeah, trying to zoom into it, but it depends on which cameras are being used for that angle. You don't have the ultra slow.
Forward.
Ultra would be able to give you one that's a little bit less blurry. It does look like he's got fingers underneath it. It's just a kind of a gut instinct more than anything, isn't it?
Please. Yeah, please.
Yeah, because as the ball enters his hands, you can almost see a
now we're seeing a different
shadow underneath. Yeah, we're seeing side on now.
Roll back. Now roll back.
This is an incredibly difficult decision for the third umpire. It's such an important one within the context of the game. He'll be aware of that.
Under the ball. I'm satisfied. My decision for big screen is
Ahsan Raza, the third umpire, has had a look, and we've got one fresh angle from the previous 2 that we saw, and he feels from that the fingers were under the ball. And there's huge celebrations from Sri Lanka. Almost Imran Tahir style as they run away and celebrate what is a big moment in the game, but is also a wonderful catch as well from Sadira Samaravikrama. 7 down England are. They're 123 on the board in the 26th over.
Yeah, Woke's gone for 0 from 4 balls. A drive outside the off stump and just half a sniff of a catch. He was a good 7 or 8 yards in from the circle, which is unusual for a backward point fielder. Usually they're lurking around somewhere near the edge of the circle, but he clearly felt as though there was going to be an opportunity to catch the ball, and diving to his left, just getting his fingers under the ball. That was such a tight call from the third umpire, but to me, watching here from the blurry images that we saw, it looked as though there was a finger underneath the ball as it entered his hands, and the sheepish nature of his celebration in the first instance, I think, was because it had squeezed that finger into the turf and was relatively painful. But Chris Wokes, he goes shaking his head all the way back to the pavilion, a little glancing look back at the umpires as if to say, why on earth has that been given out? And again, I've played with a few coaches who might be marching their way up to the match referee's office now to question that decision.
We were watching the Sri Lankan celebrations as they wheeled away. Ben Stokes was a complete opposite, wasn't he? Hands on hips, he couldn't believe it.
Well, I would have been interested if we did have the soft signal, what the umpires might have said. The on-field umpires, would they have said out or not out? They have changed that now, no longer have that soft signal, so does make it interesting, and that's one of the reasons they had the soft signal, was in case maybe technology fails and or one of the angles don't work and you can't see, so the decision's already been made by the on-field umpires.
And you have a gut feel when you're out there in the middle, and I've clearly never umpired a game of cricket, but when you're out there, you can the naked eye can sort of tell whether it's a legitimate dismissal or not. And the slow-mo cameras sometimes, as we've seen so many times, especially in Test cricket, where the finger gets squeezed underneath the ball and it gives the impression that the ball is on the turf when really there's a finger underneath it. But certainly there, the quality of the pictures without a soft signal, it was very difficult to tell, but the third umpire was clearly satisfied.
Right, now 7 down, last ball of the over, and it's David Willey to face, and he's defending. Back up the pitch towards a middle fielder, and England in deep trouble at 123 for 7, 26 overs gone. The run rates, I don't think they're worried about that so much now. It's about survival. How long can you bat? How many balls can Ben Stokes face as well? He's on 34 from 58 right now.
Yeah, so you have to play the supporting role. Whoever's with Stokes, you have to just try and let him play the situation. He's clearly played some fantastic innings when England's backs have been against the wall in big games, and this is now another one of those. He has the start, he has the platform, 34 from 58. He's regularly losing people at the other end, and he has to use his nous and game instincts to be able to navigate these last 3 wickets for England, because this isn't an ideal scenario, clearly, but they have to try and get something that could be defendable on the board and try and put Sri Lanka under a bit of pressure in the second half of this game, but it's going to take some effort to get there.
Right, Matthews will start another over. He's into his fifth. He's got 2 for 14. His right arm over the wicket into the left hander, causing him some troubles as he's squared up and it squirts out into the offside. And there will be a run for England in the form of a leg bye. It's 124 for 7 in the 27th over. Decision at the toss was to bat first, which wasn't surprising. I had a chat with Dinesh Karthik, and he said, no, the right decision is definitely to have a bat first. He said, sometimes under lights it does get a bit better here, but looking at the two teams and what they prefer, better way it's definitely bat first. Now, looking in hindsight, did they make the right decision, or is this just where England is at the moment? They just got a lot of batters out of form.
Yeah, I'd like to have had a look closely at the surface to try and guess what would happen.
Matthews now into the left-handed Willie, and he's defending back up to the bowler.
But the first 6 or 7 overs, the ball was just coming onto the bat nicely. The Sri Lankans are getting the ball up there, looking for swing, searching for that outside edge, and the movement back into Bairstow that could have had him LBW first ball. And the second they've dragged their length back, it's become infinitely harder, but it doesn't suggest to me it's a bad wicket by any stretch of the imagination.
Into the 27th over now. This is going past the outside edge through to the keeper by Matthews, who's bowling around 120 kilometres an hour.
He's bowling like Prime McGrath here. He's nipping it all over the place. Predominantly cross-seamers as well. So
his first ball was a bit of filth.
Yes, that is fair to say, yeah.
That was certainly a ball of a man who hasn't played much cricket.
Yeah, 3.5 years since he bowled in an ODI.
He's halfway through this over now. So bowling to Willie is yet to get off the mark. He's faced 3 balls. Now he's tapping away into the offside straight to Tikshina.
9 falls from the first 34 balls after England won the toss.
I thought David Malan was also really good at sort of keeping Bairstow away from the left-hander for most of the beginning part, because we know he's had his troubles against left-arm seam and clearly did the first ball as well. I thought Malan was really good at making sure that he faced the left-hander most of the time. It worked well. He scored a lot through the offside, as you said, because of the lengths they were looking for. And he moves back in his crease and he's behind it, defending it. It's the leg bye from this over so far, and it's just been all Sri Lanka since that 7th over when the first wicket fell. They were 45 for 1, and then all of a sudden 57 for 2, 68 for 3, 77 for 4, 85 for 5, 122 for 6, 123 for 7. No partnerships to speak of after that first one. Now, when he's defending, he's happy to get behind it and defend. He does have a good defence, though. It's 124 for 7 after 27 overs. Batted at number 7 in the previous game against South Africa. He would have thought today he would have had a little bit more time in the dressing room, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it'd have been eyeing up at least 45 overs with the kippers up in the aircon in the dressing room, but he's got a big job to do now. He's got a lot of experience batting at the top of the order in domestic cricket. He scored 2 ODI 50s, I think, David Willey, when I was looking at his numbers before the game. So he is capable. He's going to need to add a third to that one today, you would imagine, for England to get anywhere near 250, which, with the stoppy sort of nature of this pitch and how unfree flowing scoring has been through these middle overs, they would think that they'd have a chance to defend, but perilous at the moment.
Yeah, 2 ODI 50s, a high score 51 for him as Stokes gets one on his pads and he tucks it away neatly into the leg side. Sri Lanka field at square leg, and they'll take a run. It's 125 for 7, and that 51, not 100, I'm giving him a little bit too much credit there. 51 came against Ireland in Southampton in 2020. He was actually player of the series there.
That sort of reignited his ODI career, I think, after being left out of the 2019 World Cup. That was his first opportunity back in the England team, I think, and remember him taking that well behind closed doors against Ireland.
Ireland won that game, though.
They did.
That specific
I think
game.
he had a fairly good series, though. I think
he was player of the series. Yeah. Well, he's on strike at the moment, and this takes what looks like the shoulder of the bat out into the offside and just evades Sadira, who's been prowling in that area all day and has found some success at backward point. It's 126 for 7.
And that one's bounced like Joel Garner's bowled it from that end. It was a fierce bounce from a good length around the wicket, cross seam again. It really has taken off and taken the top left-hand shoulder of the bat, and that could really have gone anywhere. Backward point was interested. Rajitha has his hands on his nose, on the bridge of his nose, sort of cursing his luck, but he's bowling well here.
2 singles off the first 2 balls of the over. Stokes faces up now and says no to a run out into the offside. I just find there's one thing for me about Rajitha. He doesn't use his height enough.
He's got a bit of a collapsed front leg, hasn't he? Which, when you're looking to hit the deck hard and get every ounce of athleticism out of yourself, a braced front leg and a stiff hip to be able to hinge over and hit the deck hard is an important thing. He's only bowling 81 or 82 miles an hour, so he bowls more through the crease rather than standing tall at the crease. But he's a big, strong boy and definitely something to work on, and he's got something to work with. 2 for 32 from 6.5.
And he's around the wicket now into Stokes, who advances and drives. Finds a gap through extra cover. It's an area where he does score a lot of his runs. 130 for 7, I should say, in the 28th now.
Yeah, nice from Stokes, advancing down the pitch as well, giving himself room, trying to throw the bowler off that length. And when you see a bit of erratic bounce as a bowler, you simplify your game plans and you just say, keep smashing it in and around that area. And if the batters are showing no intent, it actually makes your job a lot easier at hitting that. So Stokes just trying to put him off that length and succeeding there.
Right, 6 runs off the over. Stokes has 39 from 62 with 6 fours to his name. And now he's tapping to the offside just behind square, and they'll say no to the run. They'll be well aware of the fact that there's only 1 ball left in the over, and Stokes would love to get strike for the start of the next over. I think it'd be 2. It's not something necessarily to worry about too much, as we've already spoken about Willie and what he can do with the bat, but wants the bulk of the strike at the moment. Yet again, it's Ben Stokes. Stokes taps his bat, awaiting Rajitha. He's going to only just tap it back to the bowler. It'll be a dot ball. That means 6 runs off that over. 130 for 7 is the score. 28 overs gone. And now Stokes 39 from 64, 6 fours to his name. Willie 1 from 7. And just look at the bowling lineup from Sri Lanka's point of view. You've got Madhushanka, who's obviously bowling nicely in his left armour, so that's one variation already that you've got. Rajitha's got the height, and if you use that height, you can get a bowler with the extra bounce. Somebody like a Morne Morkel obviously used to get for South Africa. You yourself at times obviously using that height that you've got just gives a natural variation. The way that we've seen Matthews bowling now added something to this lineup. Kumara with his pace. It's just lovely variation within the seam attack, isn't it?
Yeah, and almost by accident, I think. You look at the attack that they selected in the first few games that got flogged all over the place against South Africa, especially for that world record, or that South Africa's record score, and Markram scoring that 100, the fastest 100 at the time in World Cup cricket. But yeah, it seems like an attack that's had a realisation that simplicity is actually the best way to go about it. Hitting the deck hard, bowling cross seam, and that would have been one of the main communications that would have been done by them as a team as they come together during the drinks break. Not overly hot on half the pitch. Covered in shade now, meaning that they can take some solace out there, but interestingly they've decided to have their drinks in the sun, not the shade, so they must be loving life out there.
Well, I tell you what, I was out there earlier, and the weather is so much better than what we experienced in Mumbai for sure. And even Chennai wasn't that bad, but it was definitely warmer than this. But this is actually beautiful. There's a breeze. It's not a little bit of humidity, not so bad, but it's very pleasant actually.
Makes you feel like you could go for a jog in it.
Yeah.
Didn't fancy jogging around the streets of Mumbai with the smog and the pollution at around 350, I think.
Yeah, I know some people did it, but I don't think it's something that I would do.
No. Well, I mean, my exercise has been less than consistent on this tour.
.130 for 7 is the score. 28 overs gone. At this rate, they're looking at 232, but really it's about making sure that they bat as many overs as possible. That wickets column is a worry from England's point of view, that is for sure. And right now, Sri Lanka hold all the cards. The 1, trump card for England is Ben Stokes. Yet again, he's in the thick of it. He loves these situations. Pretty much almost the defence of the title really sort of rests on his shoulders at the moment.
Yep, yeah, and that's the reason why they selected him in this team or in this squad, I think, and asked him to come back. I mean, ideally it wouldn't be in scenarios like this at 130 for 7 against Sri Lanka. Having played only 4 games in the tournament so far, I think they were hoping that his influence would be at the back end in real pressure moments in knockout cricket to have that calmness, but he certainly needs the same level of calmness, if not more, to be able to marshal a team that's lacking in confidence at the moment through this period to try and put a score on the board in what is an absolutely crucial World Cup game for England, because they've got India next, they've got Australia coming, there's no respite.
Yeah, absolutely. India next in Lucknow.
England have only scored 200 batting first twice, less than 200 batting first twice to win a World Cup game. First time was in 1979. They made 165 for 9 off 60 overs.
That's a good score then. They were going absolute gangbusters.
The second time, sorry Natalie, was in Chennai against South Africa. In 2011, their 171 was enough to win that game.
Not sure why you're apologising. Mumbai wasn't that long ago. What was the scoreline there? 229, I think? Yeah.
Don't know.
Not sure why you're apologising. Although South Africa is giving us hope at the moment. It's the hope that kills you usually. We know South Africa in the record in World Cups. Right. After the drinks break, it will be Lahiru Kumara. Love the pace that he's been bowling with today. He's looked in good rhythm despite not having much time out in the middle through the tournament. And he's going to be bowling to Willie, who's on 1 from 7. Last wicket fell at 123 on the board in the 26th over. We're now starting the 29th. There is a slip as well for Willie, who drives, and it goes past that slip. Quite wide though, as it goes off the outside edge and flies down to third for a run. 131 for 7 in the 29th.
You have better eyes than me. I was looking around backward point to snaffle that one again. That was flown down there.
Yeah, it's the pace that he bowls with, isn't it? Just changes it up now. It's sort of a different prospect after having to face Matthews from this end.
That's why I think that Mendes has done really well, is juggled his bowlers. The second that anyone's looked comfortable against a certain bowler, he's whipped them off, brought someone else on. He's chopped and changed constantly, and more often than not it's brought an uncomfortable set of shots that have led to a wicket.
Right, they're looking for the 8th now. There's Sri Lanka as Willie's pushing this into the offside. I had a chat with Mahesh Tikshana as well before the game started, and he himself was saying the responsibility is obviously on his shoulders, leading the spin attack for Sri Lanka. And he said it has been different because he's so used to having Wanindu Hasaranga on the other end, and even if Tikshana starts a little bit earlier than him with the newer ball, they just squeeze so well in those middle overs together. So the prospect without him has been different for him. Now it's Willie, I should say Stokes, who's playing this out into the onside, straight to mid-on though. Also one of his favourite shots as he tries to pull it away through the leg side. And now Tikshana has bowled 6 overs today for just 14 runs. Love a wicket though.
Yeah, it brings back memories of, I played a lot against Sri Lanka when they used to have the 7-match ODI series in Sri Lanka, and you were 4-0 down after 4 because Ajantha, Mendes and Herath had spun webs around you in the middle overs.
Kumara gathers and bowls into Stokes. It taps it on its head down to third, and he'll take a run. Moves the score up to 132 for 7. Oh, and there was looking for possible another run actually as the ball came in from third. It wasn't a good throw. The ball is sort of all over the place. Few mistakes that Sri Lanka has made today. Didn't get the overthrow though in the end. Stokes wants the strike. It's another quiet over. Single, dot, single. So Kumara's going to say, all right, let's try around the wicket now to Willie, who's on 2 from 8. Goes in the back of the length and forces him onto the back foot, and he's defending.
What I like from Sri Lanka as well is that, again, when I've played against Sri Lanka in the past, and they're really tenacious in the field, they're in your face. you've got fielders constantly coming in, and they're like an umbrella just sort of folding in towards the batter, trying to stop a single, trying to stop the rotation of strike. There's a slip in place. It's just essences of Sri Lanka old about this performance so far today.
Shadows now just about half covering the surface at the moment as Stokes, or I should say Willie, guides us down towards third. And they'll get a single to end that over. So 29 overs have been bowled. It's 133 for 7 now. 4.59 is the run rate. With 3 singles off that over. Well, I'm going to leave it with you now, Fiddy. And I'm sure you're hoping that you can get England to a point of something to defend, and then you're going to be joined by Prakash.
Well, I work for the BBC now, so I'm impartial, so I like seeing good games of cricket. So whatever means that happens, I hope it does, but certainly England, if they are going to make a game of this, they need more than 133 that they have currently. Thikshana, who's bowled magnificently so far today, having only gone for 14 runs in 6 overs, is looking to add a wicket to his tally now, taking up the attack from the far end, and sitting down next to me is Prakash.
Here's Thikshana into Willie. Willie works it away on the onside, down towards the deep mid-wicket region. Pick up 134 now for 7. Seems like such a long time back when England were 45 for no loss.
Yeah, that's the last time I was on air. I've left the box gleefully skipping down the gangway towards the... I actually got lost twice.
Did you?
Trying to find the pool area where our food is. The pool is out the back of the stadium. And I ended up, I reckon, halfway round the stand to our right on the ground floor. Yeah, all the way round there.
Wow. Strikes him on the pad, looking to whip it through the onside there. Ben Stokes, no run.
Realised I was lost, came up, whacked my head on a low-hanging beam on the way up, so felt concussed, and then blamed my bad decisions on that.
And then we don't have a substitute either.
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. So, like, producer Adam do a couple of tests on me. Check there is a brain in there.
There's Thikshana in, driven to the edge of the circle at cover. There is no run. 134 for 7. The shadows lengthening here at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Just a stone's throw really away from one of my very favourite spots, I dare say, in the country. As Thikshana bowls, reverse sweep attempted, misses it completely, taken by the keeper. Cubbon Park, home to a little over 6,000 trees, and has a wonderful little ecosystem, diverse. You see lots of Bangaloreans out there cycling, running, jogging, walking, doing yoga in the mornings. It's a wonderful sight. Thikshana bowled, and this one's cracked away off the back foot. He'll get runs here, maybe even 4-fielder giving chase, gets to it and does pull off a good save. Won't stop Stokes from coming back for the second. 136 now for 7, 42 to Stokes.
So like Richmond Park in southwest London, by the sounds of it.
I must confess, don't know Richmond Park that well, but if you think that it sounded similar, yes, this is really one of the most magnificent publicly accessible spaces, green spaces, I'd say, in the major metros. Thikshana bowls, defended in the offside. They'll steal a single to point, comfortably taken. 137 for 7.
Yeah, Richmond Park's like standing in the middle of the Tour de France. If you go there on the weekend to have a coffee, you've got about 2,000 cyclists whizzing past you. There's deer there as well in Richmond Park. Yeah, you can go for a...
I've been there actually.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It is wonderful.
Might have been there. Yeah, so 1870, I think, if memory serves. Major General Sankey, who was the chief engineer of what the British at the time called it the Mysore state. The Maharaja of Mysore, of course, was the sort of, if you will, ceremonial head. And he designed and constructed the inner roads and the boundaries for Cubbon Park, which is, if you ever come to this part of the world, do try and see if you can have a nice quiet walk through and have a lovely cup of coffee in the park. Here's Lahiru Kumara bowls, and this time Stokes has struck it. Is the fielder getting underneath it? Oh yes, he's taken it. And I think that might well spell the ultimate doom for England's innings here. As long as Ben Stokes was there, you felt he could do anything. Short ball pulled straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket in the shadows, and that really is something that England wouldn't dreaded to have seen, and they have now. 137 for 8. Stokes walks back and caught by the substitute Hemanta there on the boundary of Kumara for 43.
Yep, it was banged in halfway down, but with all the leg side out, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and fine leg, it was a trap that Ben Stokes has fallen into. He cleared his front leg looking to clear that man at deep mid-wicket, but didn't quite hit it clean enough. He puffs his cheeks as he walks back to the pavilion for 43, but you're right, Prak, with that I think sounds the death knell of England's World Cup.
Well, the only thing you can expect is, can this somehow G up the new ball bowlers, and of course the man coming out right now with a job to do with the bat, Adil Rashid, and can they sort of, you know, slice through the top half and then the bottom of the Sri Lankan batting? It's not impossible, they have to believe. And we'll get a word in from Paul as to how he's seeing it, to see what he thinks of this position. 137 for 8.
Yeah, very frustrating, and I think...
Paul, you there?
Yes, I think Finney is absolutely... I think Finney's right that that's the end probably of this game for England with Stokes going. That's a really disappointing dismissal, a trap set for him, and he's absolutely tried to smash it into the middle of the stand and not got enough of it. But in many ways, that's how his innings has gone. He's not really timed too much throughout the entire innings he's been at the crease. A really disappointing and frustrating England performance, this. Really, really tough one to watch.
Yes, I'm sure that the England supporters who've come here also will be feeling that sense of disappointment as Lahiru Kumara is in now to bowl to Adil Rashid. That one maybe kept a little low, and Adil just getting enough bat on it. Maybe even a bit of inside edge onto the pad. Dribbles out, no run. 137 for 8. It's inexplicable sometimes, these things in cricket. Was that the slower ball as well, Finney? Yes. No, not really.
I think it was a cross-seamer. So
it's stuck.
Sri Lanka have done that really well. They've recognised very early on that cross-seamers on this surface are just either skidding or kicking slightly, and they're not coming through the same pace, and they've really deployed those tactics very well and successfully.
Lahiru Kumara in again now to bowl to Adil Rashid. He's bowled and solidly defended. There's no run. 137 for 8. Yes, so the Bangalore club, the other sort of great institution here, again not far from here, Finney. We sadly don't have time here, otherwise it'd be lovely to walk across.
We might do this evening.
Might be in by 6.
And you keep calling me the pessimist.
Well, yeah, your team have won 5 from 5. Mine have lost 3, 1-1, and staring down the barrel of the worst one yet.
This is true, unfortunately, as Kumara turns and goes into bowl from the pavilion end into Adil Rashid, and Rashid defends solidly. So there's a lovely picture of a group of young English officers, and some autographs on the picture as well. And then there's a register which shows dues which were not paid at the time. And guess who one of the names on the register and a picture is?
Not
very,
Prakash
very
Wakanka.
famous. No, very famous Englishman, somebody who I think did great work for the country back in the war. Here's Lahiru Kumara in, bowls to Rashid. Rashid carves it away on the offside. He'll take one to a foolish delivery. 138 for 8.
Winston Churchill.
Spot on.
Owes money still.
Yes. Well, so did now. And I hope I'm not saying anything wrong. So did your current monarch to Chennai. But that, I understand, was paid on one of his visits to India.
Okay. How did he pay? Cash or card?
I really don't know. But you know, these are the little things which are nuggets, and they're just wonderful to see. The Bangalore club, which has lots of the hunting trophies, again something that in today's world wouldn't be talked about, but quite the British club. Here's Kumara bowls, and this one's gone in the air, but it'll clear the man by something. That's what Stokes wanted to do, couldn't. Willie has square of the wicket, lofted into the stands for a big 6. 144 for 8, and that brings a smile to some English supporters.
Yeah, that was a big 6, that, and the difference between that shot and Ben Stokes' shot. David Willey just waits for the ball that little bit longer and hits it a bit closer to his body, so he's not reaching for it, allows it to hit the middle of the bat and then gets it up into the atmosphere over that deep square leg boundary for 6. Ben Stokes was aiming more towards mid-wicket, therefore hitting harder at the ball, and that's why he didn't time it quite as well as Willey has just then.
And believe it or not, in the 31st over, that is the first 6 of the innings. When you don't associate that with this English batting lineup.
No, 17 fours, 1 6, given that 9 of those fours came within the first 35 deliveries of this innings. There's a very infrequent boundary count there.
Tikshna in and worked on the onside, not for runs. Yeah, this is a marvelous city, I have to say. I mean, you know, metros around the world have their challenges. Bangalore has its own, but I think in many ways the city is trying to find a way. Turned away nicely, but again there'll be no run. Backward of square on the onside. 144 for 8, it stays. Of course, in more recent times, the tech capital, some people call it the Silicon Valley of India, because of all the startups and all the technology companies that have offices and big research centers here. Here's Tikshna bowls, looks to paddle it, does Adil Rashid. Be called wide? Yes, it is. 145 for 8.
Would the IPL team playing here have anything to do with that and the interest, or would it have happened anyway, do you think?
No, I think when the IPL was first conceived, I think all the major metros did have a city. Bangalore was very much one of them. So you had Delhi, you had Bombay, you had Bangalore, Kolkata, Chennai, of course. Here's Tikshna in, and as defended off the inside edge of the bat. They'll take 1 as the return comes into the keeper, not taken cleanly. 146 for 8. And you know what's happened over time is that there is a general joke that goes around amongst friends that north of the Narmada River, which is sort of central India, is where all the sort of aggro comes from, and below, south of the Narmada, is where all the brains come from. And you have a lot more, and it's not completely wrong, in the sense that I think there's a far greater emphasis on education in this part of the country, the peninsular part. Here's Tikshna bowls and defended on the onside, no run. It remains 146 for 8. I mean, if you look at some of the better known cricketers who've played for Karnataka or Tamil Nadu, think about it. Srinath, engineer. Kumble, engineer. Venkat Raghavan. So all of these folks actually took breaks at various stages, or maybe balanced their cricket with their education. Tikshna bowls. He beats him outside the off stump, and Willey has a thrash, doesn't get any bat on it. 146 now for 8. 32nd over, about to finish.
That's what they say about Watford, where I'm from as well.
All the intelligent folks.
All the intelligent folks from Watford.
Well done, Finney. Well done. Well, look. Paul, we're going to get your thoughts on this and see how Finney's comment will go down with you. The laugh did tell us a bit about it. Tikshna bowls down the leg side, wide again.
Finney definitely banged his head earlier, didn't he?
Oh, what's happened here? They've gone for a...
Adil Rashid was just ambling around, actually. He looks a bit shell-shocked there, Rashid, but Mendes from behind the stumps actually just got defended into the leg side, and Rashid was sort of wandering around, and Mendes has thrown the stumps down at the non-striker's end and looks in a bit of trouble here, I think.
Ooh.
Sri Lankans are definitely celebrating like it's out.
I have to say that I missed that. Watching it now, well, there you go. The bails have lit up, and Adil Rashid's bat is nowhere near the crease. He's walking back. Just the one thing that you didn't want to see. An unnecessary run out, completely unrelated to the action on the pitch in a way, Finney. There will be conversations about this, but you really do have to stay in your crease, don't you?
Yep, you do, and again, it's a very obvious thing to say, but when you're not playing well in a World Cup, these are the things that creep into your game, the ill discipline, the inability in big moments to be able to pull yourself through. And this is another one of those bits of ill discipline from Adil Rashid, wandering around outside his crease, and Mendes was so quick to the ball and threw the stumps down that Adil Rashid was at least a foot out of his crease there wasn't even able to get the bat around and anywhere near the crease by the time the ball hit the stumps. So, you know, England in absolutely dire straits here. 147 for 9. there isn't much good news for people back in England to listen to at the moment.
Now, sadly, there isn't. Paul, your thoughts on that run out, mate?
Finney's absolutely right. It just sums up where England are at, doesn't it, today? I mean, they've gone from being in a really excellent starting position, played really nicely first 5, 6, 7, 8 overs, and then from there it's just been a catalogue of disasters. And that run out, it just sums it up, really. I mean, just lack of concentration. It's a wicket that we've just given the wicket away, and that's one that will really frustrate the England dressing room. It will frustrate Rash himself. He'll be really disappointed. But as I say, it's just gone from bad to worse. This last hour has been a pretty tough watch. The only thing that's kept me slightly amused is Finney. Obviously, he must be suffering from concussion, I think, from that blow on the head earlier, talking about his level of intelligence and people coming from Watford. I've given him credit in the past, though, as being a really a very different fast bowler. He is actually intelligent and articulate. Maybe he's taken that to heart a bit too much.
Last ball of the 32nd over. Theekshana into Willie, and Willie is defending it. There will be no run. 147 for 9. England have lost 9 for 102. And more thoughts from Stephen Finn, and Jonathan Agnew is poised and ready.
Yeah, if that dismissal of Ben Stokes was disappointing, that last one with Adil Rashid was even more so. I think just indicates, as Paul said, the sloppiness that has crept into England's game that is uncharacteristic of this team over the last 8 years.
Extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, there's often one crazy dismissal in a collapse like that, and that's the one, isn't it? Just run out, backing up off a wide. Wow. I'm sure I've seen that before.
No, it actually passed us by because the umpire was on his way to signalling wide, and Adil Rashid was just wandering out of his crease, wasn't he? It wasn't anywhere near the crease line.
So 147 for 9, at least from England's perspective. The in-form batsman has now arrived in the shape of the number 11, Mark Wood, who's looking at the boundary. He's going to face the fast bowler Kamara. It's a devastating form of the bat against South Africa. Of course, it was in a hopeless cause, and of course he's went out and had a swing, but he'll feel pleased about it. Anyway, now he has a swipe outside the off stump and misses that one. That was through him before the bat was down.
Averaging 80 in this World Cup. There's hope for England.
Well, he must be top of the averages, isn't he? It goes something like Quinton de Kock, Rohit Sharma, Mark Wood.
3 names which you always put together.
Yeah. I just look at that replay again. It was just bizarre. I've never seen that. I've never seen a run out from a wide at the non-striker's end like that. 147 for 9. Kamara bowls. Wood into line this time, pushes that away down a backward point. He's bowling about 90 miles an hour. Got some pace, but this is just it just sums it all up, really. Down the leg side, wide, and how quick was Mendes? He actually wasn't going to throw it to start with. The umpire signalled wide, and he just hurled the stumps down. He was actually looking to his right, looking towards square leg maybe. He was looking somewhere before he just took aim, hurled the stumps down. Brilliant piece of cricket. Kamara bowls, and Wood scythes that for 4. He's off. Well, you never know. They're still predicting 232 up there on my screen, which, given it's 151 for 9, suggests that Mark Wood's going to get about 70.
I'd imagine if he bats for the next 18 overs, they'll get more than 232. Well, they will. The rate that he's been whacking them.
They will. They can't be serious with that projected score, can they?
No.
Surely not. Well, God, what England would give for that. They're 151 for 9. Kamara, the burly fast bowler, bowls a low full toss. Wood's got him away into the offside now. Out to deep point. He takes a single. Willie, he can hit a clean ball, as we know. He's hit 1-6 already. He's on strike. 152 for 9, looking at some very long faces in the England dressing room. That's what we can make out there. Not a great comeback for Chris Wokes, is it? I mean, there'll be a lot of talk about that low catch, mind you. There's always going to be an issue for me, and not wise after the event, about the soft signal going. Who's got the best view on the field? Usually, 9 times out of 10, the umpires. Kamara bowls a slower ball, is hoisted away, over cover for 4. A little bit short. Well played by Willie. 156 for 9. The crowd enjoying this little flurry of runs. But the umpires, they're out there. That's all they're doing is just taking away responsibility for the umpires.
And you get a sense, don't you, when you're out there and you're out there on the field, you do get a general sense of whether the ball has gone in cleanly or whether it's bounced short, and then that's affirmed or confirmed by the third umpire.
Indeed. I don't understand why they did away with it, because if it's not right, well, you can see it on the screen.
They put that fella, the third umpire, under so much pressure.
Yeah. Kamara runs in, bowls to Willie, full, and has passed the outside edge into Kusal Mendes' gloves behind the wicket. So the end of that over, 156 for 9, 33 overs gone, but you could tell in Ben Stokes' response, his reaction out there was one of just disbelief, really. You would say he was not exactly a neutral in the proceedings, but even so, I think from what they could see of the screen, it isn't great up there. They've got a big screen, but it's a small big screen, if you get what I mean.
And you'd imagine the element of doubt to that scenario if you are taking away the soft signal. And the image was so blurry, it was like a TV screen, prehistoric TV screen.
Well, don't you think if it takes that long to make a decision, there's clearly doubt?
There's enough doubt to suggest,
But they don't seem to bother about doubt. They're trying to rule that out, but they're just taking away all the authority for the umpires, bit by bit. They've got the best view. 156 for 9. They're seeing it in 3D for a start. They're seeing it as the eye sees it. It's Theeksana brings Wood forward. Now, how long is he going to block this for? He prodded forward there. Little mystery spinner, Theeksana. The ball comes out of his hand this way and that. You don't quite know where it's going to go. That's a little leg spinner. It went past the outside edge, didn't it, from round the wicket.
Your fingers have got to be so strong to do what he does, if flicking out the front of the hand.
I suspect Mark Woods haven't got a clue where these are going. Theeksana bowls, Jim Swipe bowled out. And that's it. 156. Theeksana takes the final wicket. Wood had a swipe. He was either bowled or stumped. Hard to tell in the end. I know he was stumped. Yeah, whipped the bails off. Wood miles out of his ground. Very quick work again for Kusal Mendes. And there you go. In 33.2 overs, England's last stand, it feels, in this World Cup is lying there in ruins. They were, so work it out for me. That's 10 for
111.
10 for 111. Make a note of that. In
26 overs.
Probably says it all, doesn't it? I mean, pitch is fine. Sri Lanka have got to get them. At 157 to win does not feel as if it's going to be challenging in these conditions. And well played Sri Lanka. They could have had a wicket in the first ball of the match, and that didn't happen. Bairstow could well have been LBW, but Malan was very fluent. He hit 6 fours in his 28, and things seem to be moving along nicely. He edged the catch behind to Mendes off Matthews, who's back in the side. Joe Root run out. That was a bad error as well, and that was his fault. He can't blame Bairstow for that. Root played one to backward point. He got a nice bounce for Matthews coming in, sort of to an accurate throw, which he did. Root run out for 3. Then there had to be a partnership. Bairstow and Stokes really knuckle down, just take some time. Bairstow lobbed a catch to mid-on, trying to pull the ball into the leg side, out for 30. And 31 balls. Butler drove at a wide one, caught behind for 8. Livingston missed straight ball, out for 1. Moeen Ali, a soft dismissal. It's a catch to backward point. It's a gentle little lob for 15, and then Stokes caught out in the deep for 43 from 73 balls. Wokes has caught that low-down catch there for naught that we described. And that rather balmy run out of Adil Rashid, backing up at the non-striker's end off a wide. Terrific throw from Mendes. This game catches you unawares, and so I've never seen that before. Run out off a wide at the non-striker's end. Bizarre. And then Wood having a thrash. stumped for 5. 156. So who have we got? We've got Angelo Matthews, I think, down there.
It must feel nice to be back with that performance in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the boys set the tone. I mean, all the bowlers were absolutely brilliant today. The wicket was a little bit on the slower side, but I thought we landed the ball on the correct spots and fielded brilliantly.
Yeah, that fielding performance was about as good as it gets, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we need to back our bowlers up. The bowlers were bowling brilliantly, but then the fielders had to back them up, and which they exactly did. You know, it was a brilliant performance.
And you're the man that started the collapse with the wicket of David Malan. Nice to be back. How's that 36-year-old body?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I challenged myself over the last 1.5 months or so. I started bowling as well, so to try and contribute as much as I can in whatever way possible. So I'm glad that I was able to bowl well.
How much cricket have you been playing recently when you got the call up?
Not too much, to be honest. It's raining cats and dogs in Sri Lanka, so we were mostly indoors, but you know, I had to mentally prepare myself to come and perform.
And nice to come in against England, a side you've got a lot of happy memories against yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, England are a very, very balanced, very strong team. I mean, well, I thought we had to turn up and put our A game to push them back, which we did in the first half, but it's still not over. We need to finish the game off.
And how do you finish that game off? What is the key in this run chase?
Just bat positively. I mean, you know, just you know, hit the ball, you know, play it as it comes, and you know, not get too excited.
Good to have you back. Well bowled, well fielded.
Thank you.
Yeah, he played a part, didn't he? Angelo Matthews back in the side again and responsible for Root's run out and some other good field along the way, and the wicket of David Malan as well. It started the rot for England there. 10 for 111 in 26 overs, bowled out for 156 in 33.2. I've still got Stephen Finn and Paul Farbrace with me. We're going to be talking about Bazball in a second, though. Seems like a sort of a distant memory at the moment, doesn't it? But a new book out today. We'll be chatting about that in a moment or two. But first of all, Paul, yeah, former Sri Lankan coach and all that, but an Englishman. I just wonder what you think about that performance.
Just really disappointed. Very, very I genuinely thought the way they started today with the bat, I thought get a decent total on the board, get ourselves right back into this World Cup with a real confidence boosting win. But that just sums up the way that we played. We just looked like a team we're devoid of all confidence. We're not quite sure how to play, and as soon as the pace came off the ball, we just looked like we weren't sure how to score runs. Matthews and Theekshana, the way they bowled was outstanding, but we just lost all confidence, and as soon as we lost the run out of Root, that's where the game just changed completely. And it was almost, sitting in the change room, you would have felt the shudders of confidence just being drained out of the team. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, I think Stephen, you've been here from the start. We watched the New Zealand game. I mean, I think timorous is a reasonable word to use, the way that England have approached their defence of the World Cup.
Yeah, certainly. It's been weird, hasn't it? I think even when you look at the squad that they selected and you felt as though, okay, they might be missing a few important cogs within that, but with the depth of the batting, and I think that was always England's strength coming into this tournament, was the depth of their batting, with Wokes coming in at 8, someone like Willie at 9, I think would give that top order the freedom to be able to play with the aggression that we've seen over the last number of years, and we just haven't seen that. We've seen a lack of confidence, which has not been there in English white ball cricket for quite some time, and it's amazing when the pressure's on and when you're in situations like this. I've been within dressing rooms where, as Paul says, that you see the run out of your main star player Joe Root in circumstances like that, and you think, oh no, if he's making these mistakes, what does that mean I'm going to do? And it does reverberate through the dressing room, and it's not like this is the first time that this has happened in this tournament.
Thanks, Steve. Just a last thought from you, Paul. It's interesting how these great teams can fall in a heap. I'm thinking of the Ashes winning team out there in Australia. They all massively fell apart. There was acrimony and so on involved in that as well. But it just feels that this is kind of going the same way. This very fine white ball team has had its day, and it's kind of falling apart.
Yeah, and look, it's really sad to watch because, I genuinely thought that the squad that they picked, Archer not available through injury, but generally the squad would be the squad that I think it represents our best 15 players to go and play. Right? We've lost Topley, our leading wicket taker in this tournament, but there's enough skill, there's enough experience, and I genuinely thought the experience was going to be the big thing that would help us in tough situations in India in this World Cup. But unfortunately, we just look like a team with, as I say, no confidence. The first game against New Zealand absolutely hammering, and we just haven't got back from there. And in many ways, it reminds me very much, unfortunately, of the 2015 World Cup in Australia and New Zealand. We started with 2 heavy defeats against Australia and New Zealand there, and just never recovered and played very poor cricket throughout. So, it's amazing how a team full of the experience and players who know how to win World Cups have played so poorly in these first 5 games.
Well, what's making England tick at the moment? The one ball, the one day side, I don't know. But then Sri Lanka need 157 to win this game, and as I say, keep their hopes alive, although even they are quite tenuous. But there'll be a boffin out there somewhere who'll say, yeah, but in England, if this happens and that happens and they do that and they do that, there's a 1 in 63,000 million chance that they could still retain their World Cup, but it just doesn't feel like it, and they just don't look like a team, actually, frankly, at the moment, that's capable of doing that. It may surprise us, and if they don't do it over the next half hour or so, then it's not going to happen. And well, let's see how Chris Woakes gets on. He was dropped for the last game. He's had a horrendous time with this new ball, but he's in the side really because of Topley's injury, and I don't think he'd have been playing otherwise. Interestingly, they've reinforced this square offside field. That's where he's been hit a lot so far. He's gone for 7.5 and over for the 2 wickets at 67 that he's taken so far. But England need wickets, and they need them straight off now, and there's a slip. Gully is deep, there's a square point. Cover is actually, it's a similar field to the one that Sri Lanka had earlier on too, in the offside from Milan. Anyway, let's see how he goes. Woakes is on his way. The first ball of Sri Lanka's reply is outside the off stump, hit firmly out to Bairstow, who's one of those 3 fielders there. He's the middle one, sort of at square point, and there's no run. And all these batsmen, these first 3 batsmen particularly, are dangerous, and they all latch onto anything that's too short, anything that's too wide. And what Woakes would give here is to start with a good solid over. It's hoping too much even to take a wicket, but just a solid over. Just get that behind him. And he comes again from the far end, runs in, bowls, and that's tucked away so wide down the leg side. And Butler gathered it, and Sri Lanka are away, 1 for no wicket. England bowled out for 156 after making a very positive start, but wickets just fell and no partnerships, and both times that partnerships seem to be forming, Bairstow and Stokes, Moeen and Stokes, wickets fell rather gently. This is driven for 4, straight past Woakes, half volley, round about Midland leg, middle maybe, and that's been drilled past him. This is not the start that Woakes will want, a wide and a straight driven 4 like that.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. His balance is perfect, actually. His head is just completely level. His eyes are completely level, which when you're playing an on drive is exactly where you want them to be. He just leans on it, doesn't try to overhit it, 4 down the ground.
Yeah, lovely stroke. 5 for no wicket. Woakes again comes in, bowls the right-handed Nissanka. It's shorter this time. It's played out for Milan to field at point. So if you're an England supporter, it's a miserable story, really. 85 for 5 in the 17th over. Livingston out. Little partnership between Stokes and Moeen took the score to 122, but Moeen has guided a soft catch to backward point. That ended that. Woakes, some dispute or debate at least about the catch, which he was ruled to have been taken. Is Woakes bowling out to mid-wicket, one of those really low ones. We've had this discussion about the soft signal from the umpires, and I don't know why they took it away, because there's no one with a better view out there, usually, not every time, but usually, than the umpires of a low catch like that. They've got the feel of it. They can tell from the fielder's reaction. You look at the others, batsman's reaction, all of that. And the batsman gets a good sight of it too, incidentally, obviously. You can tell if you're out there, the body language, the mood, but they've taken it away. Then comes Wokes and bowls. That's a better ball. Length on the off stump. Guides it away for Bairstow to field at point. And so he was given out. There was tremendous celebrations from Sam Wickrama, who took the catch. Because if it was out, it was a very fine catch. It was hit quite hard and was low. But certainly there wasn't that reaction from Stokes or from Wokes, who looked very surprised that it was given out. 5 for no wicket. Last ball of the first over is about to be bowled. Nisanka's got 4 of those 5. Wokes bowls to him, and he's happy to defend that play to mid-off, where it's fielded by Stokes, who scored 43 from 73 balls. He hit 6 boundaries but hardly timed one. He was really struggling up there with his timing. As we know, he's very short of cricket. He just couldn't get the ball in the middle of the bat at all, but eventually holed out in the deep. And that rather summed it up, because generally I think if he played that shot and he was timing the ball well, it would have flown into the stands for 6, but he was caught at deep mid-wicket. So the target's 157. And England's got to bowl Sri Lanka out, get amongst these wickets quickly. Willie's going to bowl the second over. Five for no wicket. A friend of mine's just messaged me saying he's been sitting on a train and has missed all the cricket. What's happened? I might just message you back saying if I was, I'd just go through Grantham and just keep going. Head north. Keep as far away from a television set or a radio as you can, Peter. 5 for no wicket. Second over then. Willie's ready to go. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Pereira. Runs in, bowls to him. Oh, it's a good ball. That's a good ball. They're appealing behind the wickets. Actually, Butler and Root there. Wasn't much from Willie. In fact, nothing from Willie, I don't think. And they're asking Livingston at backward point. If he heard anything, he's just turned his back on them. But both Root and Butler there were interested for a moment. Nothing from Willie. Looked to be a good ball from deep cover. Let's have a look on the screen. Oh, actually, well, it brushed his thigh pad, didn't it? It actually went between bat and pad. Appealing for leg before wicket. That's the thing.
It looked like it, yeah. 5 for no wicket. Willie, a plodding run, comes in, bowls, and it thumps into the pad. Willie follows through. Can't pick that up. And if you are saying, come on, Agus, what's happened to your eyes? Spare us a thought. We're actually at deep extra cover in the roof, so to see whether that went past outside edge or inside is a bit tricky. But, let's have a look at that. As far as the technicals are concerned, it would have gone over the bails. So good decision from the umpire. 5 for no wicket. Willie walks very slowly back to his mark again. Pereira still looking for his first run. Fine leg is up. And Willie again has long strides, runs in, bowls, pulled into the leg side. A man out there at deep square leg can't get it. Another boundary. The second. And we haven't had 2 overs completed yet. And Sri Lanka will see this, because they're going to have to think about their net run rate. If they do string together the wins that England wanted to string together, and it comes to it, what an opportunity here to bang off 157 as quickly as they can. They'll do themselves a lot of good. 9 for no wicket. And goes Willie. Bowls, driven, a little uppishly, down the ground to mid-off. And there's no run.
Sri Lanka lost their opening 3 games of this World Cup, of course, but if they win today, they've got fixtures against Afghanistan, India, Bangladesh and New Zealand to come, so they fancy winning a couple of those.
Yeah, well, they will. They will. So they've got a really good opportunity here. 9 for no wicket. 2 balls remain in the second over. Pereira, left-handed, waits for Willie, who spoons it in the air. It comes down towards mid-off, he's caught by Stokes. Pereira's out. Leading edge, it looped up, and Stokes had a bit of ground to make up. Coming in from mid-off, but he's taken the catch. Some schoolboys down there look very excited about that. And so do England. They've taken an early wicket, 9 for 1. With a ball to go in the second over, and just looking at the replay, well, he's looking to nudge it away into the leg side. It's a leading edge. The ball didn't do anything. And there's Stokes eagerly grasping the ball, taking the catch, tossing it away to the umpire. Well, there's the first wicket. And it just takes 3 or 4 perhaps to get Sri Lanka thinking they've got to get these runs, and then the pressure turns round and you can start to squeeze it as a fielding side. They're not there yet, but they've got one.
Yeah, they've got their first one, and just looking to turn the ball into the onside a touch too early. We saw in the first innings actually a lot of cross seamers bowled by the Sri Lankans, which suggests that when that seam grabs in the surface, it is just holding slightly and it's not that easy to time. So David Willey on a good length there, it would have gone over the top of the stumps, but the batter just looking to turn that into the onside, and a very simple leading edge for Ben Stokes to collect running in. And now this really is the big wicket. This is their in-form batter. Kushal Mendis has been smashing it all over the place. He picks up length so quickly, and if England get this one in quick succession, then they may start believing, and it's when that confidence, and you can get that feeling in the field of the field being like an umbrella going in towards the batters. Johnny Bairstow there, a few choice words at short mid-wicket at the moment for him, letting him know that a lot weighs on his shoulders here for Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
9 for 1.
Well, Wokes is having a chat with Willey now. Mendes looks around for him. They have got, well, they've got a leg slip. It's interesting. Rather than a short fine leg on the edge of the circle, they brought Rashid in there. I'm not sure if is it Rashid? It's Mo, isn't it? Yes. 9 for 1. Here's the last ball of the over. Willey's on his way. Bowls, edge, foul, goes through slip. And away for 4. A genuine edge. And it flew, well, it was above Root's head, but it went quickly. It's a catch you've got to take in this situation. You've just got to take it, and it was not straightforward, but it was an opportunity. Flashing off the thickish edge there. He's got it actually, well, I think under his hands. Looking at it, I mean, yeah, it's not an easy one, but when you're defending this sort of total, that's the sort of catch that you've got to take. Steve, thoughts from you, and then Prakash.
Yeah, that's gone very quickly there through the first slip region, just poking at it outside the off stump. Actually, it was a seam up delivery from Willian, just looked to zip off the surface, caught the outside edge, and beat Root for pace. Actually, he's not very deep there at all, or wasn't very deep. Certainly flew to him over his head.
13 for 1. Wokes moves in, bowls, and it's a push drive to mid-off. Stokes Fields picks it up, applauds at the delivery from Wokes. And Mendes comes down, has a good chat there from medium range to Nissanka. Both batsmen on 4, but it's just one of those, and looking at the crowd when that one flew through the slips, it's just that half chance, isn't it? Wokes moves in and he bowls outside the off stump, a flashing, forcing shot. Through it goes to Butler, just past that outside edge. England here has got to get some pressure on. If they can pull this off, it would be remarkable. But you can see the tension on a batting side that knows it has to win in the same situation as England. It's a very small total, but it doesn't come easily. 13 for 1. Here comes Wokes there, and he bowls now, tucked away out to mid-wicket. Maybe this will be the nail-biting finish that we've been waiting for, Finny.
Yes, 25 games into this World Cup of 45. Of 45 group games anyway, and yeah, I mean, we'd hope that it wasn't England involved in the nail-biting game, but if it means they get over the line, then I'm all for it.
It just went flashing through Root's hands, really. it did go quickly. Nissanka. In comes Wokes, bowls to him and clips that away through mid-wicket. There's runs here. I don't think it'll go for 4. Moeen's after it, rushing around from mid-on. He slides, picks up and tosses the ball back. They've taken 2. Slightly crookedly played by Nissanka. Wokes bowled 4 balls in this over and they've been okay. He's got 2 more to go. He shouldn't really be treating Wokes with kid gloves, but he's just come under such a barrage before being dropped. Here he comes again, bowling to Nissanka, who's forward, just checks that drive. Milan can field at cover. No run. Right, finish it off well. Finish this over.
He's bowling a nice length here, looking to get it that little bit fuller. I think the times he's been whacked a bit, he's sort of dragged it back, hasn't he? And trying to bowl back of a length, but here he's trusting with the slip in place and cover on that offside, meaning that it's hard for the batter to thread it through that region. It's given him the confidence to bowl a fuller length.
15 for 1. Here's Wokes, and he bowls. That's check driven back at him. There's 2 from that over, and that I'm guessing, but I think it's a reasonable guess, is probably his most economical over in the tournament. There's 2 coming from it, and that from 1 stroke. 15 for 1 after 3 overs. Sun's starting to dip into the west here. I hope it's coming your way, wherever you're listening. Just after 5:30 here. The lights are on, and you can see the effect of those at the fielder's feet, including Wokes, who's just walking a bit more chirpy there. His just shoulders are just rocking a bit as he takes up his position at mid-on for Willie, who's going to bowl the 4th over. Mendes on strike, and he's forward and beaten. Crowd very engaged in this. I think they want England to get some wickets here and them to enjoy a bit of a nail biter. 15 for 1.
Lovely delivery. It's a wobble seam, so it just kicks off the left-hand corner of the seam and angles across Mendes there, who just forward in defence. He doesn't follow the ball, which is why he doesn't edge it, but Willie just finding that left arm angle and proving why left arm seamers are so crucial at the top of the innings to threaten both inside and outside edge.
15 for 1. In the 4th, orthodox slip, leg slip. Willie comes in, bowls to Mendes. He lets it go. Probably sensible too. It's a good length ball. There's so much time. He needs to score at 3 and over. Lost that early wicket. Don't let England get any momentum. Don't give them a sniff. Be Sri Lanka's mantra, I reckon. But, by the same token, if it's there to hit, smack it. Just to make sure that the batting side keeps the initiative. 15 for 1. Still Moeen there at leg slip. Willie comes in, bowls, tucked away through mid-wicket. Nice stroke. Long chase to the fielder, running round from deep square leg. He'll get there. It's Milan. 2 more. 17 for 1. It's interesting, isn't it, when Root was caught at leg slip the other day against South Africa, he walked off like a man who'd been burgled. You know, what a strangle, blah, blah, blah. Well, they've got one now for the left armour. Same sort of thing.
It's such an instinctive shot, isn't it, to just turn it round the corner there. You'd never would think of keeping it down or trying to keep it down. It's just an instinctive push of the hands towards it, and yeah, he'd have felt unlucky that day.
2 men catching in the leg side now at mid-wicket as Willie bowls wide of the off stump, and Mendes thought about doing something quite brutal to that and then let it go at the last moment. So Bairstow's at short mid-wicket and Moeen's come out of leg slip, and he's now sort of in a clipping catch position at square leg, the tuck away off the toes. Again, if there's some swing, just that flick that batsmen play. That's why Moeen's there. It's not necessarily saving the single. And Bairstow really the same thing there at mid-wicket. So they fancy Mendes here. He's going to flick one away in the air and give a catch there. Let's see. Root's still at slip. Willie's on his way. Bowls outside the off stump. Carved away. Over point. Poor ball. Bit of width. And that's where Mendes has preyed on many a bowler so far on this tournament. Another boundary. 21 for 1. The ball to go In the fourth, it dragged it down. It was wide. It's a free hit, really.
Is it 2 balls ago when he let one go through outside off stump? He sort of shaped up to practice hitting it over backward point, and Willie was saying to him, go on, it's out there, play it, and he did.
Yeah, he did. 21 for 1. Last ball of the over. Willie runs in, bowls, Mendes defends. It's picked up at point, and there's no run. So 21 for 1. A further 136 needed. That's all by Sri Lanka. And England at least had that early wicket. So, Stephen, after you, it will definitely be Prakash.
Yeah, the early wicket that England wanted and needed. Chris Woakes hitting a good length, all 6 deliveries of that last over. So there are good signs there for England. The crowd are engaged. They want to see wickets. They want to see a close game. Spider Cam is currently hovering over the pitch and retracts itself back into its web up in the stands somewhere, and Chris Woakes has the ball in his hand, and Sri Lanka just looking to weather a little storm here from England.
Absolutely, but what England will want is to get amongst the wickets early here, as here's Woakes in bowls, and it's played with the full face of the bat by Nissanka out to mid-off. Does it actually, Finney, in a situation like this, make it any easier for a fielding side, knowing that the only way they're going to win this is now to take 10 wickets? There's no point in anything else.
It does simplify it for you. Yeah, you do end up chasing your tail a bit because they're desperate to take wickets. So Joss Buttler constantly shuffling the field, moving players where he thinks the ball is going to go in the air. But all it takes is one partnership of 30 or 40 for Sri Lanka, and you quickly lose hope.
Woakes is up past the umpire, bowls worked away off his hip down towards the right of square leg. They'll take 1. 22 for 1. Yes, the crowd's been quite remarkable, honestly. They've supported both teams. The DJ has helped, of course. There was a long period of time when Stokes was batting. The chants of Ben Stokes going around the stadium was fantastic to see. And I guess in some ways it helps if you're a neutral and just watching. You just want good cricket, competitive cricket. And that may still happen. Root is back at slip, backward point, cover, mid-off. That's the offside ring inside the 30-yard circle. Woakes is in, bowls to Mendes, and Mendes just about gets his bat down, dribbles out behind the wicket, no run. Stadium looking beautiful here in this garden city of Bangalore, also amongst its various names called the City of Lakes. 285 lakes at one point in time, many of them called lakes but really were water tanks that were built by the various rulers and administrators from time to time and were linked so that the overflow of one could go into the other, avoid flooding but still retain groundwater. Here's Woakes bowls, and this one's worked away to short mid-wicket, not for any runs. 22 for 1. Sri Lanka chasing 157, which many may have thought was an improbable chance of a win against this England batting lineup, particularly after they won the toss and decided to bat first.
Yeah, well, me included. I thought it was a great opportunity for England to assert themselves back in this tournament, and for the first 6 or 7 overs it seemed as though they had done that, and then Angelo Matthews was introduced to the attack. I think hasn't taken an ODI wicket for 3.5 years and decides to pack his bowling boots in and have a bowl against England, who he loves playing against. He's done well so many times against England, and he did it again today. A couple of wickets and a run out.
Woakes is up, bowls, nudge down to third man. They'll take 1. It's 23 now for 1, with 1 ball of the 5th over to come. So all these cricketing cities, in many ways, the presence of the East India Company in India for so many centuries really brought the game here, and since then how it has blossomed. It also in many ways, I think, Finney, was as time went by, became something that broke down several social barriers even for Indians. As Woakes bowls pushed away on the offside backward point. There is no run. Fielded by Livingston. 23 for 1 at the end of 5 overs. Woakes has figures of 3 overs, none for 9. And of course Willie 2 overs, 1 for 14. The successful bowler could have had a second had Joe Root at slip somehow managed to get his hands in the right place. Wasn't easy by any stretch, but as we've seen with some simple catches being dropped by great fielders, I don't think there is anything like a simple catch, is there?
No, and Sri Lanka were tenacious in the field today. They're so ruthless with the run out of route. The catch at backward point, however contentious it was a magnificent piece of fielding off of Chris Wokes, and they dived on everything. They threw themselves around. They created an atmosphere and an intensity out there that belied a team that are almost rooted to the bottom of this World Cup table, and yeah, they've certainly given a better account of themselves today in the field.
Here's Willie into Mendes. Mendes is guiding it on the offside edge of the square. It's well fielded in the end. There is no run. A little parry by Livingston. 23 for 1. We're in the 6th over. Lights full effect.
You also got to remember that Sri Lanka got to the final of the Asia Cup, didn't they, in the build-up to this? So they had some form in 50 over cricket. They got trounced by India in that final, didn't
Siraj.
they? The quickest ever ODI, I think, in terms of overs bowled, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Siraj was on a different planet that day. Here's Willie in. This one's gone straight up now. This has to be taken. Butler with the gloves underneath it, and he takes it. That's a big wicket, that. Kusal Mendes looking to flick this away on the onside. Another edge went miles in the air. Josh Butler had time to think about everything he wanted. In the end, he settled underneath it and took a good solid catch. Sri Lanka 23 for 2. There will be a twist in the tail. Who knows?
Yeah, big heave across the line here from Mendes. It's pitched up from David Williams. Just swings a little bit. It's a long way down the leg side, and with the field up inside the circle on the leg side, he tries to lift it over those two men at catching mid-wicket for an easy boundary, but it just holds and bounces a little bit, much as we saw with the first wicket, with him trying to turn it into the onside and being caught off a leading edge. This one just bounces that little bit more and catches the top edge, and Josh Butler called it immediately. It went back towards the 30-yard circle and his feet were going overtime. It seemed to take an absolute age to come down. We lost sight of it actually up into the roof of the stand there, but Josh Butler, he settled himself. His feet were going crazy, trying to get themselves in the right position, and with a little dive and a tumble towards the end of the piece, manages to hold on to it, and England have their second, and that's the talisman. Kusal Mendes has gone.
And that will cause quite a few ripples, as Russell Arnold said to us when he was in the commentary box with us, that Sri Lanka have found ways of giving up very, very solid positions in their earlier matches. Could this be another? Because if that happens, and if England can pull this off, you can imagine what it'll do, not just for everybody else following England, but for this team. They'll just have that additional belief. They will know that they now are back, and much like Australia in that defeat of Netherlands the other night, they could well then draw tons and tons of inspiration from that. We're some distance away from it, but Sri Lanka, having lost Kusal Mendes, who's played so well for them in this tournament, there will be some concerns. Samaravikrama is the man who's come out to now face Willie, who's taken both wickets. He has 2 for 14. Tail up. England with a spring and more in their step, you'd think. 23 for 2. Remember, they need 157. England need 8 more wickets. There's Willie. Bowls, and what a gorgeous looking extra cover drive. Absolutely perfect. Everything in place, and slightly over pitched. Gets the treatment. 4 runs to the boundary. 27 for 2.
The shot of a man who's already got 191 not out in this World Cup so far.
Yes, absolutely. But what I found interesting was the crowd didn't cheer. It was almost like India were bowling and someone hit a boundary. So that tells you at the moment where the crowd support lies. Maybe they're doing it just to get a close game. Here's Willie. In to bowl to Samaravikrama. In bowls, and he turns it to the right of a diving fielder. You think Johnny Bairstow might have just got a finger on it and slowed it down sufficiently to limit the scoring to 2. As the shy comes in, return from the deep. 29 for 2 now.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot to get off the mark. And actually, the people who've scored runs today, or scored a few runs today, the people who've hit the best boundaries have been people who've just waited for the ball and timed it with a correct shot with a high elbow through the offside. The people who've got out today or have caused their own downfall have been playing across the line, hacking across the line. It seems hard to time.
Very much like the last wicket of Mendes. Willie Bowles defended back along the track, really bending his back here. And I think the overhead conditions certainly will be helping the England bowlers in the sense that they are clearly going to be finding it a lot more comfortable with the temperature down, a gentle breeze, slightly cooler.
Well, this will feel Baltic compared to what they experienced in Mumbai the other day. That was extreme heat and humidity. I think the humidity all the way down at 1% here in Bengaluru.
That's on the Deccan Plateau. Here's Willie's in bowls and nicely forward again, full face of the bat. That's the end of the 6th over. 29 for 2. 128 runs separate Sri Lanka from what could be a 5th win in 5 World Cup games. On the other hand, 8 wickets is what England will need to put that batting performance out of their minds, register a victory, and then take it from there.
England 44 for none at the same stage of their innings. Sri Lanka 29 for 2. So England got a good start. They got themselves a platform in the game and then just lost their way with the introduction of Angelo Matthews.
Yes, I think he's slated to bat somewhere around number 6 or 7.
He'll hit the winning runs almost certainly.
Come on. Don't be like me.
I wish I was more like you, Prag. Suave, well-dressed, knowledgeable, attractive.
All right. I'm not going there. Works 3 overs, none for 9, turns the top of his run and comes into bowl now to Nisanka. He's in, bowls and strikes him on the pad. There's a big appeal. Everybody's convinced, must have got some bat. That's the only thing you feel that could have saved him. The umpire's unmoved and there's going to be no review. Just confirming what Stephen Finn next to me was suggesting.
Well, my finger went up initially, but then as soon as Chris Wokes wasn't appealing, he insinuated that there was a inside edge on it. The seam just wobbling around slightly, just nips back and gets the faintest inside edge onto his pad. Had that not been the case, he was in serious strife. So Wokes hitting a good length here.
In comes Wokes. Bowls. Gets up on his toes. Thus Nisanka, not a very tall man. And we've seen a couple of batters get out like this, just trying to force with the back foot, the ball just holding up a little bit. Maybe Moeen Ali's dismissal comes to mind in this game. Shreyas Iyer in that game against Australia, very similar. Not getting over the ball, not letting it come to you. 29 for 2 in the 7th. I think we have a contest on here. Could this be that tight finish game that this World Cup has been waiting for? Chris Wokes in bowls. And it's flicked away, not entirely from the middle of the bat, but enough on it to get to the square leg boundary. Stroke fraught with risk from Nisanka, but just cleared the man at square leg and it raced away for 4. 33 for 2.
Yeah, he's got a grin on his face now, but as soon as that came off the bat, he wouldn't have done it. It was outside off stump and just flicking across the line. The bat turns in his hand when it hits the inside half of it, and he only just gets it over that square leg fielder, who's David Willey, who's now been pushed back onto the square leg boundary as fine leg comes up inside the circle. But yeah, it's fraught with danger, that shot, it feels.
Certainly was. Got away with it. Nisanka has gone to 11 double figures. Wokes bowls, and this time he plays a better looking shot. He'll beat the diving man to his left at point and will race away to the boundary. So back-to-back found boundaries, one slightly fortuitous, the other one very well executed. 37 for 2.
Yeah, another example of hitting through the offside seems so much easier on this pitch for some reason. It just sits up outside the off stump and you can wait for it and just time it through that backward point region. That's where a majority of the attractive boundaries have been scored today. Hitting across the line seems fraught with danger, so as a bowler you want to keep those stumps in play as much as you possibly can.
37 for 2 in the 7th. Wokes is into Nisanka, and this time he's just dabbing it down. Will take a run before Fielder can get across. That's Livingston, and 38 now for 2 in the 7th over. The deficit now 119, and that's what a small total will do as Sri Lanka, if they can, as you said, Finney, string together a bit of a partnership. the realistic hopes start receding fairly quickly. Would you see Rashid into the attack well within the power play, given the conditions?
But possibly not within the power play, but the 11th over, I'd be surprised if it's not bowled by him.
Here's Wilkes in. Bump ball, I think in any case it did hit the turf. The crowd thought maybe it went straight to Johnny Bairstow. I don't think it did.
These boys in front of us certainly thought it was a catch, didn't they?
Been interesting also to see that for a period there, the number of Butler shirts actually were more than the number of Virat shirts. That doesn't happen very often. Of course, that got corrected fairly quickly.
Yeah, there's now a good amount of Virat sat in front of us, aren't there?
Yes, 38 for 2, 7 overs gone. So the city of Bangalore then was very much the capital of the state of Mysore, and the founder after whom the international airport is named, Kempegowda. He's the one who's credited with founding this city in the 16th century as part of the Vijayanagaram Empire. And since then, of course, it's morphed into its current form over the centuries. Russell Arnold, a smiling Russell Arnold, I might add, joining me.
Huffing and puffing. It's a long way between the boxes.
It is. Willie is in, bowls nicely worked away, a little bit in the air, but very safe. Nobody around there for a single. Total goes to 39 for 2.
Suddenly the score looks big, isn't it? With the 2 wickets falling down and the couple of batters.
Catch your breath, mate, catch your breath.
Living dangerously.
Yes, they are.
But it's not fear. Actually, I'm tired.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it's not nervousness.
Oh, no. That'll come later. If it has to. I don't know what it is, but all passionate cricket fans, the balance between... I've rarely seen people come on and say, yeah, we know we're going to do this today. Because cricket is such a marvellous game. It can bring you down to earth very quickly. Here's Willie in now to bowl to... Vikramad's got an edge, has he? No, there was a sound that came through the headphones. May have been just the bat hitting ground.
I'm just seeing a difference in the pitch again. The new ball, when England batted, came onto the bat very nicely. And come the 8th to 10th over, the shine going off, ball getting a little softer, it slowed up. Now Sri Lanka came out to bat at 5:25 in the evening. That's a lot earlier because England got bowled out.
Correct.
So that's the evening part.
Willie's up and it's run down to third man, 1 taken. It'll go to 40 the score.
And it's now only that the lights are taking full effect. And is it me or is the ball fizzing through a lot more?
It just looks like it's travelling. I don't know whether it's also accentuated by the artificial light, which just gives a different tinge of green to the outfield, and the ball just seems to travel a little bit quicker. But that happens in so many places, doesn't it? Lights come on, the Premadasa.
True. But then it takes effect around the second inning starts maybe 6:30 or 7. So this is an hour earlier.
Yeah, still about 40 minutes earlier. Here's Willie in, and once again down to third man along the ground, gently pushed away. One more, 41 for 2.
But if you're an English fan, don't go away because there's still 116 runs to get. And Sri Lankans are entertainers. They will make it entertaining.
Such amazing confidence. But look, I mean, as a neutral, I have to say, I can afford to be. I can try to be, let's put it that way. I think it'll be interesting. This tournament, everyone's been crying out for a nail biter. And I think, every game has the potential, but this one certainly is, at the moment, rather delicately poised. One feels. Here's Willie in, bowls short bouncer down the leg side, will be called wide. It's 42 for 2.
It certainly is. If England had gone away from that intimidating, go hard game when they saw that the pitch was different and got themselves to 22-30, here was a magnificent arm wrestle all the way. It's that type of pitch. At 156, surely Sri Lanka can't lose it from here. That's what I'm thinking. And in the break, I did go out. I did the pitch report at the break. There was nothing that I could say.
Willie bowls, worked away square on the onside. They'll take one. They thought about a second for a moment, changed their mind, 43 for 2.
That it was a 156 wicket. Not at all. There are areas which have crumbled. But it's not where the bowlers would pitch, not even the spinners. It's a little too full.
Too full, yeah. Well, I mean, if you just cast a mind's eye over the dismissals, Root, Rashid run out, two very different ways. Run out at the non-striker's end of a white ball. I don't know if you've seen that before.
Never. Root, yes, Abhi.
Yeah, and run outs
similar, but
yeah.
not Rashid.
So 2 run outs in that innings. Here's Willie in, bowls and defended on the onside, no run. You then look at some of the strokes that were played. I mean, you saw Livingston play a stroke which just too early.
That was always my point. When the pitch is holding up a bit, there's a little bit of turn. Is England's high-risk approach working? They all seem to want to hit the ball, whereas it was quite obvious. A lot of them were playing very early. The timing wasn't there. Even Stokes,
yes,
who managed to get himself to 43, pulled one to deep mid-wicket. He was through the shot way too early.
Adil Rashid being introduced within the power play. I had a question to Steve Finn just before he went off and you joined us, Russell, as to whether Butler would try and just toss Rashid into the mix within the power play, and we're now seeing that happen. It's 43 for 2, 8 overs have been completed, and this will be an interesting phase, you think, don't you?
I think it's a good move. Try and get the spinner in, see what he can get out of it. And Rashid is the type of bowler who might suit the conditions out there. It's slower. He bowls a lot slower.
Yes.
So he could be the one buying a wicket here.
Well, we'll find out soon, won't we?
It's an attacking move.
He's absolutely an attacking move, but that's also the way it's got to be. I mean, you've got to, I'm sure England Butler realised the only way they're winning this is bowling the opposition out, and this is an attacking, wicket-taking bowler being brought on within the power play. Slip in place. Here's Adil Rashid into Samar Akrama. He's up, he bowls, and this one's a little bit short. Cut away. Will only get 1. It's quickly fielded, and there's no addition beyond that. Single. 44 now for 2.
Samar Vikrama at the non-striker's end just bashes his bat because he knows he should have done a lot more with it. But good on him, he just got it into the gap. Make sure you're rotating that strike. Keep the game moving.
Rashid to Nissanka, leans back off the back foot. Nice looking stroke straight to the man at short extra, no run.
Both batters looking to get on the back foot. Rashid, as I mentioned, bowling around that 80-kilometer mark and probably comes slower off the pitch. But he's a clever operator. He's got that wrong and he'll get one to fizz through.
Yep. That's what he'll probably be trying to set them up with, won't he? Here he is. Slower through the air, just defended on the offside. Be tempting to try and play a big shot here for Nissanka. He's got to keep his cool from a Sri Lankan perspective.
2 in the deep, that's long off, and a square leg in front of the umpire. Those are the 2 fielders till the 10th over.
Yes, Rashid faster, quicker through the air, as you were just talking. He manages to play it square on the offside, not for runs. Stays 44 for 2, crowd expectant. You can feel the tension seems palpable. And this is supposed to be largely a neutral crowd, so...
I'm not so sure.
And he does take it on and he hits it beautifully in the night sky, way over long on, into the 7th or 8th row of that giant stand. Beautiful shot. Brings up the 50 as well. Terrific strike from Nissanka.
That's a telling blow. He went in the air, did Rashid, and down the wicket was Nissanka. Superb shot. And that's intent. That's a message to the English bowlers, to the English captain, that this is not going to be easy at all.
Well, how does Rashid respond? Flatter and off the back foot, punched up the ground. They'll take 1. That's all they'll take. They'll be happy with it. So Sri Lanka moved to 51 now for 2, within 106 runs of winning this game. More from Russell Arnold, and then Natalie Germanos will tell you what's happening.
Well, I changed my mind about the crowd when I was walking in here. This long walk that I walked in, came in huffing and puffing. They were loud. Drop catchers, appeals, they were behind the Englishman. But now with that 6, I see the same reaction. It's a knowledgeable crowd. They are supporting good cricket. They are supporting everything that's happening out there. It's about the cricket. So I got to agree with Prakash. It's a good neutral crowd here. Natalie.
Yeah, there is a good neutral crowd.
Seen you somewhere before.
Yeah, I think I have seen you before.
Natalie, you've handled those stairs a lot better than Russell did.
I walked in huffing and puffing.
That's because Russell has been in India for the last couple of weeks, just relaxing and eating, right?
No, but not today.
Okay, so today the exercise regime started again.
Last 3 days in Bangalore, sitting around. The English team is also living there in the same hotel. And just seemed like we were all chilling, actually, to be honest.
You need to get those steps in, Russ.
Yeah, but I had to run from the regional com box.
Okay, so that's further?
Yes, when Sri Lanka plays, there are few more.
Around the wicket, short outside the off stump, and he has a flick at this, does Nasanka, through to the keeper, 51 for 2.
Requirements are in and out, and I had to run, Natalie. So I am fit.
I suppose it depends on your perception of what fit is exactly.
Well, so far so good. 51 for 2 for Sri Lanka. They need a partnership. 28 of 24 this one. This maybe get it up to 50 or so, then England will start getting on to that back foot, because right now, a wicket or two changes the game. And you're still in it. Sri Lanka are prone for collapses over the last 3 months in the 15-16 games played. You were there at the qualifiers. Even in those games, collapses was the norm.
Nasanka on 25 is driving sweetly. He's been in form himself, straight up towards mid-off. It's in the 10th over, target 157.
And that's a reason why when Matisha Patirana Seema got injured, Angelo Matthews was rushed into the squad. Okay, let's try and control these or stop these collapses. Let's see what can be done after that. So you never know what can happen. That's what I was saying, Phil and Prakash. Sri Lankans are entertainers. They'll keep you in the game all the way.
Some of the best crowds as well, with the drums and the music and everything. It adds to the atmosphere. It's beautiful. Nasanka on 25 finds a gap on the offside. There'll be enough time for a run towards extra cover, so he moves up to 26 now. 52 for 2 in the 10th.
Did really well there, though, to control his hands. He kind of threw the shot early, but managed to hold it back and just push it into the gap rather than going through with the shot. He might have scooped it to extra cover or mid-off. So you've got to have that awareness. It's not a stand and hit me pitch. That's where England got it wrong. At no stage did they try to change their game plan and get a score on the board where they can be competitive or put real pressure.
Samara Wickrama is on strike at the moment. He's driving straight to mid-off. For a long time, England have been using this leg slip. Now, when they played against South Africa got Joe Ruta caught at the leg slip. But there was a little bit more bounce in that surface than what we have here. And I think it's going to be a little difficult to get the leg slip actually to come into play. Initially, Willie was also going over the wicket, trying the tight line and try and get that leg slip to come into play. Now he's around the wicket. I'm not too sure how that field is going to come into play at the moment. He continues around the wicket into the right-hander, who pulls the ball, not with great control, but enough to get it down towards fine leg for 4, despite an effort by Milan on the boundary. It's 56 for 2 now in the 10th over.
Not in control at all, but Indian grounds are very hard to defend on because you get the pitch, which is hard, and then in the past the practice nets were in all 4 corners. So moment it hits those areas again, it speeds off. So a fielder, he thinks he's got it covered. Moment it hits the practice net, it fires off, and that's what happened to Malan there. He's right on the edge of one of those.
Samara Wickrama on 13 drives on the bounce towards Roots, who's standing close in at cover to end the first power play. 10 overs gone. It's 56 for 2. Nasanka's on 26. Samara Wickrama is on 13 at the moment. That means they need 101 from 240 deliveries.
And when that happens in 4 different areas, it's hard to get your angles right. It's hard for the fielders to get around and actually make a difference in the field. That's why Indian grounds are very difficult grounds to defend runs on. It gets off one square and then it hits a soft area and then back onto another square when it speeds off. So
a little bit like England, like at the Oval, for example, where the square just goes from one side of the field to the other, and you've got these pitches all the way along, and it's very difficult to field square because of that reason.
The square here is not as big as a square you find in England, though, but then you get this additional or added on square that pops up. Now at Bengaluru, I noticed they've done some work. 2 pitches on the far end and closer to the dressing rooms. They've done some work and gotten rid of that. It's softer there, so it's only one end to worry about.
Adil Rashid into his second over is over the wicket, and Sanka's pushing this in to the offside, and there'll be an easy run as he now moves up by 1 to 27 from 32. He's hit 3 fours and 1 6 in this innings. England at the same stage was 60 for 2 and Sri Lanka are 57 for 2.
Straight away, the 4 fielders have been pushed out. Now there's a long off the deep point. Square leg, he was there at the same place during the power play for Rashid.
Rashid gathers and bowls into Samara Wickrama, who's guiding it to short third.
And then they've got a fielder at a fine leg for this lap shot. Now, they got the slip in, but I'd like to see Rashid try and attack and get Sri Lanka to go over the top.
Samara Wickrama is on 13, but a turn there for Rashid as he turns it just behind square on the leg side into the turn, and he'll get a run. 14 now for him, 58 for 2 in the 11th over. And England, and their innings made 156 in 33.2 overs. Top score of 43 came from Ben Stokes. That slip remains in place now for Nissanka, who drives hard into the offside, and he evades the short cover fielder, and he's going to find a gap down towards extra cover for 4. Steadily the runs are just flowing, and they're not hitting the lights out, but they're doing the job at the moment. It's 62 for 2.
And that's all you need to do. They've gotten ahead of England at this particular point. England was 60 for 2 at this stage. With the field spread like this, I think the Sri Lankan batters will be a lot more comfortable. They can get that single. They're good at getting on the back foot and just pushing it into that off area. If you had the fielder up, then they're going to force them to take the bowler on.
Nissanka on 31 now works at square, got onto the front foot and just opened the face to run it towards the point fielder. 32 for him, 63 for 2. That's something we spoke about in Zimbabwe, wasn't it? The qualifiers, how good Sri Lanka are at working the ball around. Doesn't matter where the ball is. If you plug one gap, they'll work it around, they'll find another gap. But it's a question of whether they can go over the top or not. Now it's a last ball from Adil Rashid in this over, and Samara Wickrama is stroking this out into the offside for a nice easy single. He moves to 15 at 64 for 2 after 11 overs, and the target is 157.
With 93 to get, and Rashid being your main weapon, you'd say, at this stage, on a slower pitch, you've got to dangle the carrot. But they're milking him at this stage. And they'll eat up or get closer very quickly, and that would mean England are going to be out of options.
Talk about being out of options. Well, we've seen a long spell from Willie in that he's bowled 5 overs for 30. Wokes has bowled 4 overs for 18. Now we know that Mark Wood hasn't been at his best in this World Cup. He's been bowling at pace, but he's not picking up wickets. He very often will bowl in these middle overs. It just seems like he hasn't quite possibly got the rhythm right and the length 100% now. The problem with bringing in the quick bowler now is that sometimes you end up going for runs.
Well, you got to go for it now, isn't it? You got to go to your X factors. That's what I said. Rashid, you got to work with your field too. And get Mark Wood in. You got to have some runs. You get a breakthrough, you got to have some runs to play with from there on. So that's why you can't leave it too long.
Yeah, went for 55 from 5 overs against New Zealand and 76 off 7 against South Africa the other night in Mumbai.
Yeah. Now, Samara Wickrama is on 15 at the moment, facing the express pace of Wood, who goes short straight away, and he uses his hands to play through the line as it's wide outside the off stump, and he'll get 4. That's what can happen with the extra pace. The quicker it comes, sometimes the quicker it goes. So Wood under pressure very early. The boundary 4 off his first ball. 68 now on the board for Sri Lanka, having lost a couple of wickets. Lost their captain and Kusal Mendes and Kusal Pereira as well. But now this partnership is all of a sudden 45 from 36. Samara Wickrama on strike, facing Wood. Goes short again, but it's a beauty that's just outside the off stump and just about squares him up as well as he flicks at it. Stephen Finn, how are you doing?
Good evening. I've been slightly wallowing out on the balcony just now. Just
still breathing?
Yeah, still breathing, but it's been a tough watch for people who are associated with England, because naturally, working for the BBC, I'm impartial, so I like watching good cricket. But yeah, as a former England player, it's been a tricky watch for us, and yeah, that glimmer of hope at 2 down that England might be able to do something special, and that's dissipating.
19 for Samara Wickrama, who's opening the face this time, running it towards third. Previous delivery was a much tighter line, which he couldn't play the same shot at. It's a 69 for 2 now in the 12th. That's a lot of hats you're wearing there.
Yes. Well, I've vowed not to cut my hair for to the end of this trip, so I need to always wear a hat at some stage.
What was the reason for that?
To cover it. Well, I cut all my hair off last year, and I didn't look very well, so I decided that it's time for me to grow it out again and prove to myself that I can, and luckily I'm winning that battle at the moment.
Well, at least an English player is winning something. Wood over the wicket now. He drives up towards mid-off. Sanka is on 32 from 35. He's been in such good form, but I reckon he himself will think, all right, I'm on for maybe a slightly bigger one today. Made 61 is his highest. Doesn't have a lot of runs, obviously, to make the 100 that he might want, but a little knot out there would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and it's a great opportunity for Sri Lanka now, because England will start chasing wickets at some stage. They're not going to remain patient the whole time. They're going to start trying to force the issue, and that gives you the opportunity to score and score runs quickly. So if he's there and if he's patient, he'll be able to take advantage of that at some stage.
88 required from 230 deliveries now, as Nasanka has a little flirt at this one outside the off stump, just as we start speaking about the possibility of a nice little reading next to his name today. He's got 3 half-centuries to his name in this tournament, and he has been a real mainstay for Sri Lanka at the top of the order for quite a long time. Very consistent for them, and gets them off to the starts that they're happy with.
Interestingly, Wood's bowling seam up here, and a big feature of the Sri Lankans' bowling innings was the fact that a lot of the balls that they bowled cross seam either skidded on or held in the surface, and when you're bowling Wood's pace, that can really be your ally.
Last ball of the 12th over, he's got it up past 150 in this over. Now it's outside the off stump. Nasanka, with limited footwork, has a little reach at this one outside the off stump, but through to the keeper though. 12 overs gone, 69 for 2 is the score. 88 required. Nasanka 32. Samara Wickrama is on 20.
Yeah, certainly a slippery over that from Mark Woods. It's slowest ball 146 kilometres an hour, which is over 90, and the quickest was 151, which is about 93, I think. So he certainly was whizzing them through there. It looks impressive from this angle, but no good at the moment for England. Just looking impressive. They need wickets, and wickets quickly.
Just talking to Russell Arnold before you came in, and he was speaking about Adil Rashid just being a little bit more attacking with his field placing, because right now the Sri Lankan batters, this sort of works into their strengths, where they can work the ball around off the spinner, get maybe 4-5 and over, and that's more than enough. But spin from one end, pace from the other, as he tries a little lap shot around the corner, does Samara Wickrama, and he gets himself into a complete tangle. And I think the ball eventually hits him on the chin or the chest. Maybe just that little bit of extra bounce hurried him a touch off the glove and onto the chest. There's a slip in place for Rashid as Samara Wickrama comes onto the front foot now and plays it down to backward square leg for a run. 70 for 2.
Yeah, field placings are important here, and the worst thing that England could do is just let Sri Lanka drift through these dangerous Adil Rashid overs. Like you say, knocking singles. There's a big gap at cover that's being plugged now by the slip. Joe Root moving around to a wide short mid-on, and Ben Stokes at extra cover just moves himself a touch squarer to try and stop that single.
Nasanka now onto the back foot. Plays it towards Wood, who's in close on the offside, and for some reason Sadira had gone a long way down looking for a run. Some interesting running between the wickets, interesting calling, interesting moments at the non-striker's end as well by Rashid himself, who's got the ball in hand now. He floats one up outside the off stump, and Nasanka manages to get this off the inside half the bat into the leg side for a run. 71 for 2 in the 13th.
But what you want to do is try and get Sri Lanka playing big shots. So you have fielders inside the ring to try and force Sri Lanka's hand to do something silly to make that breakthrough.
2 balls remain in this over at the moment as Samara Wickrama is onto the front foot, and it's an easy nudge, square leg for a single. 72 then on the board, and it means 85 are required. And I wonder, look at this tournament and how it's gone, and we've seen big teams struggle, and there's been the resurgence of Australia. Last ball of this over. It's tapped away to the leg side by Nisanka, so it's 72 for 2 after 13 with a target of 157. Just wonder if maybe Sri Lanka could just make a late push, possibly, if they are to get home today. That'll obviously do their confidence a world of good. Let's see what their fixtures are that are coming up for Sri Lanka.
Good for them.
Oh, really? Let's have a look and see. They've got Afghanistan in Pune on the 30th. They do have to play India, though, at the Wankhede Stadium. That could be interesting. Bangladesh in Delhi. And New Zealand back here.
Win a couple. Win the 2 easier ones.
Which one is easier? Afghanistan have just beat Pakistan.
Yeah.
And England.
But if you're going
I
to
don't know if that means anything anymore.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. This is the easy one. But if you're going to get to semi-final, they're the games you've got to win, haven't you?
Be interesting for Sri Lanka, that's for sure. But can England do something about it? As Wood is in now, short, it's aggressive, and into the chest of Samara Wickrama, who deals with it quite well to backward point, 72 for 2.
But it just sums up this tournament. We're now talking about Sri Lanka's semi-final hopes. They lost their first 3 games.
Yep. They were unlucky a little bit in some ways against Pakistan in that they actually batted really well, put up a very good performance, but they came up against Mohammad Rizwan, who was just sensational with the bat. That was an incredible chase. A very Pakistan tournament, though. Ups and downs. A hush around the ground now as Wood is tearing in at short. Pull. Full short. Just of Livingston, who's down at the fine leg boundary. No control in the shot on this occasion. 73 for 2.
We've got ourselves the first 50 partnership of this match.
49 deliveries. A very good partnership in the situation. 84 required now. 220 balls. They came together in the 6th over, 23 for 2, so there would have been moments where they would have been a little bit nervous. Now Wood at the top of his mark, still searching for that ball, that rhythm, that something that just starts his tournament off. Just hasn't quite been there for him. He's been on ice pretty much since the Ashes, bowled a few overs in the warm-up game, and that's it. He has ball in hand now, and he's brought the gully in place as Nisanka is on strike, drives in the air but into a gap on the offside. They take 1, they want the second run. They are quick between the wickets but not quick enough. It's 74 for 2.
Yeah, the pace is just doing funny things to the Sri Lankans here. A couple of good short ones from Wood rearing up towards their throats, and then less inclined to move their feet back into the full ball. I mean, it's difficult at 153 kilometres an hour to nonchalantly place your foot down the wicket and stroke the ball through the covers, but you've got to try and get your weight back into the delivery. But those couple of short ones just making the Sri Lankans a little bit apprehensive at the moment to do that. He's looked good here though, Wood. He's cut for 4 off that first delivery, but then everything else has been on the money, bowling good pace.
Sri Lankan batter's also not the tallest batters either, isn't it? And to deal with those shorter stuff is not comfortable. Samara Wickrama moves across his stumps. It's short and aggressive again as he fends it away to the offside for a run. For now, they're surviving. It's 75 for 2 in the 14th over. Aggressive bowling from Wood, but no wickets for him yet. He's a character, isn't he, in the team?
He certainly is a character, yeah. I think he might have squeezed that bottom hand against the bat handle there, so there'll be a bit of magic spray and magic sponge coming on here. It's painful when it squeezes. Jofra Archer got me once and it took about 18 months for my finger to go back to normal. It's still very fat though. finger retained the swelling there and the bendiness. Yeah, that wasn't a pleasant experience. But Mark Wood, he is a character, and he's the sort of guy that people want to do well and love doing well, and that's both supporters and his teammates and people watching on, because he is such a likeable character.
One of the most unlucky batters in the tournament, I reckon, with the ball squeezing a hand onto the handle has to be Kane Williamson, and that possible run-out chance, a throw that came to the non-striker's end as he was trying to make his ground. If it had hit the stumps, he would have been run out, but he wouldn't have a broken finger and missing games in the World Cup.
We should ask Longy to do the probability of that happening.
Absolutely incredible.
It was, because when you saw it in slow motion, it just arrowed in, didn't, on his finger. And
yeah, and that one finger that's now broken, it's a little bit, I suppose, in some ways like Reece Toppy, which is a freak injury that would never happen on any other day. It just happened that day. Very unlucky. Medical staff in this tournament have been pretty busy. There's been quite a few injuries in the tournament, but also leading into the tournament as well. And I just wonder if we're going to look back on this tournament and say, okay, the team that won it was the one with the least amount of injuries.
Yeah, that's the one thing. We could talk about South Africa for a second now, which will please you. But the one thing that I look at their bowling lineup, and the one thing that it could be missing, is those middle overs and Nortje, and the ability to mop up a tail at short notice with that. And I know Coetzee has pace, but it's not the same kind of pace as Nortje, and same kind of aggression and intimidation, which is the one thing that I hope I would love to see. I think a Sri Lanka versus India final, I think, is the most likely outcome.
Sri Lanka or South Africa?
Sorry, South Africa. Oh, Sri Lanka would do very well to get to the final. South Africa versus India final, because they've played some really good cricket, but I feel like Nortje might be a miss.
Yeah, one thing that it also does is it means Kagiso Rabada has not been taking the new ball as well.
Yeah.
So they've kind of had to paper over the fact that Nortje is not there in the middle over. So Kagiso has been the first change bowler. It would mean that Lungi Ngidi is opening the bowling at the moment, and he's doing it with Marco Jansen, which has worked for the moment.
Yeah.
It has worked, nothing wrong with it. Lungi Ngidi, though, missed the last game because of a little niggle as well. So it does make it interesting.
9 games in the group. Semi-final will be game 10, final will be game 11. There's only a 15-man squad. They are going to be stretched by the end of this tournament.
Yeah.
Good job it's spaced over 2 months then.
Yeah, travel is an interesting one as well. Each of the teams have said there's not actually a lot of training time. 75 for 2 after a little bit of treatment for Samaro Krama. It's Nasanko who's on strike now as he's playing to the offside. The back of the length ball from Wood, 75 for 2.
But then can you write off Australia?
Ooh.
The way that they've sort of just found their style of play. They've got 3 outstanding quick bowlers in Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood, who will be constants throughout the tournament. Glenn Maxwell's found his form, and it pains me to say that Australia are looking remarkably good for those semi-final spots now as well.
Confident Australia is a very dangerous Australia. Once they find their confidence, they can beat just about anybody. And they've got a decent few fixtures to come as well. Last ball of the 14th over, as Wood is angling into the right-hander, who's on the defence into the offside. 75 for 2, Nasanka 34. Samaro Wickrama is on 24, target is 157, so they need 82 from 216. The worry always from South Africa's point of view with no Heinrich Nortje was that missing sort of X factor in those middle overs, where his spells are all the same pace. He can keep going at that pace. He doesn't really like to slow down. He likes to keep up his pace. He's done it in T20s at times when a lot of teams will be going to spin, maybe say Romelova's sort of 10, 11, 12. He'll be there with the pace, and it's made a big difference for South Africa. So yeah, it would be a loss.
Yeah, it's a shame not to see him in the World Cup as well, because you want the best players playing against each other. So to not have Jofra Archer for England, albeit he's not played much cricket at all in the last 3 years, but Nortje especially, it felt cruel because of his ascendancy over the last 3 years or so to one of the leading fast bowlers in the world, for him not to be here, especially given how well South Africa will be playing. He'll be sat on his couch in South Africa wishing that he was here.
Missed 2019 through injury as well.
Yeah, sad.
So it's 2 World Cups for him through injury. Don't know that he might be able to make it to the next one, which is in South Africa, Namibia and Zimbabwe. 75 for 2 after 14 overs. Adil Rashid starts a new over, forces Samara Wickrama onto the front foot, and he'll get a run towards square leg. 76 for 2 in the 15th over.
Any concerns about South Africa chasing rather than setting a target?
Oh dear, they at the moment are very strong setting a target right now, aren't they? They just feel that's sort of their comfort level, and if you bring history into it, oh dear. Rashid over the wicket now. And going on to the back foot is Nissanka, and he guides it neatly down towards backward square leg for a run. 77 for 2.
Well, a team's favourite way of looking at history is to say that history is there to be broken. So who knows?
Yeah.
You're like Prakash. Prakash is so coy about talking about India. He says, oh, they're going to slip up at some stage. You're like, Prakash, have you seen them play?
Shit, over the wicket now. So Samara Wickrama takes a couple of steps down and will take a single towards backward square leg again. So that's now 3 runs that have gone there in this over. 78 for 2.
South Africa have won 7 of their last 8. We all know this now. They've won 7 of their last 8 one-day internationals. The ones they've won by more than 100 runs each time, which is incredible. They've lost once. They were chasing.
Yep.
It was against the Netherlands.
Now Nissanka drives to the offside this time as Adil Rashid adjusts his line a touch, and he'll get a run to the extra cover boundary. 79 for 2 in the 15th over. Yeah, South Africa's record, if you look back at history, and chasing in knockout matches is incredibly poor. They won 1 game chasing in a knockout match. Samara Wickrama dances down the track and dispatches it into the crowd at mid-wicket for 6. Enough of the knocking around. He said, I'm going to go after Rashid. That's a lovely stroke. 85 for 2.
Yeah, he dances down, and just before he hits the ball, there's the slightest of slight pauses where his feet stabilise in the ground. He holds his shape with his front side, watches it all the way onto the middle of the bat, and then stands and admires it as it soars over deep mid-wicket, a straight mid-wicket for 6.
Last ball of the 15th over. It's been an expensive one now as Samara Wickrama helps himself to at least a 1 down towards backward point. As Malan does the fielding, there's enough for 2 to end that over. And it's now 15 overs gone. 87 for 2 is the score. Nissanka 36, Samara Wickrama is on 34. And that one time that South Africa did successfully chase a target was against Sri Lanka in 2015 in the first knockout match that they ever won at a 50-over World Cup. But I think they were chasing about 150, something like that. I'm going to leave it with you now. Finny, and you're going to be joined by Agus.
Yes, well, it's getting to desperation stations now for England. 87 for 2 after having Sri Lanka 23 for 2 in the 6th over. This is now looking somewhat ominous. Mark Wood has bowled pretty well here. He's bowled quick. He's rattled the cage of the Sri Lankans, but not yet made a breakthrough. Adil Rashid at the other end, plying away, trying to do something, but not managing it just yet. And Sri Lanka are just cantering towards that target.
Yes, they are, and I guess Mark Wood can just come in and kind of give it everything here. He's bowling about 90 miles an hour. He's bending his back. He's bowling quickly. So hit some fingers. Got a wicket yet though. 87 for 2. In he goes now. Bowls to Nissanka, who's on the back foot, steering that away along the ground to third man, who's quite square down there. In fact, they've got 2 really. They've got a finer one, as you'd expect for Wood really. That they've got a backward point, but he's also quite well behind square. So that's because of the pace of the ball coming down and the strokes that the batsman will likely play outside the off stump. 88 for 2. The target has 157. So 69 more needed. Can England put some pressure on here? A couple of wickets is something to try and set Sri Lanka back a bit and worrying about getting their target or whatever it may be. But interesting now, it's a field coming into field close in the offside of Samara Wickrama, who is pretty strong off that back foot in that area. That's not a nice place to field. Is yards from the bat with the helmet on. Looking for a fended catch, I'd say. It's Joe Root under there. In goes Wood, bowls on the leg stump though, tucked away to the fieldsman between fine leg and deep backward square leg. It's tossed back in again. And they take a run, 88 for 2. 89 in fact for 2. Single there to Sam Wickrama, who's 34. Very disappointing day for England. That's a total understatement, and I'm sure many people are quite moved about it and cross about it and disappointed in it, to put it mildly. disappointing. Feels like it's the end of an era, really, looking at this team and a number of the players out there. There's a T20 World Cup coming up in the summer out in the Caribbean and in the United States, a few games. 89 for 2. The 16th over, Woods on his way, bowls, and Nisanka gets a short ball, top edge, out towards deep backward, square leg, but the fielder can't get there. Couple of bounces, hits the boundary, edging, and another 4 goes to Sri Lanka's total. 93 for 2 in the 16th, so 64 more runs needed. So Wood again just trying to bowl aggressively here, but I was saying I think some will, I'm sure, be retained for that T20 World Cup. It's a few months away, but after that you feel that not many of those that I'm looking at there now will survive for the next round of Champions Trophies and T20 World Cups. And it's 4 years, of course, the next 50 overs World Cup, and I don't see, well, possibly not anybody out there, because Harry Brook's not there. Livingston, I guess, he'll be up for that, but too many others out of this 11 that they're fielding today. He'll be available for that. 93 for 2. Woods on his way, bowls through Nisanka, short, fizzes past outside the off stump.
Whereas if you look at the England 11 that played Sri Lanka in the 2019 World Cup, 8 of these players are the same.
Yeah, it's going to be the end of an era, isn't it? And it's been a massively successful team. You can't argue with that. World champions at T20 and this, but they've looked anything but that in this tournament. They haven't seemed energised. They haven't seemed, well, they've lacked confidence. They've lacked a bit of strut that you'd think double world champions might have coming into a tournament to defend their title. They haven't had any of that. 93 for 2 in the 16th. In goes Wood, bowls short. He tries to guide that away to third man, doesn't get hold of it. Flashes through to Butler, took a good catch earlier on, but didn't make many runs. In one of the failures, he made 8.
And the circumstances have been different, but England's last 3 innings in this tournament have been 215, 170 and 156, and you don't win many games like that.
No, you don't. Now, Root's going into the offside. He was over at mid-wicket, so very strong offside field there. They're trying to trap Nisanka, cutting a short ball by the look of this field. Wood rushing in again, he's there over the wicket, bowls it as a short ball, but he's pulled it magnificently into the leg side. Sprawling, desperate save down there from Willie, throws the ball back and almost hits the stumps. Actually, in fact, Butler left it there quite deliberately, just in case it did. But, the batsman's home, running his bat into his ground, and it's another 2, so 95 for 2, 16 overs gone. And it looks as if they're going to have a drink, which gives us an opportunity to say hello again to Paul Farbrace, sitting there in a studio back at home and watching this. And well, it's had its moments. Those 2 wickets, I suppose. Paul, sort of dream up putting a bit of pressure on a desperate team as Sri Lanka are to win, needing to win, and a target that they have to get. You can apply some pressure with that, but it doesn't look as if it's happening, does it?
No, even for me, one of the most optimistic people. At 23 for 2, I thought we've got a chance, but they've played very well. Nisanka, Sunwik Rama have played really, really well. That they've put away the bad ball when they've needed to. They've been very sensible. They're under no pressure. When you're chasing 157 to win, you're not under any pressure. Scoreboard doesn't come into play, and apart from those 2 early wickets, they've really played very nicely and very comfortably, haven't they, so far, Sri Lanka?
Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of people getting in touch with you on your phone messages from people involved in the game. I wonder what sort of the overwhelming sense of those are.
Well, it's disappointment, isn't it? Frustration, disappointment. I think a lot of us thought that England had, a squad that was capable of going and really competing and doing well. And I thought England would do well in this World Cup. I thought, the depth to our batting would be the key. I didn't expect us with our bowling necessarily to be taking loads of wickets, but I thought that our batting was going to be our strength, and it's been really frustrating. It's been disappointing, and the scores that we've scored, apart from one game against Bangladesh, we just haven't scored enough runs. We haven't had enough partnerships, we haven't got off to good starts, and we've been constantly chasing games, and that's no way to compete at a World Cup. It just makes it very hard to win games.
Yeah, it's as if they never really got over those warm-up games in Guwahati, and it was a long journey across, and there was a lot of rain over there, and they never really got going. And of course, there's the injury to Stokes as well, and then they travelled across to Western India, to Ahmedabad for that first game against New Zealand, and they just didn't seem to be in a sort of a rhythm. Does that make sense? I mean, you know, going into a tournament, you want to have some games under your belt, and a couple of wins in warm-ups and so on.
Yeah, and that's something that, again, I thought, even though it was a sort of a bit of a stuttering start, you look at the squad and you think of the experience there is in the team, players that have played a lot of cricket in India, despite the fact that England haven't played more than 6 ODI games in the last 4 years, 3 in Bangladesh, 3 in India, and they've only played half the amount of ODI cricket that they played between 2015 and 2019. From the last World Cup to now, they've only played half the amount of games, 40-odd one-day internationals. And, people will point to the lack of preparation. They'll point to perhaps not knowing what our best 11 was going into this. I think there have been times in these first few games where we just look as though we've tried to be a bit too clever, tried to be a bit smart, rather than just picking our best 11, bat first, put the opposition under pressure. And we just look like we've made it a little bit more complicated than we need to. But, there'll be lots of things that they'll look back on and say, when they finally do finish this World Cup, they'll look back and look at the preparation that you've talked about. But you would hope that the experience they've got in this group, that they would be able to cope with those sorts of setbacks. You really would.
Yeah, it's as if they thought they could sort of switch from T20 short form, and that they would just sort of get into playing the rhythm of 50 overs cricket. And it's not just England who have played that lower number of 50 overs games. I mean, I think it's pretty much prevalent throughout everybody that's taking part in this. And I think it was always going to be a bit of an issue. I mean, even now we're still seeing batsmen who seem to be fairly well set, getting out in a sort of a T20 way, feeling that they're under pressure to score quickly. When I think what does strike one when you look at a 50 overs game, when you've been watching a lot of T20 as we have, it does seem quite a slow, long, drawn out game. Now we're watching a change of bowling. Livingston is bowling, and his first ball's short and he's cut for 4, down through third man. Not a great ball that, and he had a slip for one ball, and he's sacked him. He's told him to get out already. But, that wasn't a great ball. A slow, short leg spinner that's been put away by Samarik Rama, who goes to 39. It's 99 for 2. As Livingston bowls again, it's short, not timed this time. So a clubbing cut shot finds Malan on the point boundary. 100 up in the 17th. Chance for Sri Lanka. I feel a little more comfortable now, maybe to really put a bit of a foot on the accelerator. Have a look at their net run rate, which will be a feature if they win the rest of their games. Livingston bowls, that's steered away to deep point. And again, Malan is the fielder. They've got a chance here with 8 wickets left and only 50 odd needed to do something about that. Samarik Rama on 40. Livingston bowls to him, and he tries to flick that away into the leg side. The ball comes off the pad. And there's Mark Wood, who'll be puffing a bit, I should think. That short fine leg just inside the circle. Although it is noticeably cooler, I must say, sitting outside here at the top of the stand. It's nothing like it was the humidity of Mumbai. This is driven over the top of cover quite deliberately. They think about 2. They should get it. Yes, they do. Rushing back to that far end. Good running. It's a throw from Stokes. Goes to the bowler's end. 103 for 2. And there's a decent crowd, actually, enthusiastic crowd up here. I'm not sure who they're supporting. I think they're enjoying watching the cricket. 103 for 2, 1 ball to go, and there's a drive and a miss for Samarik Rama, and it's collected by Butler. So 8 runs off that over from Livingston. Wood, who will continue from this end. Just to carry up the point we were talking, Paul, just watching the 50 overs cricket that England have played, I mean, do you think there's enough of a competitive edge in the bilateral 50 overs cricket that we play? I mean, you lose there's a series of 4 or 5 as they play. Well, okay, it's disappointing to lose a game, of course it is, but then you've got another one in 3 days' time, whereas the jeopardy involved in World Cup focuses the mind, it creates pressure.
Yep. And it's an interesting point, because one of the things we talked about between 2015 and 2019 was trying to play some tri-series, trying to play games where you actually had knockout games and tried to replicate knockout cricket. And that's where we were lucky we had the Champions Trophy in 2017, which gave us a great opportunity to do exactly that.
Yeah. Yes, that's one of the many things I think that'll be tossed into the melting pot after this. 103 for 2, 17 overs gone. Mark Wood is still bowling and he's rushing in a bow to the right-handed Desanka, who cuts him into the offside. He'll want 2 here as well, because the fielder right there's got a long way to come round. It's Johnny Bairstow out there way in the distance. On the far side, as we look at it from here, our position at we're at Cow Corner actually at the moment, really, up high up in the stand. An area in which is often peppered with sixes. It has been in this tournament, but not many today. There have been a few down to the other end, the other side, but nothing up here yet, up in the rafters. Pigeons starting to roost up here as well. 105 for 2. Wood bowls, and that's defended by Desanka this time. Picked up by the bowler. It's quite a sight watching these kites. The lights shining on them, and they're below us. You can see the different shades of brown, these enormous birds wheeling round. They're quite spectacular. But I think they've gone to bed now as well, actually, looking out there. I can't see any anymore. 105 for 2. Wood takes his time to walk all the way back to his mark. Again, he starts well outside the fielding circle. Well, the batsman's not ready for him, which is a bit naughty, because Wood was ready to go. And now Desanka on 46 is over his bat again. Wood scampers in, he's there, he bowls. That's a beautiful stroke. Oh, that's what a great way to reach a 50. Just easing into a cover drive, and Rashid there at mid-off dived to his left to try and stop it, but couldn't. And that's a fine innings. A nasty blow on the hand. They're very easy. I'm trying to hit too hard. Just extra cover drive. Desanka 50 from 54 balls.
Began the World Cup with a 3rd ball duck. That's now his 4th successive 50.
Yeah, that's a fine player. 109 for 2. 48 needed. Here goes Wood again. Bowls and defended. This time from short of a length. Picked up by Stokes, trotting in from mid-on. So again, another World Cup match in this tournament comes towards an end, and we're still without the exciting match. It's amazing, really. Think after what were we now? 20.
Game 25.
25. You think of 25 50 overs matches, one would have produced an interesting finish, tight game. There hasn't been one. 109 for 2. Wood again. Desanka waits for him on 50, and he nudges that around the corner. He has his eye on 2. 2 fielders running in. Willie gets there first, throws it back, and they take just that 1 run. So 7 from the over so far. 110 for 2, with 1 ball to go. And you sense, looking out there, you can see the disappointment. You really can. Drooping shoulders. Regrets, looking back at games that they've competed in and have lost. Moments along the way that might have been done differently. Root is back at, well, it's a difficult position there. It's as I said, it's about 6 yards maybe from the bat, that's all. 5 metres. It's in the offside there. He's fully equipped, he's got his protective gear on. A helmet. Wood again. on his way. He's there and he bowls very full, and a drive from Samvik Rama makes no contact with the ball, which flies through to Butler, standing a long way back there. It ends Wood's 4th over. No wicket for 23. He's bowled with a lot of heart. Just hasn't got any wickets to show for it. He's beaten the bat a number of times. It's 47 more needed from 192 balls. Any thoughts down there, Paul?
Well, I'm hoping that I was hoping that Wood would come on and smash a couple of wickets early on. He's bowled with great pace, but it just hasn't been. And actually, they've used his pace very well. They played him exceptionally well. Apart from that one ball that wrapped the fingers and the bat handle, they've actually played him exceptionally well. They just look very comfortable, haven't they? They haven't really looked as though they've needed to go chasing anything. They've just waited for the ball either on their pads, a little bit of width, put it away nicely, and just played very sensibly. It's been a very clear and very calm approach.
Yeah, in good conditions too. I should mention that. Here's Livingston trotting in. Rather expensive first over. He's gone for a single off the first ball of his second. There's no dew. It's not hot. It's just a pleasant warmth. Good pitch. And England didn't make the most of that. Bowled out for 156. It's been very true. Nice carry for the quicker bowlers. 111 for 2. Livingston bowls a full toss. It's a poor ball. It's been swatted into the leg side. Not timed actually by Samvik Rama. He could have hit that virtually anywhere. But completely mistimed. He's holding the bottom of his bat there, as batsmen do when they're just disappointed with themselves. That could have gone anywhere. 112 for 2. Now Nissanka. Butler standing up. He's got a helmet on. As Livingston trots in, bowls, and actually went past the outside edge. Maybe Nissanka looking just to run that away past Butler. Livingston, of course, bowling leg breaks to the right-handers, and then he switches to bowling off breaks to the left. Trots in again, bowls short, cut hard, well fielded though at cover. 112 for 2. 2 balls to go in the over. Livingston bowls. It's pushed away, steered away for Rashid to field at short third man. 112 for 2. With 45 more needed. And the points, and valuable points, will go to Sri Lanka. Livingston moves in again, bowls another full toss. Hit away into the leg side again. Didn't really get hold of that one. Nissanka will keep the strike though. 53. 113 for 2. 19 overs gone. Paul Farbrace, just perhaps some thoughts from you, and then I'm going to make way here for Prakash Wakankar.
Yeah, it's been a very good pitch. You know, you make a good point, Jonathan. It's been a really good pitch. There's no demons in this surface. Perhaps in England's innings that the pitch looked a fraction slower. Maybe the ball has just skidded on a fraction, but it's been a very good pitch to bat on throughout. And as I say, I think these two Sri Lankans have played exceptionally well. I think Sadira and Nissanka have played exceptionally well. Very calm under pressure, having been 23 for 2, and they've just knocked the ball around, used the pace well, and just looked very much in control of coasting home to victory here.
They certainly have, haven't they, Paul? With a 90-run unbeaten partnership between these two now. The last man to go was Kusal Mendes, who was caught by Butler as Moeen Ali comes into the attack now. What can he do? Can he find a few moments of inspiration? Bowls worked away first ball down towards deep mid-wicket for a single by Nissanka. It looked so compact from the word go. Memory serves, the first ball he drove through extra cover and then got his 50 very much the same way with a rasping drive. 114 for 2 now. 43 runs required for Sri Lanka, and Moeen Ali has the ball in his hand, playing at one of his many franchise grounds, home grounds at the Chinnaswamy, pushed up towards mid-on. They'll take one as Livingston comes off the boundary to field. 115 now for 2 in the 20th over. Nothing really happening here. One would have thought, as many have watching this game, things will happen when they were 23 for 2. Worked away square on the onside. They think of the second and they're going for it. This could be. No, wasn't to be. There was a shy at the stumps. A good throw again. But scurrying home was Nisanka, and makes his ground in the end quite comfortably. 117 for 2 here under a floodlit Chinnaswamy in the fairly central part of Bangalore, one would say, as Moeen Ali changes his line of attack now to come round the wicket to Nisanka. Butler standing up, backward point, man at straight extra cover, mid-off, a man at a short mid-wicket, and a man at 45 inside the ring. This one's pushed up the ground for a single to mid-on. 118 for 2. Things going along pretty comfortably for Sri Lanka, and yet again, as Agus said a moment ago, a game which promised so much really turning out in the end to be very one-sided. And that's the one thing which I guess you can't really blame any one party for it, because games just have ended up like that. Even the so-called inverted commas upsets, in the way they've finished fairly comfortably in the winning team's favour. Work to square leg, no run. Samar Vikrama on 44 of 38 balls, 4 fours and a 6. Nisanka 57 of 64 balls. Moeen Ali bowls, and this one looking to work it, done in the air, wraps him on the pad, way down the pitch, no damage done. 20 overs have now been bowled. It's 118 for 2, and all that Sri Lanka had to do and have done is essentially go along at pretty much a run a ball. Paul, is there anything that for the rest of the tournament, where do England go from here?
Well, the first thing that they need to think about is how they're going to put, partnerships together, how they're going to score runs and build partnerships which allow them to be competitive in games, because they've not been competitive. And this game, apart from the first, or it was the second wicket partnership, the first wicket partnership, apart from that, we haven't really had a partnership throughout the innings, and that was something that the innings was crying out for, and England have got to learn how to build innings in these conditions.
They'll have to. First ball pushed back to the bowler, no run. 118 for 2. They play India in Lucknow next, as Livingston is in, giving this one a little bit air, almost yorking Nisanka, who digs it out to Moeen Ali, who feels running across to his left. India at the moment, of course, riding top of the table. That can change very quickly. Livingston bowls, worked away to 45. Again, no run. This is good. A string of 3 dot balls. And of course, the news filtering through about India's all-rounder Hardik Pandya isn't very good from an Indian perspective. Livingston in bowls, and this time he plays a good-looking sweep along the ground. I thought he was going for a hoik. In the end, played it quite comfortably along the ground to deep square for a single. Takes the total to 119 now. And the partnership inching towards 3 figures. It's 96. So that's exactly the point Paul Fabris made just a moment ago, that you've got to be able to string partnerships. Yes, you're now chasing a small target. You don't have any pressure. It still takes some doing. This one's chipped into the offside. In the air, crowd got excited, but well in control, I think, Samar Vikrama, as he played that shot. Only wanted a single. Got it. 120 now for 2, with 1 ball of Livingston's over, his third to come, and the 21st of the Sri Lankan innings. Of course, the injection of Angelo Matthews into the squad. Livingston bowls, and once again, this is an even better shot. Just opened his face of his bat a fraction to make sure he got it in the gap in the deep on the offside, and 4 runs to end the over for Nisanka. He's up to 62 now. He's batted superbly, one has to say. 124 for 2, 21 overs gone, and you just get the feeling that the formalities now is all that remains. Paul?
Fantastic cricket shot, absolutely superb shot on a pitch where 1 or 2 have made it look quite difficult to time. I think Nisanka has absolutely played brilliantly. He's timed the ball beautifully. They both have, I think both of them, Sadira as well, but that's a fantastic cricket shot. It really is, and it just shows the ease with which Sri Lanka are knocking these runs off, unfortunately.
Indeed, it does. And that's a feature, really. I mean, we said that at the start of the game. The 100 partnership coming up as well with that 4. So 101 to the good now, this partnership of 91 balls. Moeen Ali starts a fresh over, waits on it, does Samara Vikrama, and he'll come back for 2 as he slashes that square of the wicket for the boundary rider to move to his left and field. 126 now for 2. And really, I mean, timing has been on view more often than not when the batters, particularly in the England innings, were playing on the offside. Worked away with an open face of the bat to the right of backward point. They'll take 1 more, and that'll take Nisanka, bring Nisanka back on strike, and Samar Vikrama inching towards his 50 now, 48. Not out. Moeen Ali in, bowls flatter, quicker, defended of the back foot. The ball trickles back to Butler, who picks it up. Yes, it's going to be I just got a message from someone saying, English fan, saying we're coming over tomorrow, wonder why. Nicely paddled down towards the fine leg area. There'll only be a single because Joe Root is doing duty down there. And say what you will, Paul, and I'll get your thoughts on it. Yes, there were a few poor strokes, a couple of errors of judgment, but Joe Root's wicket, you just always feel that when Joe Root gets out early, there's something that happens. Defended on the offside, but that will result in a single because there's a big gap in that region. 1 more to the total. 129 for 2. 49 now to Samara Vikrama. 1 ball of the 22nd over to come. It's been a good crowd, I dare say. I mean, 32,000 is the seating capacity here. I think there's about 15,000 driven straight to the fielder at short extra. There will be no run. So 22 overs gone, 129 for 2 as we approach what will be the conclusion when it happens of another fairly one-sided game.
Yes, Prakash, I think your point about the Root dismissal, that really was it felt like a huge turning point. I thought Malan and Bairstow played nicely. Malan obviously got out to a good piece of bowling from Angelo Matthews, but then the run out of Root, it just, as I say, it will have sent shockwaves through the England dressing room. It certainly, I think all of us watching the game, it just felt as though it was a massive turning point in the game. And you just felt a partnership then. Root could get in and just play, allow others to come in and be positive around him, and England get themselves into a really good position to get a good score. And that run out just, it almost summed up England's innings. It was just such a poor run out, and for someone with so much experience, the ball bounced nicely for Angelo Matthews, who fielded brilliantly, but it was such a killer blow for the England team at that point.
It certainly was, wasn't it? And you know, I remember distinctly Joe Root, first ball that he faced, he'd sort of shimmied down the pitch. Now, I'm sure he had a plan in mind. Sadly for him and for England, it didn't come off. But you just felt that England might have just tried too much at the start of the innings, looking at going very, very big early on. And it's all come unstuck, unfortunately. Change of ends there for Wood now. He's going to bowl from the far end, the Cubbon Park end. In fact, it's Vokes, I beg your pardon. My eyes are playing tricks on me as well. Chris Vokes back into the attack now from the far end, comes in and bowls, and this is worked away square on the onside. Comfortable single to be had, which will take Nisanka to 63. Samara Vikrama rather to 50 with that single. Acknowledges the cheers of his teammates and the crowd giving him a nice round of applause as well. Bangalore once again showing that they are appreciative of good cricket, as indeed have Chennai. These two cities certainly showing that along with Mumbai. And it's no coincidence, I think, that two similarities. One, lots of cricketing culture in these cities, and stadiums which are far more easy to access for the spectator. Vokes is in. Worked away fine by Nisanka. Another single. They're comfortable. There's no rush there. They're not going to throw this away, Sri Lanka. Doing it easily, doing it comfortably, and doing it in singles. 131 for 2 in the 23rd. There's another strange scheduling thing in this World Cup, more for Indians really, is that on the 12th of November, which I think is the last league phase game here in Bangalore, come back to that as Vokes runs into bowl to Samar Vikrama, and he beats him outside the off stump. It's actually the day, it's Diwali day, and it is a day when almost every Indian, wherever they may be and whatever their status or standard or whatever you want to call it, will have something going on at home. Family gets together. It's a bit like Christmas, I suppose. And on that day, India play the Netherlands, which I find extraordinary. I've never in my life remember a game being played on the day of Diwali. So this World Cup has had some very strange things going on. This is just one more of them. Vokes bowls, dabbed away, won't be a run. So quickly on to it is Livingston. 131 for 2. 2 balls of the 23rd over to go. And we shall wait and watch how this goes. Couple of very interesting games coming up, of course. Pakistan, South Africa, where Pakistan will have to really find a way through. They've looked a little bit disoriented as well in this tournament, and they'll have to find a way to put it across the South African batting juggernaut. Vokes balls, full toss, worked away on the onside. There'll be no chance for the 2 men, bisecting the man at long leg and deep square. 4 runs to Samar Vikrama, 54 he's gone to now, 135 for 2, and the target is only 22 runs away.
We mentioned at the start of today about going through into the semi-finals with either winning 6, losing 3, maybe even winning 5, losing 4. Sri Lanka's net run rate doing very well. England's taking another battering.
This one's almost played it back into the bowler's hands against the run of play, but it's been that kind of day for England. Vokes made a brave effort, didn't carry to him, and so at the end of 23 overs, it's 135 for 2 with Nissanka on 64, Samar Vikrama on 54. The partnership, 112 of 107, came together when there might have been a few jitters in that camp for Paul at 23 when they lost the second wicket, but they've batted superbly, these two.
Yeah, it'd be very easy just to concentrate, from an England point of view about England's performance and how frustrating it's been. But Nissanka and Sadira Samaraweekama have played outstandingly well. I think that they really have been quality. As I say, 23 for 2 when they came together, and have just played nicely. They've just played without any real alarms. They've played very straight. They've let the ball come. And Stephen Finn made the point earlier in the day, players that play the ball late on this surface have been able to time the ball nicely, and these two have played exceptionally well and timed the ball all around the ground. They've used England's pace bowling when they've needed to their advantage as well, and played it very nicely.
They certainly have. Change of gloves there for Samar Vikrama, and Nissanka gets ready to face Moeen Ali in the 24th over of the innings here at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru. Round the wicket, Moeen Ali bowls flatter, quicker, played to mid-wicket, and a bit of a fumble there. They're going to go for the run. There's a return that goes in, but just again something that I guess in a side that now feels dejected and sort of not able to really do their stuff as well as they would. A little fumble there, allowing a single to be had when there really shouldn't have been one. 136 for 2 now. Nissanka 65, Samar Vikrama on 54 will take strike. Moeen Ali, one of the changes to this side, came in and got out, I thought, to sort of a stroke where maybe the ball just held up on him. Moeen bowls, and off the back foot it's played into the cover area. They'll take a comfortable single as the man comes off the boundary and fields. It's now 137 for 2 with Nissanka on 65. Samar Vikrama is on 55, and it's Nissanka on strike. Here's Moeen. Passes the umpire up, he bowls and played up towards long on for a comfortable single. 24th over, halfway through now. 138 for 2, and 19 runs required for Sri Lanka to register a win. This will also be a boost for their net run rate, no doubt. Here's Moeen Ali bowls, and this one's been lofted inside out. What a good looking shot it is, in control, didn't try to hit it, one bounce into the boundary cushion. 4 runs. He makes it look so easy now. Terrific shot from Samar Vikrama. He goes to 59, and with 2 balls left in the 24th over, it's a mere 15 runs that Sri Lanka need. 142 for 2. Crowd came here wanting and looking forward, no doubt, to a tight game. It's not happening. Reverse swept, just adding insult to injury there. Samar Vikrama races up to 63 now back-to-back boundaries, nonchalantly reverse swept down to third man for 4, 146 for 2. Last ball of the 24th over coming up. 11 runs separate Sri Lanka from victory here. Angelo Matthews back. He's the one who started things. Also the throw for which got Joe Root run out and 2 wickets in the game as well. Moeen bowls, played this time to mid-wicket, and there will be no run. 146 for 2, 24 overs gone, and it's Jonathan Agnew who's coming in to describe what's going to happen now.
Prakash, thank you. When do we see you? We see you on Sunday, presumably?
In Lucknow.
England win that game, you know.
I think they will, Sue.
I'm going to rock up. I mean, after all this, we're going to go and beat India. That'll take a smile off your face for a moment. It'd be typical, though, wouldn't it, Phil?
I think so. Do you know what I'm doing tonight?
You're probably getting on a bus and you're probably going. You're circumnavigating India.
Hopefully,
in reverse.
If I've got a ticket, the committee man at the railway station earlier promised I would have a ticket on tonight's train to Lucknow.
Oh.
38 hours.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll be okay. You'll see scenery on the way, and
and I'll miss all the fallout from this game. all will seem good when I arrive.
don't think you will leave it on that. 146 for 2. In goes Wokes. He bowls short of a length, chopped away down towards deep backward point to take a single. 10 needed by Sri Lanka. So wow, 38 hours.
Yeah, it leaves at 1:15 to midnight tonight.
Same train. You don't get off.
Same train,
right?
And imagine you've got 24 hours, then another 12, and then so 2 o'clock, just after 2 o'clock the following afternoon, the day before the game.
So you sound as if you're looking forward to it.
I am quite.
Yeah, 147 for 2. In comes Wokes again. Bowls. That's hit harder this time off the back foot by Sikarama.
Might be a different story when I'm sort of 18 hours in and realise I'm not even halfway through.
Do you get jet lag off a train journey?
No, but the good thing with this journey is it's 2 lots of evenings. So hopefully a couple of good nights, Kip, and I'll be right as rain when I see you in Lucknow for this. For the next stage of this England World Cup trip.
I think it's £34 to fly if you want to do it.
And 2 hours.
Here's Wokes, moves in, bowls, tucked away to the leg side out of mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's 9 needed now for Sri Lanka to win this all-important game. And looking at the body language out there, England, I think England know it's up. And mathematically, all sorts of stars aligning and goodness knows what else. So some crazy results along the way, and England beating everybody else. I suppose there is an outside chance. Here's Wokes tucked away out of square leg, but realistically.
But as I just mentioned, to Prakash, England's net run rate takes another hit tonight, making it more and more difficult.
Yeah, it's just. But they will. Knowing England, they'll go and beat India on Sunday. Of course, with the upsets of the tournament, won't surprise me at all. Tune in to find out. We'll be up in Lucknow, and so will Phil if he makes it.
Fast asleep in the corner.
149 for 2. 2 balls to go in the over. In comes Wokes, moves in, bowls short, and signalled a wide. 7 needed. England bowled out in 33 overs. So 33, 43, 53. We haven't had 60 overs yet, have we?
No, and it's comfortably going to be the shortest game of this World Cup so far.
Well, how extraordinary. 150 for 2. Wokes bowls a slower ball, gets it inside edge, dribbles away into the offside for a single. So 1 more, so 6 required. 1 blow would do it, and it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if that were the case. Paul, you're going to hang on there for our review that'll come after this, won't you? So you hang on in there. Thanks for your company today. So just I'll catch up with you in a few moments' time, I suspect. 151 for 2. Last ball of the 25th over. Wokes bowls it. It's pushed into the offside. Think about a single, and they're going to take it as well. That was where the area where Root got into trouble and was run out. It's a moment of unnecessary madness there. Run out for 3. So halfway through Sri Lanka's innings, and they need 5 to win. That rather sums it up. We haven't had 60 overs in the game, and we're not going to get 60 overs in the game, I don't suppose, because it might well finish during the course of this over, although Rashid's going to bowl it, and actually he's had a pretty decent tournament. I mean, he's come on to bowl at some pretty impossible times when the opposition have got off to flyers. So I do feel a bit sorry for Adil Rashid.
And it's only quarter past 7 local time.
So that's the quickest game, is it? Well, what time's the train?
Yeah, not until quarter to midnight. I thought it might be a bit touch and go, but 3 hours to kill.
Get an earlier one, can you? There's another one going up that way. I wonder where it goes to. Where does it end up?
It ends up at a place called Gorakhpur, up in the north of India.
152 for 2. Here's Rashid there, and he's hit high. Way up into the night sky it goes. Sri Lanka need 5 to win. Stokes is after it, and he's prevented it from going for 4. And stopped there, rather like a golfer approaching a green, chipping up. A bit of backspin, miles up. 3 needed. Don't fall asleep on the train, Phil. You could end up anywhere. 3 needed. It's 154 for 2. Nissanka is on 71. Rashid's on his way, and he goes bowls to him. He just defends that, blocks it away calmly into the offside. Rashid has been a bit more expensive today, but they've been looking for wickets, and he's coming on. Sri Lanka well set. They did lose 2 wickets fairly early, but they weathered the pressure of that. And now this next ball's played along the ground for Stokes to field at mid-on. 154 for 2. 3 balls remaining in the over. Sri Lanka need 3 to win and effectively knock England out of this World Cup. It's tossed up, drilled high into the stands. Into the crowd it goes, and there we think go England's hopes with it. Smashed for 6, and that just about sums it up. Sri Lanka win, and they haven't completed 26 overs. There weren't 60 overs in the match. As England were bundled out for 156, they lost 10 wickets for 111 after a promising start of 45. And there are some weary, rather sad-looking handshakes out there now amongst themselves and the umpires. And off they'll come. They've still got games to play. But for now, there's been complete dejection there. Mark Wood, I see, mops his brow. Well, I think being smashed for 6 rather sums up the exit, Stephen.
It does, doesn't it? It's been a disappointing, well, it's been less than disappointing, I think, day here for England. And like you said, they offered or gave so much hope at the beginning of the day, putting on that partnership for the first wicket, winning the toss, batting. But then it's just been a procession from there, really. There was a small glimmer of hope when Sri Lanka were made 23 for 2 in the 6th over, but Samarik Rama came in and drilled his first ball for 4, and it sort of felt as though the hope dissipated from England from that moment forward. And a lot of credit has to go for the way that Sri Lanka have played. They're depleted.
Just looking at the world champions shaking hands with the Sri Lankans, a very sorry sight that is, because they're out unless there's some sort of absolute miracle that takes place and some crazy results. And their net run rate is very poor, so they're going to have to, more than just beat teams, they're going to absolutely thrash the likes of India and Australia and Pakistan in order to have any hope. But they're not going to do it, looking at the way they've played, frankly, in this tournament. I don't know how they're going to turn it round, frankly.
No, neither do I, and I think they've almost been chasing their tail, looking for that to happen at some stage in the last few games. We saw 3 more changes today from the last game, packing that lower middle order with batters and all-rounders in order to try and lay themselves a platform to then explode, and it just didn't happen. And so many hopes were pinned on the shoulders of Ben Stokes in that batting innings in the end, and even he couldn't come up with something miraculous to drag England towards a target that was defendable.
Bittersweet moment there for Chris Silverwood, a man who was given an impossible job as England coach and lost it in the end. Well, he's gone to Sri Lanka and he's kicked England out. I wonder how he feels, Paul.
Yeah, he'll be delighted first and foremost that his team have won. That'd be the most important thing. He won't be worrying too much about beating England. I've been in that situation, and you don't worry too much about who you're playing. You just want to win the game. That's the most important thing. I'm sure there'll be a few family, friends and friends that will be saying to him, well done, you'll be pleased with that. But ultimately, all he'll be worried about was winning the game.
Yeah, I'm looking at him down there now. She's just given Marcus Trescothick a big hug, and he's tapped Angelo Matthews on the back as well, actually, who's come back into the side today. And you could tell, actually, by particularly his Sri Lankan teammates, how really thrilled they were to have him back. They were slapping on the back and congratulating him here and there, and a big figure in Sri Lankan cricket. And anyway, he's back in the side. We're going to have a flash interview in a second. I'm not sure who he's going to be with, but we'll have that, and then we'll carry on our look back at this game and where England might go from here. We'll hear the captains. We'll hear from Jos Buttler, find out what he's got to say. But Mahela Jayawardene is here as well, I see, with a Sri Lankan shirt on. I didn't realise he was still involved. Always nice to see him. What a beautiful player he was, of course, but he's deep in conversation there with his opposite number, Marcus Trescothick.
Performance from Sri Lanka, of course, led by Lahiru Kumara, who picked up 3 for 35. He is our player of the match, and his trophy will be presented by Sudhir Sukumaran, Emirates Regional Manager. Before you go away, you do have to speak to us. You must be extremely pleased with your performance today.
performance ගැන කොච්චර සන්තෝෂ වෙනවද කියලා.
ගොඩක් සන්තෝෂ වෙනවා. ගොඩක් මාන්සි වුණා මේ performance එක ගන්න. එතන ගොඩක් සතුටු වෙනවා.
Playing a team like England, which is very good. I know he said he's very happy about what he did today. Coming back after a not so good game against Australia, what was the change and what was different that he did here?
Australia game එකට පස්සේ
we might leave the translation. I don't know, Paul, whether you picked up much Sinhalese when you were over there in Sri Lanka, but it's nice to see a bowler get man of the match, frankly. It's been the batsman all the way through for
a 3 for 2.
No, well done him, and he did bowl well. He just pressed home the advantage there towards the end. He's got some pace, and it's not often that you see a bowler win a man of the match, especially in these parts. So, where do we start with this review then? It's not easy following these tournaments from home, Paul, but I just wonder if it's sort of been conveyed to you as you turned up for work today. You knew that England had a bit of a battle, not just simply in terms of points, but actually the way that they're playing and their mindset.
Yeah, and I think that's the frustration. I think, a lot of cricket lovers that I chat to over this last couple of weeks, that the frustration is the way that England are playing. It's not the fact they're losing games. I think it's the frustration. It also shows how far, England's white ball cricket has come in the last few years, that we expect them to go and perform in conditions all around the world and win games of cricket. And I think we've got used to that over the last 7-8 years. And the fact that we, have held both World Cups at the same time is an outstanding effort. But I think it's the frustration of the way that England have played that's disappointed people. And I think it's frustrating all of us, and it must be hugely frustrating being in the England dressing room at the moment. You look round at the talent, you look round at the skill, the experience, and it just hasn't worked. And I think that is the most frustrating thing out of these last few weeks.
Yeah, and I think it's worth making the point, Steve, and there'll be, social media will be ablaze, no doubt. I mean, regardless of the fact that we've been critical about the way that they've played, the lack of confidence they've shown, I think that lack of actually, that we talked about earlier, that sort of, that bit of strut. This is not due to any lack of effort. I mean, they've been trying. You can tell by them as they walked off. It's not through lack of effort. It just hasn't worked.
Yeah, but it's not worked. I think they've had a less than ideal preparation period, and by preparation period, I mean the 4 years preceding this World Cup. I think other forces within world cricket have meant that the focus for English players has been away from the 50-over international game. And when you're building towards a major tournament, especially in the 12 months in the build-up to it, you want to be going in with a settled lineup so that when it comes to the tournament, you know the roles that you have to fulfill when you're out there in the middle, and we just haven't seen that from England. I can't remember even the World Cup that I played in 2015. We didn't chop and change the team this much. We played the wrong style of cricket, and we were horribly outpaced and outplayed. But there was a formula going into that tournament. Whereas in the build-up to this one, we just feel as though England have been guessing what their best 11 is, and I think that, plus when you have a bit of bad momentum in a tournament like this, it certainly catches up with you, and every decision you make, you're second guessing whether it's the correct one. When you're a bowler at the back of your mark, that commitment that we've seen players having towards playing extravagant shots or going for an audacious ball, they've been fully committed to that in previous years. But in this World Cup, there just seems as though there's been a degree of trepidation about everything they've done, from selection through to decision making on the pitch.
How do you keep the message clear, Paul, about going harder? It's that phrase that we hear a lot of at the moment, and I can point to a couple of examples. I'm not going to be blamed for England being knocked out of the World Cup. Harry Brook in the first game hit that 4-4-6, went for it again when actually Goodis gone knock. Thanks very much. That'll do to Ravindra, and I'll see you at the next over. A bit of a part-time spinner having a go. Johnny Bairstow here tonight. Desperate England for a partnership there. He and Stokes have started to get something going. He flogged one to mid-on and got out. You're hearing on the one hand, we've got to go hard, go hard, go hard. And yet you see instances like that where going hard unnecessarily has cost them a wicket.
Yeah, and I think that that's where you rely on your experienced players who, stay calm under pressure. They stay calm if you do lose a wicket or two, but you keep backing your instincts to play the way that you know you're capable of. And I think that, there's a difference between just going out and playing recklessly. You still, the one thing that Trevor Bayliss always used to talk about was smart cricket. You've got to understand what the team needs from you at that particular moment of the game. And I'm not sure at times watching that, all the things we've talked about, the lack of confidence, the lack of almost decision making, the lack of clarity as to how we're going to play, it just looks as though people are nervous. And when you get caught between the two stools of trying to be aggressive, want to be aggressive, but actually don't commit to it, and that's the word that Stephen's just used. If you're not committed to what you're doing, that's when you fall between the two stools, and that's when you get out playing shots as Johnny did today. Johnny hits that over mid-on for 4 or 6, and we're all saying, great shot, that's Johnny Bairstow, that's how we want him to play. But when you get caught mid-on, because you're not quite sure whether you should or you want to, that's when it looks an even worse dismissal. And that's what I think England have played these last, apart from the Bangladesh game, the other 4 games, that's what England look like. They don't look like they're fully committed to what they really think is the right way to do it.
So you think it's sort of a little voice on the shoulder or on your head that's saying, perhaps you shouldn't quite be playing that shot, but I'm going to go for it anyway.
Absolutely.
And therefore it is a sort of a half-hearted shot, yeah.
And it's the same for the bowlers. When you're running up to bowl, as a bowler, when you're running up fully committed to what you're going to do when you deliver that ball, you pretty much you can live with it, whatever happens with it. If you're running up not sure what you're looking to do, not quite sure what you want to do, or whether you're backing your skills, that's when you don't get the ball in the right place and you start putting the ball in the right place. Exactly the same in the field. Some of our fielding at times has been a bit sloppy, but it doesn't look like a team who's absolutely committed to what they genuinely believe is the right way to play. And look, you're right, it's not through lack of effort. We know that they're skillful players, we know they've done it in the past, but over these 5 games we just look a very hesitant, nervous team. Every time we've gone 1 or 2 wickets down, it's almost the inevitable then follows.
I wonder, Stephen, if and the talk about, as we said earlier, about this is not going to be like a defence of our crown, but we're going to start have a fresh start. Do you think they were jittery about defending their crown?
I think Jos Buttler's language when speaking about that, I think that he meant that we don't want to come here and play defensive cricket. We want to come here and assert ourselves on the situation. But I've never won a World Cup, so I don't know what it feels like when you're going into a world tournament like this, but certainly you have a target on your back and teams take great pleasure in derailing you when you're in that position. And there are a lot of teams who've developed and evolved around England and are clearly proving very tricky opponents when it's come to some of these games.
Well, I can see Jos Buttler there. I think it's Mike Atherton, is it, who's got the short straw again down there. He's had a couple of difficult interviews. Actually, it might be Ian Ward, but it's one of the television interviews. I think it's Michael who's already had to interview Joss in difficult situations twice, and actually has done a really good job. I must say, it's a really very difficult thing to do, but it'll be interesting to see what Joss Butler has to say.
Thanks for your time. Exactly 3 weeks
about this. I hope you can hear us, because we've had a power cut.
How much do you wish you could turn back the clock to that point?
Yeah, a lot. It's incredibly tough, incredibly disappointing tournament. Not just short of our best, but a very long way. So, as captain, you feel that a lot, and I'm disappointed for myself and all the boys that we've not that a lot, and disappointed for myself and all the boys that we've not showed a good account of ourselves.
I suppose the obvious question is why, really? Double World Cup champions, why have you not been able to show glimpses of that best form?
Yeah, that's the question we've been trying to answer, and I think there is no clear answer at the moment. If there was one golden nugget that we were obviously not doing, and we'd try and pick that up, but can't be fault the guys' efforts. We're just playing a long way short of our best, and it starts from the front, and as captain you want to lead from the front and play well, and the guys tuck in behind you, and I've been a long way short of my best, and now filtered through the rest.
Confidence is a very fragile thing in sport often. Have you felt that drain away as you've gone through the competition?
Not massively, to be honest. I think there's a lot of really experienced cricketers in the room, tough cricketers who've been through a lot, and are confident people. You don't become a bad player overnight, you don't become a bad team overnight, and I think that's probably the biggest frustration, is we've been so far short of the standards that we set ourselves, and for no particular obvious reason. I know that, you probably think there must be something. What is it? But can't put my finger on it at the moment.
Made 3 changes before the last game and 3 changes before this game. Players sense uncertainty. Has there been too much uncertainty over strategy?
I think selection is obviously it's something you want to be consistent with, build that sort of trust and longevity, but selection isn't our problem at the moment. The performances as individuals and as a team, whoever's been on the field so far in this tournament's been short of the standards we set ourselves.
The first 5 overs didn't kind of suggest what was to come. I wanted to talk about the run out of Adil Rashid, not to particularly point at Adil Rashid, but just it seems symptomatic of a team that's not quite been on it and not quite been sharp enough. Would you agree with that, and if so, why?
Yeah, I think it's an obvious one to say that, not just Adil. I think lots of the dismissals, another run out, Joe Root's run out, it's like something that you don't see, those kind of mistakes that we're all making, you don't see that as often as you'd expect from us. And it has been an example of the way we've been playing. We've been making mistakes, all of us, and not singling anyone out. And we haven't been building partnerships, doing the basic things really well, both with the bat and with the ball.
I think it's out of your control now. You're not out of the competition, but it's out of your control. Is there anything to cling to, any hope to cling to?
I think the biggest thing is personal pride in the way we play as a team, and the standards we set ourselves. As I said, we're not giving a good account of ourselves, the account that we want to. Whatever happens going forward in this tournament, the rest of the matches, we want to get back to playing some really good cricket, and what it will be will be.
We wish you well for the rest. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Kusal Mendis, the Sri Lankan captain, is here. A wonderful win for your team, probably beyond expectations. Not the win I'm talking about, but the extent of the win, which will have lifted your net run rate considerably.
Yeah, I think net run rate going up. I think that's good for my team mate. I think we have done really well in a couple of first overs. Then bowling part done really good job today. Then we continue the every overs and every ball, and everyone is doing really well today.
And it means that it's in your hands still. If you win every game, you can qualify. Are you confident you can do so now? And will you take confidence from this win?
Yeah, of course. I think we have another 4 games left. I think we won 3 games in back-to-back. I think we come to the semi-final straight away. I hope I can do, and my teammates I can do. I have a more. I think players and can do better the today game also. Before the last match also they done really well. I hope he can do next couple of matches and done really well.
Let's talk about the bowling. Lahuru Kumara brought back into the side. How much of an impact did he make for you today?
Yeah, of course, he done really well today. Then he know the role, what can I do. Then I think he the main fast ball in Sri Lanka. Then he bowled 140, 145 speed. He bowled really well in the first 3 overs. Then that's why he control the game today. I'm very happy, and he come back strong today. Then I'm very happy he done really well.
And Angelo Matthews coming back into the side. When a player of his stature and reputation comes back, that must give everybody a lift.
Yeah, of course. He so many experience guy. He have so many experience. And then he tell so many things in the middle also. Then he bowled really well. And then I think he bowled 5 overs and take 2 wickets. I think he have so many things, and he can bat also. He can enjoy the game and everything. He know he play the pressure situation also. I'm very lucky for playing with him. Then that's it.
And final question, your fielding was very sharp today. That must give you particular pleasure.
Yeah, of course. Today feeling excellent today. Then I think Sadira and Charit, everyone doing well. Then I think another have 4 matches. Then everyone doing same thing in the fielding. I think we have more confidence in going to the semi-final. I hope everyone doing same things in a couple of matches.
Well played. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Kusal Mendes, Sri Lanka's captain today, talking to Mike Atherton. Jos Buttler, well, what can you say? I mean, he just put it out there, didn't he? We haven't been good enough, really.
Yeah, no, I think he's trying to take collective responsibility for it. I think people will naturally be looking towards the captain and the coach, and the decision making there will come under the greatest scrutiny. But as a captain as well, you rely on your players, and it's not just you that sets the tone. It's everyone within that dressing room, and everyone will be hurting for the manner in which that England have lost these games. Yes, I think questions will be asked about the constant chopping and changing through this tournament with the team and the style of play, but I don't think that they've been helped in players being out of form at the same time. They will have sort of felt like they've had to chop and change that team as they go through the tournament to try and kickstart some life into this team that has struggled.
How damaging, Paul, would that first defeat have been? New Zealand, who they've been beating in England, not every game, but they were largely on top in that one-day series at home. 9 wickets with 82 balls to spare. I mean, that was a real trouncing first match. And does that sort of knock the stuffing out of you a bit?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, you go back to the 2015 World Cup in Australia. We got hammered by Australia straight up. We lost to New Zealand. We got hammered against them. Sorry to bring that up, Finney, but we got hammered against them. It was a long way back. At the time we thought maybe get those 2 tough games out the way and then we start to win, but we just never recovered from that. And that's what it's, apart from that Bangladesh game, we just haven't looked like a team who has recovered from that first game. And all the preparation, all the doubts, in terms of have we got the right team, have we got the right squad, you then get off to an absolute horror start like that. It does affect your confidence, and I think that's, Finney's right, there's so many things they'll look back on. Full praise to Jos though there, because it's a really difficult situation when you come out and face up straight after a game. The thing that does impress me and always impresses me with Jos is he takes it on the chin. He doesn't point the finger. He's taking it on himself. He said, I haven't got this right, I haven't played well enough, and that's seeped through my team, and he's taking full responsibility, which you'd expect nothing less from him, because that's the quality of the person and the quality of the captain and leader that he is amongst his team. And he has been outstanding for England over a number of years, and it doesn't surprise me that he speaks as well as he does at the end of the game.
Just a last thought from you, Paul. Are we, and I mean English cricket, taking 50 overs cricket seriously enough? None of these players would have played a single ball, I wouldn't have thought, in the domestic 50 overs tournament. They've played very little 50 overs cricket going into this. I mean, if we're going to play in World Cups, if we're going to be world champions again, should we be taking our 50 overs cricket more seriously at home?
Absolutely we should, because at the moment, our 50 over competition is nothing more than a development competition. A lot of teams are playing younger players in the games. They're not playing full teams. The international players are not playing. They didn't before the 2019 World Cup, but at least we had a full competitive 50 over competition. We haven't got that now, and we know that our schedule's not right in English cricket. We know that, and our 50 over domestic competition is not the level that it should be at. And people will point at the 100 and all sorts of things, but our 50 over competition is not fit for purpose in my view, and it is a development tool for counties. It is no more than that at the moment.